Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of History After Dark. Tonight, we do something that we've been dreading for a while and we've tried to put off, but there's only so long you can put it off. You can only get so far away from the old year before you have to finally break down and cover the shit. So, tonight, we are doing 2025 Year in Review. One thing that I've planned for this is to have built-in palate cleanser breaks of lighter topics because we're going to need it to survive. So far, joining me tonight is Michael Kraemer. Later on, we will have Sean and possibly Danny drop in. We'll see how things go. But Michael, how you been?
Been okay, busy, but yeah, good. Semester starting, so lots of work. How about you?
Yeah, I've also been pretty busy. I've been putting in a lot of applications and I've been putting together some stuff for YouTube. I mean, this morning I had my Hulk Hogan video that dropped.
Yeah, I saw that drop.
Yeah, so
I'm not a wrestling guy, but I'm sure many of the viewers were excited for it.
yeah, it's one of those things where I kept thinking of stuff and I kept writing and working on the recording, and then I kept thinking to myself, why am I putting this much effort into a video about Hulk Hogan? But it's one of those things where I'm like, well, I'll probably never do this again, so I might as well just, you know, get this one done, I guess. But
Yeah. Well, and I don't know. I mean, he culturally had an impact, right? He was culturally relevant, so
yeah,
makes
I did
sense.
forget one major point that I wanted to make about why he was in the political wilderness at the end of his life, though, because I think I broke the code
Hmm.
earlier this afternoon, long after I finished recording. And I think what it is
The,
that he pivoted right politically after being apolitical for all those years,
hmm.
and also started to be a big advocate of things like marijuana because he's kind of libertarian in his outlook. So he can't appeal to the left anymore if he's supporting Trump. But with the weed thing, a lot of people on the right are against it. And it also contradicts his old
Ah,
like, yeah, brother, train and eat your vitamins kind of deal. So he kind of put himself in a position where there's no base except for people with nostalgia who don't care about what he's doing now. So anybody who pays attention at all to what he did,
yeah,
they were left out.
yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense.
So for a guy who was always extraordinarily adept
Interesting.
at finding where the energy was and being there, his in the last couple of years, I mean, that's kind of a sign of his decline is that he completely and totally screwed the pooch on that. He found where no one is and he
Yeah.
went there. And
Didn't really work out for him, huh?
the way this links in, and also the reason why I put so much time into Hogan for today's upload was because he happened to die in the year 2025. So you see, it's all linked
Right,
together.
right. Yeah, there you go. Perfect segue.
Yeah. So I know you wanted to begin with a discussion of foreign policy and world affairs, which has been lively, to say the least, in the last year.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it was interesting. So to kind of study up for this, I just looked at sort of Wikipedia has a nice 2025 timeline, right? And the degree of like things that happened across the world that were uh, kind of like sources of instability was kind of surprising. Like lots of stuff happened. I think generally you might have like two, maybe three major conflicts. Um, but there are lots of random wars and sort of instabilities, natural disasters, all kind of around the world this year. So it wasn't just bad for the U.S. I'd say pretty bad for the world too.
For sure. Yeah, this was a year where I guess a lot of our attention was on Trump's various activities, both domestic and abroad, but there are a lot of other things going on that are not directly related to him that are still
Yeah.
pretty important and consequential.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Um, so hard to say kind of where to start. But I mean, I guess we can go a little chronologically. Um, of course, lots of stuff happens, but probably one of the most prominent things that happens in January, in terms of like international affairs and stuff like that, is the sort of conclusion of the coup in South Korea and the instability from the South Korean coup.
Right.
So, yeah, yeah. So that was averted last fall. In I think it was in November, maybe even December. Um, but it was effectively finished after in on January 15th, the president of South Korea was actually arrested by police. So Yoon Suk Yeol, and he was brought up on charges against to effectively coup the government. And so this is kind of the how do I say this? The kind of resolving of that coup. You had democratic a democratic government that successfully prosecuted an executive who sort of attempted to take authoritarian power, and that person is now being tried according to law.
Well,
Right.
that sounds pretty
Um,
inspirational for no apparent reason.
right? Yeah, yeah, for no apparent reason. So he was arrested in 2025, in January 2025, and then on April 2025, the South Korean Constitutional Court upheld Yoon's impeachment, um, and officially terminated his presidency. He's now being investigated for his role in the insurrection, and apparently may either face either life imprisonment or the death penalty if convicted.
Good. Yeah,
So,
so it's about time to see
yeah,
some government accountability around the world, because I feel like that's one of the major elements modern democracies lack compared to, say, Athens, is that they never
yeah,
hold leaders accountable. I mean, Britain, it's not just the US, Britain, France, Canada, I mean, a lot of countries lack firm accountability.
yeah, yeah. No, I mean there's been a degree of like, how do I say this? The Western liberal democratic project has not had teeth, right, for a while. Hasn't had proper enforcement mechanisms, has not effectively controlled its elites and held its elites accountable to the law. Um, But the interesting thing is we're seeing it in countries that have a history of authoritarianism actually protecting their democracies a little bit better. We saw it in Brazil with Bolsonaro this past year, and we saw it in South Korea um, with Yoon. So I think that's sort of an interesting thing. Like these are like Koreans and Brazilians, remember what it's like to be under authoritarian regimes, and in some ways they have mobilized a little bit more effectively to combat those authoritarian regimes,
Right.
and successfully done so. Right, successfully pushed back against attempted authoritarian takeovers.
So yeah, so we're being outperformed by South Korea and Brazil for those of you who are competitive out there.
Yeah. For those of you who are on the side of democracy, yes, yes, we very much are. So, so that's kind of one first prominent thing. Um, of course, and this might be something we talk a little bit later when Sean arrives. You had this sort of continued Gazan war, and the war in Gaza, which continues sort of well into 2025. Um, but in January are the first times when you have some degree of ceasefires go into effect, but of course, with wars, typically in that region, there are quote unquote ceasefires, right? You have a ceasefire that's immediately broken, and and then it's kind of a ceasefire in name only. And so you have many of those in the early winter and spring.
Yeah. No, that's been a
So
roller coaster the whole way for the
yeah,
war in Gaza. I mean, it's been talks that break down, hostages exchanged or not exchanged, deals offered and withdrawn. I mean, it's just been. I think there's a change about every 2 weeks. It seems like.
yeah. I mean, there was sort of a marker when the last Israeli hostage held by Hamas was returned. Um, and then there was a brief marker where there were negotiations. I think this was about like 3, 4 months ago over will Hamas return the dead bodies of
Mhm.
Israelis who were captured, and there were negotiations over this. And I remember telling my friends at the time, they will, like, both of these sides will shoot each other over dead bodies, and that's effectively what happened.
That's
Um,
great.
that deal brought, yeah, yeah. Sean, nice time to come in.
Oh, I
We're
always
just
I always I always come in at the best parts, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it's very much been a year of start and stop with the war in Gaza, with ceasefires that don't fully hold, some violence, some coming back to the negotiating table, which, I mean, is better than it was in 2024, right? In 2024, it was pure on assault, right? So the it has improved, but nothing is ever clean and simple in the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Right. And of course, I guess we also have to talk about the role of Trump as he takes over and how he handles things in Gaza a little differently than Biden. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not a huge quantum shift or anything, but there's definitely, at least rhetorically, because Trump tends to bounce around between talking points. I mean, he's kind of been on every side of the Gaza issue this year.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's chaos, right? Like, I mean, this was the year he comes out with the video that he's going to build a massive hotel in Gaza, right? I don't know about you guys, not seeing that hotel. Not there. No fancy casinos.
Well,
Uh,
give it time, right?
yeah, good times, good times.
No, give it time.
Oh, okay. Oh, you think it's gonna happen?
Uh, no, I just don't think it's impossible, you know. Um, yeah. So, anyways, go ahead and go, guys.
Yeah. So yeah. So anyway, so those are kind of a few of the international events. I don't know if we wanted an interlude. I have a few more things to kind of mention in terms of international affairs, and then maybe that would be a nice segue to get into tariffs and Liberation Day and that stuff.
Yeah, because I mean, also, the other ongoing conflict throughout 2025 and even into now, going all the way back to 2022, is the Ukraine war. But I know you mentioned earlier
Yeah.
the war between Thailand and where?
Thailand and Cambodia. Yeah. So that was sort of another major event that was um somewhat surprising. It kind of seemed to come out of nowhere, but there was a sort of brief war between Thailand and Cambodia over a border dispute, basically. Um and this was not just like shooting across a border, like it was active hostilities between two armies, basically. So, I don't know the tons of details on this, but so I'm kind of looking this up as we talk. I know what was in the disputed territory was actually a Buddhist temple, and there was some sort of agreement between Cambodia and Thailand to allow sort of both Cambodians and Thai people to visit it. But there was this border conflict occurred sort of in this sort of area, effectively. Um, and it came about when apparently a Thai soldier was injured after stepping on a landmine um, on the border. And then you had armed clashes between both the Cambodian and the Thai armies, multiple sort of rockets firing at each other. And this was a big deal. Apparently, it resulted in like the displacement of 200,000 civilians in northeastern Thailand and Cambodia. The Royal Thai Air Force was bombing parts of Cambodia with F-16s. Like this was a major conflict. Um, that sort of eventually died down, but this is not something we're used to seeing, right? We're used to seeing these sorts of clashes between India and Pakistan, which also happened this year, or in parts of sort of Central Asia or the Middle East. We are not expecting to see this sort of stuff in Southeast Asia, and I think there's this larger sort of theme here in 2025 that the world continues to move to sort of great power conflicts and more of a realpolitik type world, right? Where the international community is not actively really preventing wars anymore. And wars are seen to be more of a norm of resolving political disputes, like they were in the 1800s. This is a change. This sort of stuff wasn't as common in the 2000s.
For sure. I mean, I think Stephen or Mearsheimer is creaming his underwear because it finally
Not,
happened.
not exactly. Not exactly. I mean, his view ultimately is that all this is really a tragedy. It's just inevitable.
Yeah, right.
Which is essentially my view. We're just returning to normal. We just we just had a weird little global cop period after the Cold War. This is just what's normal in history.
Yeah, yeah. No, no. I mean, I think that's right. Like, this is more normal in history. Regular conflict is a lot more normal, especially in the 20th century.
Yeah, yeah.
So, it's an issue, and I will say, in my sort of opinion, people like to complain about Pax Americana, right? They like to
Hmm.
complain about rules and norms of working out disputes, promoting democracy, that sort of thing. But frankly, this is what the world looks like without Pax Americana. This is what the world looks like with a more, I'm going to say, laissez-faire approach to allowing nations to sort of settle disputes with violent conflict. It's not great, in my
No,
personal opinion.
I no, I gotta disagree, man. It was always like this. Um, there simply wasn't any reason for us to fight in the aughts. But this idea of the rules-based international order, we already broke this with Iraq, you know.
Yeah.
Um,
No,
so
I mean we did, and Iraq was a
so
mistake. I'm not
yeah, I just mean that
pro Iraq war.
I just mean that I think what we're seeing is an accelerated period of that, and America stepping away from things. I think that's an overplayed thing. I think that's more to do with the fact that the global economic system is doing worse and worse, and you're getting things that are going to be more like resource wars, for one thing, you know, because we allowed lots of conflict in the '90s, not so much in the '90s, but really like aughts and teens, So um, I don't know. I think we're just sort of we're in a period of where it's just simply more of it than when any of us are used to in our lifetimes. But I mean that was the whole point made during the after World War II as well. The Cold War period was extremely violent. If you were in Africa or Asia,
Yeah,
so
no, no, that's very true. Yeah, people often dismiss how violent um the Cold War was, how often violent wars during decolonization were.
yeah,
Like these were not super peaceful periods. So no, I do
yeah,
hear that.
yeah. I
Um
know. It just
I
I just I don't really think America stepping in to that role is I mean I don't I think this is less a consequence of America stepping away from this is what I'm saying. It's more like once America reaches a point that it is at right now, which is essentially grab whatever resources we can for our own national dominance and destroy peer competitors through economic warfare. We slipped right into that, man. You know, we did not
Yeah.
really hesitate, you know? And it doesn't really help that the kinds of people who were the architects of things like the Iraq War, I mean, some of the big name people fell out of favor, but their underlings stuck around. You know,
Right.
if
Right.
the degree to which Obama represented an attempt to reform that is debatable, but I believe even Obama himself said that if they essentially failed in many ways. You know, I was just thinking about the difference between the way Obama used sanctions against Iran versus Biden and Trump.
Mm,
You know, I mean, think about it. You know, Obama heavily sanctions Iran, caused a lot of economic devastation. That is all to bring them to the table to negotiate. Biden and Trump. I mean, Trump got out of the nuclear deal. You know, sanctions right back in. Biden didn't remove those sanctions. You know, so
yeah.
we've in other words, what I'm saying is that I think what I mean here, and I just this maybe this is me thinking about when I was researching détente, is that Americans, when I say Americans, I mean the people in charge, really hate the idea of détente at the end of the day, you know, and the idea of having to negotiate with your foes, we don't really want that. We want to crush them and break them. So, you know, I
Mm,
mean, that's we're following the Fallout 2 plot, man. You know,
I
like
don't know.
to
I don't know. I think there's a lot of stuff said there. Some of which I agree with, some of which I don't. I mean, I think there where I will agree with you. I think there are some structural things happening here. That's not just related to the United States. One of those things I think is actually the new media environment, um, and what the new media environment does in terms of propaganda and stuff like that. I think you could say is a cause of instability. Um,
I think that the old media environment was not really particularly good either. Uh, and so maybe the new one makes it perhaps a little worse, but I have my skepticism about that as well. But yeah, I've really come to believe that America was a psychotic nation the once Jamestown was founded. So I think the evil was baked into the cake. We were always going to be a conquering empire, and we were always going to act the way we do towards, say, with Venezuela, right? I just
I mean, always
seizing a
is
world leader like
interesting.
that.
Like
Huh? Just doing
I
that, huh?
think this talk about inevitability. I think is a little bit. I don't know. I kind of disagree with it. There were
I,
times
I
when the
just don't
United
know it is
States was
what we
not this
is.
hawkish.
I don't really. All I say, Michael, is I don't really see a point in American history where we weren't this way, except for relatively brief periods. And the people who try to do things like that, like say Nixon and Obama, were raked over the coals for it. And the presidents who followed them right away, explicitly rejected those types of policies, some more aggressively than others. You know, and as I like to say, you know, the frontier ends in 1890. Less than 10 years, we're already conquering land in the Pacific.
Sure.
Less than 10 years.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, but I
Split
feel
in the
like
Middle War.
you're ignoring both isolationist and anti-imperialist movements during those times, which are prominent, right? Like these aren't small movements. These are
There,
movements that are like very popular at the time.
this is what I mean by those movements. I'm not discarding those movements as being, what I'm discarding is that those movements were always fighting against the wind. They were always fighting against the general trend of American history and development from the beginning. Because you are right, there are these moments of restraint. And you could even make the case, of course, that when the Puritans landed, right, they were also trying to pursue a policy of restraint. But then the Pequot War happens. And I just think
Sure. I mean,
the Americans slide into violence and aggression, and aggressive, selfish foreign policy is pretty much just our norm, really. And these other periods you're talking about are attempts to course, or there are a lot of times attempts to course correct after a failure, like say Vietnam and Iraq.
Okay,
You
but
know,
like anyway, they're the norm for a certain period of our history, right?
I think that
But
I
the
whatever, man. I
the
think it's the norm from the very beginning, dude. I don't see any evidence that we have not most consistently been a nation of conquerors. I just don't
okay,
see it.
yeah, up until 1945, yeah. I'm generally with you on that. Up until 1945. That's accurate. But like
So the
what's this rules-based international order that the United States is setting up after World War II? Like
it's
this is
what
not
it's
them
it's what
going
Carney
around being conquerors.
it's what the Canadian Prime Minister said. It was a lie. A lie. It was never true.
He
It was
didn't
a
necessarily say it
facade.
was a lie. He said it was more that it was over now.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I go
He
further
didn't
than
say it
him.
was
It
a
was always
lie. He says it's gone.
no. It was a lie. There was no rules-based international orders. We made the rules, which meant we were allowed to break them. And now we've decided we don't even need the facade anymore. We don't even really like the facade anymore.
We gave ourselves favored nation status, but Sean, like, can we just like level here? Like in 1946, 1947, 1948, the Americans are not dictating who the prime minister of West Germany is or the prime minister of Japan is, right?
And
Like
which years again?
that's relevant. In the
I don't know.
40s, in the 50s.
We were rigging elections in Italy almost right after World War II. You're right. There was a period of some restraint after World War II. It was gone by 1951. That's Michael. I'm not saying there aren't periods of restraint. I'm just saying that those are they are relatively brief, and the general historical trend is always been expansion, conquest, and aggression. That is the general historical trend in America. Those periods
I,
of restraint exist, but they're just not powerful enough,
I
and they're
guess
never going to be.
I guess my okay, hold up. You're making a lot of assumptions here, and it kind of annoys me because, like, where does that leave us, Sean? If we just say the United States is a place of unrestrained aggression, evil country, and we
Yes,
throw our hands up, where does that leave us? What is there to fight for in this country?
there is
Honestly,
nothing to fight. There's nothing to fight for in this country. There's nothing to fight for. I'm just saying what's reality. All right.
I
And
think
I'm
you are
exhausted saying they can
taking.
reform this fucking thing. This is really like saying you can go reform a werewolf, man. It's done. It was always done.
I don't know, man. I think you're being far too pessimistic on this stuff.
Well, I mean,
Well, all
even
I can say is
even
my
if we
pessimistic
accept,
phrase will never take true.
well, even if we accept the premise to some extent that America's always had an imperialistic default, I mean, clearly there are different ways in which imperialism can be practiced, and normally, if you
Yeah,
build up an alliance network, you are loyal to those allies. And so that's one of the big changes in 2025 is that the country that built up the alliance network started cannibalizing its own network, which is one of the dumbest foreign policies I've ever encountered. I mean, because I always used to make fun of Sparta for the way it destroyed its own Peloponnesian League. But the way America's been going in the last year or so is actually way more incompetent.
yeah. I think this is really important, right? Like,
I don't.
we can sit here and describe NATO as imperialism, or say Obama's plan for like a TPP as imperialism against China, right? But what those are creating are, as Derek was saying, very, very different from what the Trump administration's policy has been over the past in 2025,
Are they
right?
very
It's
different?
different from. Yes,
Are they
they
very
are.
different? I'm sorry, man. These
Yes.
European leaders just keel over anyway, dude. They already put Europe's already following our lead and putting more sanctions on Iran. Well, these people, they're just vassals, really. You know,
Okay, hold up.
Trump's just
Hold
saying the
up.
quiet out loud.
I'm a little bit, Sean. Do European leaders have any agency? Do you think they do you think that they actually know what's best for them? Because they're mad about Trump, and they're mad about Trump for a reason, right?
Well, no, they
Like,
what they're hoping is that he'll be gone, and they can get the good cop Democrat in a few years. But
Yeah.
Biden, we could say, is comparatively nicer to them, but his policy wasn't in any way pro-European. Their economies are a mess right now, in large part because they don't get cheap Russian oil anymore. Um, my advice to any country in the world is don't listen to us, don't trust us, don't talk to us. Keep as much distance away from America as you possibly can at this point. Because you're right that there are certain areas, certain times when we are more psychotic than others or more incompetent than others. And right now, you are in one of those really bad periods. So at
Yeah.
this point, I'd say take it easy. All right. However, thinking you'll reform America and that we will stop being an empire, impossible. We'll always be an empire.
We'll
Until the
always be
country
an
breaks.
empire. We'll always be an empire of some sort. But there
As long as the
is
country exists in its totality. If it ever breaks up, I mean, of course, then it's not an empire anymore. And I'm not saying that's going to happen anytime soon because I doubt it. But give it 100 years. I
but
don't know.
But Sean, there's a far cry between the United States promoting democracy around the world and the United States randomly couing a country with the special operations without declaring war and bombing random fishermen in the Caribbean and the Pacific. That's like a fundamentally different foreign policy.
We have done such things before.
Of course we
I've
have.
Not on
just
this
yes,
scale,
we
not
I'm
with
have.
this
talking the last
intensity,
5 years.
I would
not this
say I
many
would
at
say we have
once.
not. Yes, that's agreed. Very much hyperactive. But that's what I'm trying to say is that it wasn't that what happened in Venezuela was something like new and radical in American history. We've done stuff like this before. All right. I think what it is just the absolute bluntness of it and their willingness to trumpet it as a big success instead of, like a lot of your Cold War operations were done as a more clandestine, like a dirty little secret underneath the bed or something. I think the bluntness of it is what's radically different. Not radically, but the bluntness of it is what is different here. But my point is that this is what Americans have been doing for a while. We didn't
Well,
just
hold
wait.
up. But th- this is actually a departure from the past 30 years of American history, and that's relevant, right? 30 years is a long time. Um, I mean, you in terms of interventions in Latin America, you can talk Grenada, which is not as big as this. You can talk Guatemala, again, not as big as this, not against as big of a country. You could talk Haiti,
Panama,
which was on the hold up. Let me finish the point.
Panama.
Haiti, sure. Well, hold up. I'm saying within 30 years. I mean, yeah, I guess Paramount briefly, but like the the
Well, you
the
mentioned Grenada.
the
Grenada's longer than what happened before Panama, so
sure, but
yeah.
Venezuela is a country of 20 million people. So we're talking oranges and apples here. That
Oh,
the biggest intervention that the U.S. did was that's relevant to sort of Venezuela and probably more definitely more consequential was Allende and Pinochet, right? Like that that was something that was done. That is sort of on par with what happened in Venezuela,
I mean,
like in
hell,
terms of a pure operation.
because I don't want to defend
No,
any of our
I'd
Cold
say
War.
Noriega and Panama. Noriega and Panama is much more relevant to
Because
this.
I don't want
To
to
this, really.
defend any of the actions the U.S. took during the Cold War in regard to Latin America, but at least in those instances when the U.S. did go in and do regime change, at least they did so with the backing of a lot of their allies on the grounds that they're fighting communism around the world. They had a rationale. It might not have been a good one, but there was
Yeah.
a rationale, a plan. Whereas with what we've been seeing the last year, it's kind of just acting on impulse and not worrying about whether someone is generally aligned with you or
Mm.
not, whether you can work with someone or not. It's just violence as a first resort just because. What we've
No,
seen
no,
is
no, 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 no. The fight against Venezuela has been going on for a while now, man.
it
They
has,
decided finally. Yes, it has,
but I
man.
know it
That's
has in
Biden
terms
was the
of
first one to put a bounty
rhetoric.
on. Dude, I'm sorry. Biden was the first one to put a bounty on that guy's head. If you go back to 2000, Dick Cheney and them were already pissed about what happened in Venezuela and were talking about it. You can make a
Yeah.
good bet that if it was not for 9/11, George W. Bush would have sent men to Venezuela. We would have taken
Well,
much more drastic
there are
action, but we
some.
were quite distracted.
There have been some
No, no,
but he
fundamental
did it.
shifts, though. So it's not just that he's still fighting some of the same people that his predecessors wanted to fight. He's going after allies, but also, how about this as a form of intervention? Remember when Trump bribed the electorate of Argentina this past year?
yes.
That's something that we've never seen before. There's never
Yes,
been
we have. We have
there's
done
never
that
been an
before. We've
explicit
heard
version
about
of
it.
that where the U.S. president goes on television and tells voters in another country, elect this party and get money, elect this
Yeah.
other party and get fucked. That's never happened before.
Yeah. Sean, it usually happened through agents. And I'm not saying the number of U.S. interventions in Latin America was pretty atrocious. I mean, pretty atrocious for a while.
Yeah.
Like, especially looking around the turn of the century, around 1900, holy shit. We had business people, like American businessmen, sitting down in Central America, fucking running these countries, right? So, like, and that
Oh
was an
yeah.
empire.
I
Those were
I
imperial
walk
actions.
by
So I'm not
the
arguing.
old United Fruit Building all the time. I walk by the old United Fruit Building all the time. I know this, all
Yeah.
right? And I
So
understand. Look. Sorry, I gotta say this, okay? I understand that when I say my black pills, that nobody likes to hear that because nobody likes to hear that it's powerless and pointless, okay? I know this, all right? But that's what I see. I do not see anything really particularly different in American history. You can say that Trump is a very bad PR version of this. In a lot of ways, so was George W. Bush. Now,
yeah,
was Trump
sure.
worse PR than Bush? Yes, most certainly. But, it's been said that one of the reasons a lot of people flocked to Obama, who are on, like, but for lack of a better term, the deep state, was because they needed a kindly face for the American empire. Now, I'll give Obama a little more credit than that. I do think he was trying to do some kind of inherent reform, much like Nixon in many ways. But I'm just not going to stand here and tell anybody that you're going to make this any better. You're
But
not.
but I want to challenge you on this a little bit. Like, so I hear you that Trump is bringing up parts of sort of American ideology and American imperial ideology that has existed for a long time. Like, he's McKinley 2.0, except for dumber, right? Like, much dumber.
Yes.
Now, now that said, I want to challenge you on this particular thing though. Look at the past, say, 4 presidents. You have Biden, you have Obama, you have Clinton, you have George W. Bush, right? I think Trump in 2025, and oh, by the way, you have Trump's first term, 2016, right? Trump 2025 is a major departure from the previous 4 presidential administrations. In a whole variety of different ways, right? Like, so I guess where I struggle with your argument here is that how is Trump both a departure and that this level of American aggression and stupidity abroad is inevitable?
First off, remember, I don't really think he's that much of a departure outside of things that are rhetorical and the fact that he has that bull in the china shop thing going on. All right. But that's always been my point about Trump. He's not really much of a departure. And, as the other YouTube guy says, Brian Black guy, continuity of agenda. That doesn't mean Trump doesn't have his own special stamp on it, but going through Venezuela, it wasn't like Trump woke up one day and said, "This is what I'm doing," and everybody gasped. They've been trying to do something like this in Venezuela for decades now. It's almost like with Trump, they just finally said, "You know what? Fuck it. Let's just grab the guy."
Well, Sean, that
You know,
seems like a contradiction. I don't know whether you differentiate between foreign and domestic policy in this regard, but I remember over the last several years, a lot of times you've said that Trump is a departure from the neoliberal order, and not
Yeah.
just in
no,
rhetoric.
I've not said that. No, I do not believe it that necessarily. Also, I'm only talking foreign policy here to
But foreign
begin with. But
policy and the neoliberal
departure from
order are pretty
neoliberal
tied.
order? No. Neoliberal order, I don't know. That one there's a lot of people say that thing's been dead for years. I'm not so sure myself. Although I do feel that if that is the case, what we have coming is much worse, you
Yeah.
know. Um which I never said neoliberal order was the worst thing ever. I didn't like it. Just didn't say it was the worst thing ever. But yeah, I know. I believe it's more of a continuity. And suppose I did say that in the past, Derek. Well, then guess what? If that was what I said 3 years ago, then I was fucking wrong. If it's in regards to this.
Yeah, I
I don't
mean, I
know.
guess to be fair, compared to the first term, it is very, very different, though. So,
Oh, there. Look, man. Like the Trump first term was a kind of incompetent clown show that really didn't get that much done.
Yeah.
You know, in the 2025, in terms of getting shit done for his wealthy backers and for the American empire, this is like he really is acting like I was like, you know what, I could die any day now. Carpe diem.
Yeah.
Whereas that first administration, it was just kind of a bumbling mess. Um, but I don't know. I just, until and I don't want to get into the whole thing about what happens with COVID, but you know, 2017 to 2019 with Trump, I'm not. He's a bad president, but I was always like, man, I'm glad nothing like really serious has happened in that 3 year period.
right, that we
Right.
didn't have to face any major
Right.
crises with him at the helm.
But
Right.
there are indications that he's really lost it in the last year as well.
Yeah.
That he's not always all there, that the briefings have become even lighter. In some ways, it's being said that the people around him are more in control than ever before. And one thing to keep in mind, too, this administration, compared to the last one, does not have nearly as bad a turnover rate with staff
Mm-hmm.
comparatively. Now, we got to be fair also. The only thing comparable to Trump's first term in terms of staff turnover being bad was like Bill Clinton's first 2 years. Was I think was the worst people had seen before, and that was just due to just general incompetence. And then after that, they tightened the ship up, and it really wasn't an issue anymore. Trump's first term, that was an issue the whole damn way to the very end.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um, and
No, I
the
agree.
fact that we're not seeing that makes this, I believe, uh, in a lot of ways scarier. I mean, if there's one thing in the past that was that I was never like, oh, people were like overplaying Trump as like a totalitarian. I always felt. Right now, I'm like, nope, 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 nope. The pieces are put in place, guys. Those kind of people talking about the way they talk about ICE and Palantir and the rest. I'm like, doesn't sound crazy to me right now.
well, yeah,
Yeah.
that another thing that I've noticed, because I know a lot of people are hopeful for a 25th Amendment invocation and getting rid of him because he's clearly unfit for duty. But given how loaded his staff is with loyalists, I don't think that'll happen, no matter how decrepit he becomes.
Well, yeah. No,
Yeah,
I,
yeah,
I
yeah.
agree. I feel like this conversation can just flow from one place to the next, given how much shit Trump has done over the past
How
year.
much? Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I want to just try to structure this a little bit so we can kind of talk about different sections.
Oh, of
Um,
Mhm.
course.
so so how about we stay on foreign policy and kind of finish it up and then transition to some stuff. So we talked about Venezuela. I thought that's sort of good discussion. But
Yeah.
that was not the only big foreign policy intervention Trump had, right? Like
Right.
there are lots of stuff that is sort of relevant here, right? So, I'm just gonna kind of start listing them out. You have the invocation of the 51st State Declaration, economic warfare against Canada. I don't want to get into tariffs yet, but
Mhm.
roiling that all together is sort of relevant. So, jingoism against Canada, the crazy Greenland shit. Um, I don't, you know, definitely Americans have been imperialists before. I don't remember a sitting vice president traveling to the country they want to annex and trying to have conversations with the local people about how they would be a wonderful American state. That's a little bit new. Um,
Yeah.
so you have
Yeah.
that. You have this weird on and off sort of economic warfare against China that starts and stops and starts and stops. Um, you have active sort of Trump sort of hatred of Europe generally, seeing Europe as the enemy. We should say here the national security statement that was released that apparently a lot of people in government pay attention to, both the National Security Council, also the Defense Department, that says that the United States needs to actively break with Europe.
Yeah.
and reorient the United States away from Europe. That is a massive, massive change from pretty much all previous presidents, in at least in the 21st century. Um,
Mhm.
so there's sort of a number of things there that are pretty relevant here. I think there's also some interesting things with the Middle East, with Trump being was American presidents were already fairly friendly with the Gulf countries, but Trump is almost upping that a little bit more, like very very friendly, like lots of friendliness with sort of UAE, Saudi Arabia, and of course his continuing alliance with the far right wing of Israel and Netanyahu. So lots of sort of important things to talk about here.
Oh yeah.
Also, the United States giving the green light to Israel to launch an air war against Iran. That is new and big, right? Um, so I wanted to kind of talk about Trump's foreign policy holistically.
Well, the Europe one, the debate I hear is between the degree to which this is a personal thing, because Trump does genuinely despise all those European leaders and believes that they played a part in him losing in 2020. And remember, that is something this man is dead set believing that these people robbed him in 2020.
Yeah.
You know, so that's true. But on the other hand, too, the other people say that the reason for it simply is that Europe is declining in economic significance. It hasn't been militarily significant for a while, and
Yep.
that America is just unloading its dead weight. And also, these European leaders, a lot of them, I mean, of course, a lot of people in Europe, like regular people, hate America. But as European leaders, I mean, they are they are intent on having American influence and largesse there. And it should also be kept in mind that America has made efforts after Germany and France refused to go to Iraq to make sure that European leaders are much more compliant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They are. I mean, these European leaders, remember, the thing on Venezuela, most of them said they approved, or they said nothing. Very
Mm.
telling. Very telling. So I don't know which one it would be with Europe, necessarily. I lean towards the latter with Trump's hatred of European leaders coloring it.
Yeah,
And
I
which is, I
guess.
guess, really my point is that I don't think Trump's a tremendous break from policy, but his own actions color all these situations and make them different than how they would have been under other people. You know.
I mean, that national security document is a massive break from previous U.S. foreign policy, and foreign policy experts have explicitly stated that.
The ones I trust most say it's not as big a break as it's being portrayed, but it does have differences. That's all I'll say. But go ahead. You go on with those other ones, man. You know more about the Gulf states, for instance, than I do.
I mean,
I just
I think a lot of it. I think a lot of it is that Trump is enamored by authoritarian leaders. He's enamored by leaders who have lots of propaganda about how they run the country by themselves. And he looks at Europe and he sees a bunch of parliamentary democracies which have a lot of negotiation in them, and he therefore sees these places as weak. I think that's basically what's going on here. Is that Trump himself personally has an authoritarian impulse, and he
well, yeah,
wants his foreign policy
CEO.
to respect that. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, yeah, I mean he is a CEO. He's gonna have an authoritarian impulse.
Yeah.
Um, I mean,
Yeah,
it's yeah. I mean,
and we have a
I mean
CEO
the other.
culture right now
I
that
think I want to say
encourages
this
that.
one.
Yep.
We very much
Exactly.
we very much I mean we have once I mean you have the popularity the well he started getting more popular years ago like Curtis Yarvin and stuff. I mean there's a whole group of people who tell you, yeah, democracy's a fraud, we need authoritarian rule. uh I will say real quick, I think the biggest break, the one that really to me looks like a true break, is Canada.
Yeah.
That's the one. 'Cause see, the rest of these, like Greenland, fucking Bush started talking about Greenland. I mean, he wasn't super aggressive about it, but think about it. The idea of taking Greenland was getting floated before, all right? But Canada, now that is something I've never heard before. I know that we did some tariff stuff with them in Trump's first term, but the kind of talk and the kind of rhetoric about Canada, and which should also be noted is why I do not have Canadians on my tours anymore. They are gone. They don't visit here anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, I get occasionally like, oh, well, had some people from New Brunswick a few days ago. They were great. But, when I looked at that, I was like, oh, great, somebody like from Canada. Because I'm like, well, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't see him anymore. And why would I? With the way he was.
Exactly. And it's a huge break, right? Because basically Canada, ever since it's been an independent country, has been a strong ally of the United States, right? Um, in some ways it's a bizarre going back to the founding, right? Like, I don't know, it's like we entered a time warp, and it was the 250th, right? So we entered the time warp, and what's the first thing Americans did upon de facto gaining their independence in 1775? Invade Canada, try to get Quebec, right? And Trump's trying to run it back, man.
I remember we also tried to get Florida also. We don't talk about that one, but they tried to get Florida around the same time. What happens though with the one thing I've been led to believe is that Canada was much more was closer to Britain and much more integrated with Europe really almost till the 1970s and 80s. And that apparently in Canadian politics in the 1980s, there was a big argument about, do we start favoring America more? And that group, of course, won out. So,
And
Canada, I
also
mean,
NATO
good relations with them, but Canada becoming more economically integrated with us, becoming closer to us, that's more of actually a product of around that time. Historically, it's a relatively recent thing. Your average Canadian would have seen themselves as being much more close to Britain in the 1950s.
Yeah. No, absolutely right. And that makes sense. Canadians and British people fought side by side in multiple wars, right? In World War I and World War II.
And I mean, like the place is partially founded by loyalists.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it does make a lot of sense, and I agree. Like, the economic integration in the later half of the 20th century is very relevant, right? And so, yeah, that is a huge break. The Greenland stuff is also a huge break. It really is. Because even when Bush was talking about it, that was like, hey, we have some U.S. bases in Greenland. Maybe we should station some more troops there, right? Like, that was not sable rattling with Denmark. Like, this is a fundamentally different thing.
I could see that point. I don't know, but I'm not going to go fundamental, but it is different. Okay. Canada is one to me though that is truly that's truly a fundamental about face.
Yeah, it is the biggest break of the Trump administration.
One characteristic of Trump that I see in both his foreign and domestic policy is that before he starts advocating for what he's advocating for, he declares whatever he wants to be an emergency. Every time. So Greenland we need as an emergency measure because otherwise the Chinese or Russians will seize it any day now. So it's an emergency. It has to happen yesterday.
That's how you get drastic shit done, man.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think he's kind of, we're seeing the boy who cried wolf play out at this point, though, because I think at this point everybody realizes that he just uses that word too much, and it doesn't mean anything anymore. He's killed the meaning of the word. But yeah, I mean that was his strategy, and so that also has damaged us internationally because now if you have the next American president who says there's an emergency, I mean, why would anybody take that shit seriously since literally Trump says everything's an emergency?
Yep. And I guess that also brings us to Liberation Day. Speaking of emergencies, right?
Yes. His greatest triumph.
Right. We gotta tariff those penguins, and those southern Antarctic islands. We don't want them taking advantage of the United States.
Well, that one wasn't actually that silly, but the tariffs though were pretty poorly done in a very ham-fisted way, especially in relation to China. Which I have to say that's a difference from the first Trump administration. Tariff policy in the first Trump administration was actually one of the only things I agreed with him on. It wasn't like it was much more calculated and there to make negotiations happen. A lot of this stuff just seemed over aggressive and vindictive.
Yeah, and just as sort of a reminder, and feel free to sort of add in here, the first Trump administration tariffed steel imports. That's relevant. There are lots of
Yeah,
like steel industries in the United States where, people work, right? And so the idea being there, okay, if you tariff steel imports, you might help the domestic steel industry. Like that's targeted, you can have a disagreement about it, but it's not like Looney Tunes. Whereas this is
yeah,
just
yeah.
kind of alluding to. It's tariff,
It was very
literally
amateur, very
tariffing
amateur.
commodities that the America doesn't even produce. Stuff like coffee, right? Like, okay, what are we doing here?
I think um, some of it's punitive against enemies. Okay, and at the same time, I think a lot of it was to bend, I mean, enemies, but also just to force other people to our will. And perhaps the Nicholas Solo idea is right then about Turbo America, or that um, America right now is acting more in that lone aggressive way. So we're talking about things with allies, right? Um, Denmark has been amongst European countries one of the most loyal to America during this whole
Yes.
century. During this whole century, you know, and this is the reward.
And and actually, this is the irony. Trump uses the rhetoric of we have to tariff our enemies. But if you actually look at the tariff rates that he is putting down, he is tariffing our closest allies more than our opposed enemies on a consistent basis. Like the tariffs put against Canada and against allies in Europe were more than the tariffs put against China.
Mm.
So it is kind of doing what Tarek was talking about. It is actively attacking our allies. It is destroying multiple alliances we've had around the world. And I want to sort of emphasize this as well. Like you talked about Denmark being a loyal ally, and that's true. They not only sent troops to Afghanistan, they sent troops to Iraq, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, we are talking about people who fought alongside Americans in wars that were stupid mistakes because they were such good friends.
The thing is, like, this goes back to the thing you said about Europe. What that was saying is that this is a view that Europe is dead weight and we can bully them anyway, so who cares? Because we're saying this about allies, right? Think about the
Mhm.
allies we're not doing things to. Okay, think about that for a second.
Which,
Is that
Like
what
Japan.
Israel and Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
Israel and Saudi Arabia. I mean,
yeah,
Which have
the two
somewhat
foreign
authoritarian
countries that
tendencies.
and the two well, I don't say that for Israel necessarily. They have different tendencies. They're not necessarily authoritarian. But that said, Israel and Saudi Arabia are also the two foreign countries with the most influence in America. And I think that's the part that I keep telling people is people are like, oh, they're angry about this, and they want to vote their way out of this. I'm like, look, until you fix campaign finance reform, you will get nothing done peacefully.
yeah. I mean, I think there is some degree of truth to that. These are huge lobbying organizations, and Middle Eastern countries have a lot of lobbying power in Congress. The UAE does, Qatar does, Saudi Arabia does. You know,
Yes,
I
these
mean,
countries. I think these countries really like crack the code on that. These countries we're
Saudi
talking about,
Arabia
the three you
literally,
named plus Israel, just said,
yeah,
buy them,
Saudi Arabia
right?
literally murdered an American journalist and completely got away with it. Like, I don't know about you guys. That made me fucking mad. That made me angry. I literally thought that like the honor of the U.S. was destroyed by that. Like not destroyed,
Yeah.
but like we lost face from that. We don't protect our own people. What's wrong with us?
I think there's a lot. By the way, I'm saying this. I'm not approving of what occurred because I don't know enough. But there was a bunch of other stuff going on there as well. But we also have to keep in mind that, um, such as our closeness to Saudi Arabia and such as the influence Saudi Arabia has in America, you know, that of course we really weren't going to do much about it. And beyond that too, I mean, what would I do? Go to the French and say the problem with you guys is you don't spend enough money buying members of Congress off.
Right. God.
Like, like, but this is kind of true. Like, if somehow France could spend billions on Congress, imagine all the shit France could get away with.
Right.
But
But of course they wouldn't, because France more shares our values, right? And I mean, and that's sort of another thing, and that's why I think this question about foreign policy is pretty important here. I- There is a debate within the United States, and always has been, as to should the United States support democracy abroad and make alliances with people who have similar values, right? um Reagan actually believed this stuff, right? That's why he was sort of engaged partially in the Cold War. He believed in promoting democracy abroad. George W. Bush believed promoting democracy abroad. That may have been a mistake, but he firmly did believe that. Even if though his advisors, were more about making deals, getting oil, that sort of stuff, right? um but that's like a fervent debate that we've had in American history throughout the entire 20th century.
Yeah.
Um, and so, that's relevant here. There's always been this debate between the idealists in American foreign policy and the realists, right? Like Henry Kissinger didn't give a damn whether the countries he were talking to, promoted human rights or democracy, as long as it financially and politically benefited the United States.
I also would like to say that amongst realists, there is a dichotomy between the aggressive realists, all right, and the
Yeah,
yeah. So there's a certain kind of realist who, like such as myself, who is much more horrified by these kinds of things. Um,
yeah.
yeah, but think about it though. Like what I would contend, Michael, is that France actually doesn't share our values. We are increasingly making our drift towards authoritarianism.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
So
that's where Trump wants to take us, right? Um, I don't think that's an inevitable thing, though, right? Like
he's
this is
too old.
contested.
He's too old. You got to think about the people around him are going to be the ones. All
Sure,
right.
but Trump's the guy who has the juice, right? Like Stephen Miller's not up there inspiring cultish, cultish behavior on behalf of millions of Americans.
That we know
Well, I
of.
mean, there's, well, JD Vance is, very much connected to the Peter Thiel, Curtis Yarvin stuff, you know? So, people are like, oh, Trump. And I'm like, what I'm seeing with Trump is not somebody who's going to make himself the authoritarian, and he's too old and he's losing his mind. But
Yeah.
he's setting up a lot of the appropriate systems to make this happen. But that's the thing is, these things go back to before Bush, but especially with Bush.
Actually,
I
one
mean,
Some of
parallel
them.
I forgot to point out when we talked about Venezuela briefly is Trump is basically talking about setting up a manager for Venezuela. So he's effectively repeating the mistake Bush made when he put F. Paul Bremer in charge in Iraq. So of all the things about Iraq that were fucked up, that was one of the worst. And that's one thing that Trump looked at and said, you know what? That's a great fucking idea. Let's appoint a
But
manager.
oh,
yeah, I mean, he
go
can
ahead.
say that. The U.S. has zero power over Venezuela right now. I mean, the vice president took over. The vice president's in charge. We'll see how long the vice president chooses to cooperate with the Trump regime, if even if there isn't cooperation. Right? Their first statement was "American imperialists get the hell out." So I don't know. We'll
I
see
mean,
what
even if
happens
they
with
do
that.
cooperate, you do have heavily armed militias down there. Um, and of course, invading such a country would be a true nightmare with jungles and mountains. Uh,
Yeah.
I would suspect, and then I just throwing this out here as an idea, that the template being followed here is less Iraq and more Syria, which I'm not saying is actually, if they are following the template, it's not a good one. But it's the idea that what you do in Syria is you just seize the important stuff and control that, and the rest of the country can just go to hell. Who cares? But as long as you've got
Or
the oil fields, it's fine.
or Libya, actually. I think Libya is even a better example here, because
Yeah,
the
yeah.
intervention in Libya did knock off Gaddafi, right?
Mhm. So I think there's like a Libya Syria thing with this is and
Yeah,
you know this I think one of the most important parts of this is that I was thinking about Venezuela at Bush, right? Bush could have done something much more boots in the ground oriented. I mentioned Panama earlier. That was definitely much more a classic military operation. All right.
yeah,
We
sure.
saw here, which is, commando Chuck Norris Delta Force raid, right? And blockading the place. And the reason for this is that, public American public support for war might in some ways might never have been lower than not be any I'm sorry, this might be the lowest it's ever been.
Yeah,
A whole host of reasons. All right. But the idea that these people have that they could like in other words, the only way right now for America's foreign policy, true, it's extremely aggressive under Trump. But the one thing it's telling is it is not resorting to ground force. It's saying, okay, we got special forces that are second to none. We've got great intelligence gathering. We got great weapons that we can use in specialized tactical situations. And we have the most powerful Navy in the world. Let's use all of those assets, lean on those as a way to defeat these countries. So, economic hybrid warfare. Economic hybrid warfare with a strong naval special forces component as
I
opposed to a classic military invasion, which I'm not saying you'll never see under Trump, but that seems less likely under him. And it doesn't seem particularly likely under any president in the foreseeable future, but not impossible. I'm not saying
yeah.
that.
It-
I'm just saying that the circumstances to make that happen, where it's even viable, are going to be very, very specific and difficult to pull off.
So I want to just pose a question to you guys really quick on foreign policy before we head to domestic policy, which I imagine we're close to. Um, were any of Trump's foreign interventions or escapades in 2025 successful?
Um, Not that I can. I know his famous claim is that he's ended 8 wars, but I've noticed that no one's ever been able to name any wars he's ended. So
Well, he's pretty thoroughly bumbled stuff with trying to end the Ukraine war. That's where I've seen a lot of
Hmm.
amateur hour stuff with diplomacy. Very, very bumbling. In fact, if anything, that might in some ways be some of the most embarrassing stuff around. If you really get into it, it's
right,
just
because
not
I
just doesn't
imagine,
feel it just isn't quite bombast and bullshit as the other ones are.
yeah, because I know when we talk about
Yeah.
that part
Iran,
of it.
look,
Oh, go ahead. I was just gonna say, yeah, when we come to that part of it, we'll have to figure out exactly what the hell his stance even is on Ukraine, because I'm actually not clear at all on where he stands on that.
He doesn't know. He's making it up as he goes along, man.
they one thing I think they want out of Ukraine, but he doesn't want it to look the way Afghanistan looked in 2021. I think that's what it ultimately boils down to. This is the one that gets me. Okay, we don't know in the case of Iran or Venezuela yet. My gut says because Venezuela that's only just started. I mean, this phase of it. It's only about a month old. You know, I would suspect that this will not work. Okay, in terms of Iran, in one regard, it's working like a motherfucker, and that is breaking that economy. That part is working. What
Yeah.
effect that's going to have? Now, what effect that has? I mean, is that actually going to achieve our goals, or do we simply just want to make the country into a complete basket case? Are we trying to do the Libya Syria thing all over again, but this time with Iran? But it should be indicated that in terms of just launching a pure economic war, when it comes to Iran, Trump so far is quite successful. But
I
that's only so far.
Yeah, I think that's largely accurate. For Venezuela, I think Marco Rubio's fuming. I think Marco Rubio thought he was going to get full on regime change. He didn't get it, right? Like Maduro loyalists are still in control of that government. Um,
I think they
but
think they can buy them off. I'm guessing. I guess my
yeah,
feeling is I don't know enough about Venezuela, but I mean, I would think that
no,
heavily
they're not
armed
going to.
leftist militias that don't like America may not be that compliant.
So I want to note something. So when the Venezuela thing happened, I did sort of a deep search for, what are pictures showing? Because we don't have a whole lot of, news from there, right? But what are pictures
Right.
showing? And I saw this whole thing posted by the AP and BBC of people celebrating the sort of American bombings of Venezuela, taking to Maduro, all of the pictures were from celebrations of Venezuelan immigrants not in Venezuela, right?
Yep. Oh yeah.
No one's
Some of
gathering
them were from.
pictures in
Some of them
Venezuela.
were old too. Yeah, some were
Huh?
old as well, man. They were for other
Yeah.
stuff. I mean, yeah, it was some pretty bad shit, man.
Well, it's just like
Yeah.
in
Like,
America, the different presidents since the '60s have claimed support for going after the Castro regime. All the people who are in favor of that, the actual only base for that are literally Cuban immigrants who got driven out. Nobody else ever
right.
really gave a fuck about Cuba.
Because we're talking about Venezuela, like millions of refugees from Venezuela, all across Latin America and the United States. So the people who are against the regime left. So who does that leave in the country? The people who
Well,
are not as against the regime,
well,
right?
that was the same thing. That was the same thing happening in Russia, like
Exactly.
2022. People were like, look, all these Russians fleeing. I'm like, yeah, Putin must feel great because all the people who don't like him are leaving. So
Uh-huh. Yeah. You
yeah,
you look at the Russian expat community in Georgia that really hates Putin. Hundreds of thousands of Russians living in Georgia now, who aren't in the streets in Moscow and St. Petersburg protesting Russian rule, right? Like,
yeah.
so yeah, I don't think this Venezuela intervention's going anywhere. Um I in terms of Iran, I think you are right about that. The question there is how much of this is the impact of Trump's policy and how much of this is Israel getting aggressive on Iran and Trump throwing his arms up and saying, do whatever the hell you want, Bibi, right? Like, that's kind of what's going on there. It's
It's
partially an Israeli policy here.
it's opaque to tell, but all these things we're talking about, and the season in Maduro, the way that it's done. I mean, we've done some shit to leaders, but of course, in there's ways very aggressive and upfront. But I think one of the ones that really we have to remember is that remember there were a bunch of Iranian negotiators, like we were negotiating with Iran.
Yeah.
Israel attacks, kills the negotiators.
Yeah.
And then our reaction now the very first day or two, because I followed the war like day to day.
Hmm.
But the very first reaction of America was, oh, we're not involved in this. Like I'm talking about day one, day two, roughly. And then Trump says, total surrender, like a psycho.
Yeah.
And I mean, that war was very much a bungled affair because the way the war starts is the Israelis get the jump on the Iranians because the Iranians were negotiating. When I say in good faith, I mean generally good faith. There's always going to be some chicanery going on, but generally good faith. Uh, the Israelis attack. They managed to kill a whole lot of people in the upper echelons of Iran. However, Iran was able to replace those people right away. Plus, the two main targets were not killed.
Yeah.
And within days, Israel's missile defenses are starting to be overwhelmed. And it's decided just to call the whole thing quits once America can do a face-saving thing about bombing an abandoned facility.
Yeah.
Now,
Right.
I'm a believer that that war, that particular war, Iran won the war. Now, they understand, though, that's just one war of many, or one flashpoint of many. And the situation with Iran is still ongoing. But I'm saying
Right.
that particular round of the flashpoint, Iran won.
Hmm.
It looked, but when I say they won, this wasn't some. We have to remember that most wars, I think the Gulf War in like 1991 really screwed people over, really screwed people's heads up. That was an aberration as a war. Most wars are much more messy. So Iran did take those licks in real early, and the
Yeah.
attack did expose weaknesses in Iran. So I think that actually what happened with that war was I say Iran won, but all three sides had to leave that conflict the rationally thinking we have pie on our face. The Iron Dome can
Yeah.
be overwhelmed. That's one. For the Iranians, oh God, our country has been thoroughly infiltrated by Mossad. And for the
Yeah.
Americans, there's not really much we can do, is there? Like,
Yeah.
by just bomb. So I think all three countries look at that and go, we've got problems here.
Yeah.
but Iran, I would say Iran, I say won that round, despite the awful opening for them.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's fair. Um, And then, I mean, the other sort of interventions that are sort of worth mentioning, yeah, Trump's attempt to create a peace plan between Ukraine and Russia, complete disaster, right? Like, I mean, I think just literally a week ago, there was a massive air raid on Kyiv that took out power. There have been Ukrainian drone air raids in Russian territory. Like, that war's still going on, no end in sight. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
the Seversk fell a few days ago, which Seversk is important only insofar as the Ukrainians, that position had been under attack essentially since July 2022.
mm,
And the fact that that fell is a really bad sign for them because that was also one of their strongest positions. Also, probably one of the reasons it fell was that one of the best Ukrainian units was there, but they got pulled out to have to plug a hole somewhere else.
yeah.
You know, a fall of a place like Seversk was one of these places that's like, the Russians had tried so many other times to capture it and just couldn't for a whole bunch of reasons. And the fact that it fell in the last few weeks, that's not like a decisive battle by any means, but it's a bad sign for the Ukrainians.
Yeah, I don't. Again, I feel like I've been very consistent in this since the war started. Yeah, there's going to be no clear victory here for Russia or for Ukraine. You're not going to see Russian troops in Kiev. You're not going to see Ukraine recapture Donetsk. Neither of those things will happen. I will happily bet either of you on those, any amount of money.
I mean, I think
This
the
is going to
war
be,
will. I think the war will end with Ukrainian tanks rolling through Moscow. So,
yeah, yeah, right. This
I,
will be a
in the
stagnating
year
front conflict.
2078.
Right.
I think there is. I believe this year, 2026. A war of this type was always going to favor the Russians. However,
Yeah.
okay, the in the last few months, the Russian economy weathered the storm of the initial fighting very well. There are actual cracks showing up, and I'm saying that because I would hear cracks showing in 2023. I'd look at it and be like, not really. But in the last few months, I've seen actual cracks showing in the Russian economy. And regardless of that, I mean, yeah, their economy held up better than almost everybody expected. But I'm inclined to think that you're probably right about Kiev. They're probably not going to go storming tanks through there. That being said, how close they get to the Dnieper is the big question right now. And I don't know. I would not be feeling too happy about 2026. And the other thing too is the negotiators Trump has sent to talk with the Russians are competent, and
Yeah.
competent might be a strong word, but they're over their heads at least. And at the same time, I mean, the way the negotiations go is the Russians say, "Well, these are the things we want," and then we go, "No," and then the Russians just don't budge. And I think the negotiations handled very poorly, and that's because essentially we want something we can't have, which is we don't want this to look like a defeat. Trump apparently is terrified of having an Afghanistan moment like Biden had, because apparently Trump looked at, I mean, this wasn't like played up with people, but apparently Trump looked at what happened in Afghanistan with Biden and thought, what a disgrace.
Mm.
And also, keep in mind, Trump's a guy who grew up in the Nam era, who saw the images out of Saigon in 75. That was giving people like him flashbacks, right? And I think so much of what he's trying to do is to just avoid a defeat more than anything else, or would appear to be a defeat. But
But
there's so many
but
different interests here that I don't know how they do that.
it's impossible because what Ukraine wants is guarantees that this is never going to happen to their country again. And what Russia wants is a if not a pro-Western, like if not a pro-Western regime removed from the Ukrainian government, at least having a centrist regime in the Ukrainian government, and that's never going to happen. These
Right.
are these are incapable. Like, these aims will never be resolved. The only way both sides come to the negotiating table is if they basically both decide that the cost was too high, and they cut a deal on to where the front is currently, which I think
But
will eventually happen. But
it's going to take one side, and it's going to take one side. The question then would be, does the pain of this war in Ukraine, which is severe,
Yeah.
Does that happen before the economic pain does start to hurt Russia? If there's no way for them to get out of the problems that seem to be emerging, that's the only way. Because the other key to this war from the very beginning is both countries, I believe rightfully so for both of them, view it as existential. And
Yes.
once you have that, negotiating your way is pretty damn difficult. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. And all the United States has done in 2025 under the Trump administration is burn all credibility to negotiate it into this deal.
Yes, and by the way, that burn of credibility is on both the Ukrainian and Russian side.
Yeah,
They have,
exactly. Yeah, that's right.
yeah,
Yeah,
no,
because
no, look, attacking nuclear facilities, assassinations inside of Russia, seizing tankers. None of these things are built to make negotiations work.
well,
The degree to which you want to agree or disagree with those methods, go right ahead. But every time these things would happen, which we know the CIA is directing it, I'd be like, that's not really going to encourage anybody in Russia to treat you as a serious negotiator to begin with,
And
And then, of
meanwhile,
course,
Trump is publicly embarrassing Zelensky in the Oval
yes,
Office and burning all of his credibility as Ukrainians as well.
yeah, and also the thing Trump's also trying to do, and one thing should be kept in mind too. This move was starting under Biden as well, and Trump's accelerated it. We stopped giving money to Ukraine and weapons. We let the Europeans do it with equipment they buy from us.
Right, right.
I mean, that's just, that's just a scam. But I did have a friend of mine who read Art of the Deal, and he said all Trump's Art of the Deal is trying to make sure other people pay for your stuff.
I mean, yes, yes, he is a scammer at
That,
heart.
that is the art of the deal. It's making sure other people pay for your stuff.
Yep. Yeah.
Anyways,
yeah.
I'd take a short break. If you guys want to go ahead and do some domestic policy, I'll be back in 10, okay?
Yeah. I
Uh,
mean, yeah, maybe we should go
well,
to corruption and
yeah, no,
Doge.
I would be glad to do that. I also need to take a brief break. I don't need a full 10 though, but I could use like 2 or 3.
Okay, how about stream? Let's do 2 3 minute break and we'll come back
All right.
with the Doge.
All right, we'll
All right.
come
When you
back
guys are
and
back, go and start. I'll be back in 10, maybe 15, but probably 10, okay?
okay.
Sounds good. All right. See you guys.
I have made like Douglas MacArthur, and I have returned.
Hola, by the way.
Hey, how's it going, Luke?
Uh,
So Luke, what do you think about the foreign events over the last year?
Let hate them all. Uh, I think I'm a turn into an isolation over time. I prefer the U.S. became less and less involved in foreign affairs. And to say the least, I despise basically every president in the last my entire lifetime, essentially. Uh,
Yeah, I know what you mean, man. I also do as well.
yeah,
Although, I mean, it
yeah,
does I do now have at least some limited appreciation for terrible presidents who had some minimal level of competence, or at least the appearance of competence. Um, because it turns out that even just the bare bones appearance of competence can have some benefits
yeah.
that we are currently
Well,
without.
well. Also, should note that's for the presidents I've had in my lifetime, starting with because I was born under Bill Clinton, and so 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 I've lived through at least two presidents who have been implicated in the Epstein files and may have not only been complete nonsense, but also may have eaten babies, according to these recent leaks. So yeah,
Yeah, no, we live in some fucked up ass times, man.
yeah, yeah.
Uh,
Shockingly, it seems like George Bush Jr. has not popped up in these leaks yet,
Yeah, it's interesting. You're
unlike his
right.
dad.
I did not expect Bush Sr. to pop up in this, so that was a surprise. And I haven't gotten to look through the latest revelations yet, but yeah, because I assume, because the thing is, like with the Epstein files, a lot of it's just his email. And so I think there is, you do have to look at that kind of carefully, because some of it might just be shit posting or inside jokes between friends. So I don't know exactly how seriously I want to take some of this more outrageous shit.
all right,
Yeah,
I'm
and
back.
some of this testimony may not be like fully honest, like stuff like the I'm not sure if the the stuff about the boat party where the elites were all maiming and murdering a baby and eating it, and also George W. Bush, H.W. Bush was there getting head from a 9-year-old boy. I don't think that was under oath.
Right.
What an insane time we live in.
No, and I mean
Uh,
that's one of the crazier things we'll have to talk about tonight is just the existence of the Epstein files and how much of a factor in politics that actually has been, how it is kind of a hidden driver even of foreign policy in some ways potentially. Um, I
yeah.
mean, holy fuck, or the recent revelation that, I mean, Epstein was on Xbox Live and got banned, which by the way is hard to do. But also that he was spreading shit on 4chan, that he was one of the original 4chan trolls and created some conspiracy theories.
Yeah, and also Ghislaine Maxwell. We already knew she was one of the original super mods on Reddit before she was arrested. So so they've had their hands in both 4chan and Reddit. So they've affected uh, the new internet landscape in vast ways we can not begin to comprehend. And also, apparently, he was also talking with Bobby Kotick and uh, and other guys in the gaming industry about microtransactions and such. So he may be So he's partly responsible for. It's just insane. Just this recent leak and just wow, he's just involved in every awful thing that's been happening the last few decades. Like he's had a hand in this pie for so long, and it's all and a lot of it is like just a lot of inconvenient shit. Like
Right. No, we live in times that, I mean, also, I guess one thing we'll have to talk about too will be how we now have a conspiratorial right and conspiratorial left. They live in different universes, but
They
they
all they
are,
do somewhat come together on Epstein.
but also they
Yeah.
they have, I mean, both of them have significant electoral power just because of their numbers, though. Like, these are no longer
I
fringe people.
I do when I can come back more fully. Epstein's the one that interests me the most because I actually view that as the most important story last year. um,
yeah,
but I did have to check real quick. Did you say Epstein recommend they do microtransactions?
Yeah, there was in the recent leak there was conversation between him and Bobby Kotick of Activision, talking about COD points and stuff, and like implementing more microtransactions in the game
Wait.
on
What
his.
year? What year is that email from?
I can't remember. I think it was like 2017, 2018.
All right. Okay. Like I'm gonna make a note of that. When I come back more fully and we get into that part of it, I'll thank you.
Yeah,
All right. Be back,
Yeah,
guys.
so
yeah.
so you're
I doubt
saying we
that'll ever
can
come back up again.
so you're saying we can thank Jeffrey Epstein for fucking up gaming.
He contributed to it. It's
God damn.
likely it's like just a whole bunch of other guys just a bunch of these execs just came to the same conclusions that he did.
I mean, one thing I do want to caution against though is that because I don't do much in the true crime universe in terms of viewership, but there is one guy who's made some outlandish claims where he's got a body count that is literally impossible, but a lot of people take him seriously every time he tries to add to his resume. And I feel like there is a danger of doing that on Epstein's behalf because we all know he was an evil piece of shit. So it's easy to believe anything about him, but there have to be some limits to what he did because he was just one guy.
Yeah, I know there are some fake screenshots going around. Like one that fooled me early on was this one about like Elon like begging to go to Epstein Island only for like Jelaine to message him back. It's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, we're actually closed. You can come back later." Like just trying to tell him off. Turns out that was fake. There's actual emails of him and uh and Epstein talking about him coming to visit St. Bartholomew's
Right.
or Little St.
There's
James or whatever it's called.
there's sometimes I worry with the Epstein files that I mean, he's a guy who said a lot of crazy shit constantly and did a lot of crazy shit. And I worry that sometimes that takes the focus off the very core things we know. Um, that we have a president who was confirmed on many, many occasions to commit sexual assault. He's probably almost certainly a rapist, and almost certainly sexually assaulted minors.
Yes.
And like those are things we know, right? Like that last claim we do not yet have hard proof on, right? But we have fairly good proof on that Trump was assaulting kids who were between 15 and 18, maybe younger.
Right.
And I don't want us to kind of overlook like because Epstein did a lot of crazy shit, and there are lots of sort of crazy theories about Epstein, but that core fact is, I mean, it's nuts. It's nuts that we have a president um, who there's a preponderance of evidence committed those actions, right? That is absolutely insane.
Yes, it is. I mean, it's also wild to me, speaking of how we have, conspiracy right and conspiracy left. The people on the conspiracy right at this moment, a lot of them voted for Trump, among other things, because they thought he was going to bust all the pedophiles, that he would protect the
Right?
children.
Yes.
Which is the most insane thing in the world, especially even with what we knew before 2024 election. Is still a goddamn insane thing to believe. But at this point, there are still people who genuinely believe that Trump is going to put pedophiles in jail and that he's actively working to protect kids, which is mind-blowing. That that's a possible opinion someone could have on any kind of scale.
Yes.
Man, you guys are you guys have way higher opinion human nature than I do. Because I know people who believe that all sorts of wild shit.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, to be fair, it's preponderance. I don't hear the Trump putting away pedophiles nearly as much as I used to. Now I hear these aren't very important, or it's a Democratic tactic, which is just total bullshit.
Well, Sean, if you want to get plugged into that sphere, just follow any of the people who claim to be psychic and or to have been involved with like secret space program stuff because all of them are hardcore right wingers and they all believe all of this dumb shit.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess the ones I follow who do some of that weird shit, they view Trump as evil as well at this point. Um, I don't know. I mean, maybe they did believe in QAnon, maybe they didn't. I always thought it was ridiculous. As Michael said, the preponderance of evidence is quite heavy. But always remember, so is preponderance evidence against Bill Clinton,
Yeah.
and that's why nothing serious will happen here because guys like Epstein are smart enough to buy both parties.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, there's a reason why this stuff was collated under Biden, but he didn't release this during his term.
but I guess speaking of,
Sat on this.
because we talked about a little bit about QAnon and the right wing conspiracy crowd. Just in terms of the left wing conspiracy crowd, I guess Blue Anon. I mean, they among other things think the ballroom is actually going to be a throne room for when Trump declares himself emperor.
Oh lordy.
So
I guess
Yeah.
being around more Blue Anon people, I have actually heard that one more often. But that's just who I'm around more,
yeah, I mean, because I'll give you that Blue Anon people are obnoxious, but the
Yeah.
QAnon people, I assure you, are worse.
Because
here's why.
I don't know.
There's one main reason. The QAnon people I know, they effectively, while being too dumb to understand what they're advocating for, they advocate for a fascist coup. Because they say that Trump is going to go arrest all the bad guys and it's going to be awesome. So he's just going to go arrest and kill people at random without a warrant. So a coup and violence that's illegal, and that's going to be great.
I mean,
I guess
not that I want to transition to this, but look at what ICE is doing. I'm just saying, like, they're getting a little bit of what they want. We'll talk about that.
They are getting a little bit of what they want, and also I believe the ICE stuff is. Honestly, I believe it's more of a test run for having ICE's the purview of something like ICE expand in the future. I think this is more just a practice run. That said, here's the one I guess is the Blue Anon people. Maybe more annoying, maybe as annoying, dangerous, maybe not as dangerous. But I guess my hatred for them ultimately is because of their raw stupidity, because they fell for corporate wokeness, and for that just makes me look at them and go, "You are the dumbest people I've ever seen in my life."
I mean, not that it's
so smart.
I mean, if we're having a competition, I mean, yes, corporate wokeness is a dumb scam to fall for, and it is embarrassing and pathetic. It's still better than falling for fascism, though.
Yeah.
Especially considering we have a literal channel on television that warns us about fascism every day. I mean, the History Channel for decades was just World War II.
At least the people who want the fascism kind of want the fascism.
Not all of them.
These types of people told me about how bad corporations were and then turned around and said, I guess they're on our side against Trump and in promoting diversity. And I'm like, all right, you guys are morons. I'm out.
I guess I just don't really, I don't know. I think those people just don't have a whole lot of impact. I mean, this from my perspective. I'm sitting here in liberal academia, right? Like, I have not really heard any of those thoughts. And I just don't think they're that relevant to American politics.
I mean, the thing is, like, there are a lot more people like that than there are people like us.
Blue Anon folks? Really?
Yes, there's a lot of, like, your average Democrat at this point, probably half of your average, like, everyday Democrats who are party loyalists. They're not really deeply committed ideologically. They're not into political theory, but they are into the party. A lot of your party loyalists at this point are Blue Anon.
And they believe that Trump is making a throne room in his new palace. Like,
quite a few of them believe that, especially if you go to like your blue collar or I would say faux educated Democrats. And by faux educated, I mean people with bullshit degrees like business. They're not really worldly, but they
weird.
Yeah, I mean Blue Anon is a real part of the base, just like QAnon is a significant part of the Republican base at this point. Like, these are not as fringe as their insane beliefs make them sound. They've got numbers.
Michael, I know multiple gay people and trans people who believe that camps are being built for them. No bullshit. No bullshit. Okay.
I mean, there are camps going on right now.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you, like, the priorities of the people in charge, gays and trans are way down on that list. Like,
I
pretty damn low. You know,
so
if
so
that needed
actually
to happen.
one thing I have noticed that's actually kind of interesting is there is a transatlantic discussion among trans people about fascism. And one sort of fascinating thing I've kind of learned from especially British trans people is that, the Labour government in Britain is way more anti-trans than even the Trump government or Republicans in the reddest states in the US. Um, and so I think there's a larger sort of fear developing among sort of trans people, honestly, transnationally, because of anti-trans policies that the Labor government's doing. Which I was surprised to sort of learn about.
Well, I'm not surprised at that with labor. But that's also because there's certain types of certain types of scandals that have happened in Britain, but also, and I mean, J.K. Rowling was the highest profile one, but
Right.
when people were talking about TERFs, over half the people they were talking about were British.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah.
so, I mean, what I don't know enough about it in that regard, but I saw enough of it to be like, okay, there will definitely be a backlash against that in Britain. I think in America, one of the things that helps with lowering some kind of backlash like that is just how large and diffuse the country is. Like you're saying
Yeah.
that you don't know any Blue Anon people, and I'm saying I most certainly do. I don't talk about politics because I like these people. I want to be friends with them. I don't want to talk about things because my view, I'm like, these people don't care about us. So I don't want to lose friends over a person supporting asshole A or asshole B. That's my view on it. If you give up friends over politics, I think it's a very silly thing to do for the sake of people who don't care about you. Now, that said, I do know because they'll let things out, or occasionally I'll just ask them their opinion without wanting to argue. Just be like, hey, let me take the temperature of the room. So I now, I wouldn't say this is the majority of the Democrats I know, but enough that I know where I go, wow, you guys seriously think that. But yeah, I just,
No, it's
I,
interesting.
sorry. Yeah, and to be fair too, like, you know, right wingers I personally know are of a smarter caliber, of course. And Luke here is always good to remind me about the ones that I'm not around. Thank you, Luke.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
will say, you guys talk about like QAnon and Blue Anon types. I really don't see like that. Like, what I do see in my few groups, a lot of midwit types. Like,
Ah, yeah,
Yeah.
I
I
know, I
mean,
know, I
because
know, I know a fair amount of
I mean,
midwits,
I
but
might
they cut
even
out
be
the.
slightly exaggerating the QAnon thing, just because. I mean, my mom lives in rural North Carolina, small town,
Mm,
and all of
Mhm.
her friends of her generation, all the Gen Xers, have gone completely batshit, fucking insane. I mean, they've lost
Yeah.
all touch with reality. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I see a lot of that. If you go to their Facebook feed, it's all QAnon shit all the time. That, or when they're
Eh,
not doing politics, they're still like going to psychics and shit. I mean, they've lost any touch with reality. There's no
eh,
connectedness.
wow.
and I think this really is this is something to talk about here. Was 2025 the year that social media got completely taken over by absolute insane people?
I
I
mean, I
mean,
feel
just
like
in
it's been
general.
hijacked for a while. One other thing that's come into vogue now beyond social media, I think the next big threat is going to be people spending too much time talking to AI and convincing
Yeah.
themselves of really fucking dumb shit because AI is meant to agree with you pretty much no matter what.
Yes,
No,
yes.
I mean,
create AI
Also,
girlfriends and
Michael, I would
shit, and like
say I would.
talk about them as if they were like actual people and shit, and have like it's very clear
Yeah,
that they're having like mental breakdowns. It's like horrible to like witness. Like, what the hell is happening? Like
yeah.
like even like the most uh dire like dystopian sci-fi like tale I don't think anyone predicted it would be like this. It,
But you never saw
yeah,
her?
I haven't. No, I have not. But
I mean, yeah, come on, he falls in love with an AI. You know,
Actually, one of the
uh,
random things I had for one of the breaks was for science fact is actually in San Francisco, 12 people have been hospitalized at a mental institution for AI psychosis.
Yeah.
what is
It's
So
AI
been a
psychosis?
it's not an official term yet for psychology because they haven't really coined one, but it's basically the idea of you lose track of reality and you lose the ability to remember who's a real person and who's not because you don't spend enough time around real
Wow.
people and you spend way too much time talking to
Mm,
chatbots.
yeah.
wow. Okay. I
It
do want
it
to
is
say,
a
Michael,
thing.
I do think social media lost its mind in 2016 and never really got it back. Although 2025 is a different vintage, I grant you that. Okay.
Yeah, because I
I,
mean, I feel
I
like
think it's
2016 there were a lot of douchebags and like smarmy fucks, and then there were trolls on the
Yeah.
right, but they weren't. Most of them on either side were not completely nuts. I mean, there were nutty people, but most of them were just assholes. I feel like this is different.
No, no, this is different. I think the 2016 thing was just when was definitively when social media became a site of misery, and there had already been some bad stuff leading up to that, you know. But I mean, yeah, it's kind of hard to explain to people how fun and enjoyable Facebook was like originally, and how useful it
yeah,
was too, you know. And
sure.
yeah, so 2016 was around the time I really started seeing people go like, this just sucks.
But I think in 2025, the degree to which these sites, I mean, you can talk about this with Elon Musk taking over Twitter in 2024, but extended into 2025. I mean, these sites being taken over by bots and AI was very substantial, actually. Um, and I
Yeah,
think
that's accelerating trend. But yeah, I've noticed it in YouTube comments. It's getting more.
I am very actively unplugging from everything right now, and honestly, been mentally better than I ever have in my life. Highly recommend. Get off
Oh
that
yeah,
trash.
I
It will
yeah,
brainwash you.
I pretty much unplugged. I think I have the Instagram and do this stuff on YouTube. That's it. I'm not on anything
Yeah.
else. I don't do anything else. I refuse to do anything else. It's a waste of time anyway. You know, better off reading. Um,
yeah,
Um, but anyway, I sorry. Go ahead, Luke. If you wanted.
yeah. I didn't finish my thought from earlier that what's baffled me about like the people I have known mainly through my family and their friends is just how out of touch with reality they are. And it's not like, oh, they're like frothing at the mouth kind of and out of reality. They just don't understand like what Trump's doing or just think that he's just completely normal. Like it's just another George Bush or Obama or whoever in
Yeah.
office. I have an uncle that keeps on ranting about all these crazy liberals and stuff. Like it's still like 2016 or something. And it's like you haven't heard anything involving like Trump and the like bragging about Rob Ryder's death or anything like that. It's like, what are you talking about? He's never said that. Or like
well,
it's
look.
very clear that they voted for him, but they don't know who he is somehow. It's it's
Well, I
it's
think there's
it's such a weird disconnect.
there's a Mark Twain saying about this, man. It's easier to fool somebody than to explain to them they've been fooled.
Yeah,
Right.
All right.
there's that.
Like, I mean, if you already invested in some of this kind of stuff, I don't know. I'm sorry. I guess having seen the depths of the Civil War talk forum, where people will openly just like say things like Grant had a high opinion of George Thomas, and I'm like, huh? And then you're like,
Yeah.
wait, okay. Now I know that's just a historical argument, right? But I mean, that's why I'm like, I don't really have any shocks about people and the cognitive dissonance. I think what's the bigger deal is not who is going along with it, but who is disagreeing with it, which is why one of those interesting stories of 2025 is like the, for lack of a better term, like I don't want to say right wing influencers, but I guess you can narrow it. I guess if you want to narrow it down to something, the Tucker Carlson versus Ben Shapiro type of fight, where that there is like the fact that isn't that some people will say like, oh yeah, Trump's the greatest and keep with it. It's when certain people go like, wait, I have problems with this, and where there's a definite split within that community, that's very very telling to me. Which is
Mm.
that and among other things is a leading reason why I think that the midterms are just really will definitely be a Democratic steamroller.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
because I mean, it's a dude. They're arguing with themselves. The Iran War had cheerleaders, and those who were like, "What the fuck are we doing?" And you gotta understand something too, though. This right wing I'm talking about, pretty well unified in the Biden years, but of course, having an enemy will unify you. You know,
and I
but
think
it's actually the picture.
and I was gonna try to transition us to Doge, but to be honest, we could talk a little bit about the Charlie Kirk assassination and the divisions within MAGA, right? That
Yeah.
we are seeing under Trump. I mean, and I think this has been the sort of interesting progression of 2025, right? They come in under Trump fairly unified. They think Trump is going to be some sort of God Emperor King, and everything's going to go great.
New
They
golden
get a little
age.
high,
He's bringing a new golden age. Remember, he's bringing a new golden
yeah, new
age.
golden age. They get a little bit high on their own supply, and then by the middle part of 2025, they're arguing. You are seeing differences between the sort of Nick Fuentes side and the Ben Shapiro side. Like the neo Nazis and the I guess I don't even know what to call them anymore. I guess Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying the American Firsters. I mean, whatever. Um, you can't really call them more moderate. I guess the MAGA establishment would be a way to put it. Um, and those divisions have only grown over time as Trump has lost his popularity due to all these sort of stupid decisions he's made. Um, People that I feel like Trump's base is looking at the situation and they realize they have an ailing, decrepit, now unpopular president, and they're starting to vie for power. Like this was the year when the right wing started to fight each other to succeed Trump effectively. And yes, it never looks good
Also,
politically when your side is fighting.
I think it's not just about power in this regard. It's also a fundamental belief about where the country should go.
Yeah.
Essentially, most of the anti Ben Shapiro people, to one degree or another, believe at this point that Trump is an Israel puppet bought by Miriam Adelson. And
Jesus.
that's why one of the most severe critics of Trump, who's a right winger, he says he's sensible center. No, he's a right winger, academic agent. He has what he calls Trump's law, which is everything Trump does is he does for Israel.
God.
And
And that's
oh,
really
oh
a
no, I mean, this goes back to the Epstein thing. This is why I think Epstein's story is the biggest story of the last year, because this cuts in so many different directions, you know. And what that and the Gaza war has led to, in one regard, is me seeing anti-Semitic conspiracy theories have a level of popularity I've never seen in my lifetime.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I've seen them pop up in what I could call the damnedest places. So when you mention the thing about microtransactions, in the last few days, I have seen a comment that Jews are responsible for the failure of the Atari Jaguar. Okay.
What?
Because the guy in charge of Atari at the time was a Jewish businessman who was like he was simply just he was one of these guys who just plundered companies for money. He ran the thing very poorly, and he is a reason why it failed, right? But it's not just saying like this guy's the reason it failed. It's saying no, this Jewish guy is the reason that it failed. That's the big difference. And the other one is I've also seen that this one's even more outlandish. And not this is by the way, this is not some okay. Let me explain. This opinion I'm about to give you is not a popular opinion within this particular group, okay? But I've seen it said before. So you got those people who believe that the angry video game nerd declined because he sold out. And some people say he sold out to Jews. Now, a lot of people, no. However, that's some shit I wouldn't have seen 5 years ago. I
Yeah, I
really
mean,
wouldn't have.
I'm pretty sure with James Rolfe, he just kind of got tired of doing it, and also had a kid, and the kid, I think, for a while had some health issues. I'm pretty sure that's probably what that was
Yeah.
about.
Oh, there's a bunch of stuff to it. The movie didn't work out, although I was told he got better lately, and they're right. I've been watching his stuff again. The stuff he's made in the last 2 years is kind of returned to form, or at least it's decent stuff. So, but 5 years ago, they're right. He was sucking. It was pretty bad. But you're right. He's got other things going in life. Also, it's shocking. This dude's been doing this since what, 2006? I mean, thank God, it's like one of the first YouTube videos I ever watched was like Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest.
Yeah,
But the
because I mean,
point
if
I'm
you
saying,
produce content at all, I mean, there have to be down periods. I mean, like fuck, you even think about
oh
pastors,
yeah,
academics, whatever. I mean, there are a lot of professions where you have a performative aspect, and they have built-in sabbaticals and leave periods, and those are there for a reason.
oh, George Carlin said that because he was very popular in the '70s, and he pretty much tapped out in the early '80s. He had his second wave of popularity in the late '80s, and he said that he's like a lot of Americans think you got to be on top all the time. He's like, I just need a break, So yeah, I get that. What I'm saying is that um, you understand that like at this point, decent sections of America right now think that Donald Trump is controlled by Israel.
And I want to emphasize just like this is scary stuff. This is scary stuff for American Jews. I go to synagogue every Friday, sing in the
Hmm.
synagogue choir.
Right.
Um, those these fears are real among our communities. And it's not a question of this isn't just academic, right? Like, I mean, when we look at the real sort of anti-Semitic attacks and the United States and around the world, they increased. You saw a huge anti-Semitic attack, shooting of Jewish people in Australia this past year. One of the worst shootings in recent Australian history. You saw an arson attack on Josh Shapiro's governor's mansion in Pennsylvania, prominent Jewish politician, right? You saw a Holocaust survivor attacked literally like with bombs and burnt at a public march. Um, it's a really bad sort of situation for people right now. And
Well,
I mean,
it will
and I
only get
want to
worse.
say,
And
and
I've seen
it probably will only get
you're
worse.
talking about what you're talking about. I've seen with my own eyes in the streets in New Orleans. So this isn't just a comment section thing, you know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean,
to
I know
get,
a
but
lot of friends. I know a lot of friends myself that have like gone from like uh not like pro-Israel per se or like anti-Semitic in any way. A lot of people that were like when October 7th occurred, their initial reaction was, "Oh, this is a tragedy. This is a complicated issue. There's issues on both sides." And I've seen a
Mhm.
lot of these people go and slowly go say, "Oh yeah, no, this is all Israel's fault." Uh, Not a lot of like any anti-Semites out of that group. I have one, but
but how
but
about
yeah,
this though?
but it's
Yeah.
n-
Well,
it's notable
this
just
will make
how like how much I have seen this notable like shift in public perception.
And I want
which
to
is why
remind
Epstein's.
folks,
Wait. The guys get this. I gotta get this out here. This is what the Epstein thinks important with the stuff that was released recently. Okay, because in those emails, it is very very clear this man's a Jewish supremacist. So what I'm trying to say is that shit like that is only going to make this worse. All right.
Yes.
I just don't like. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
and the actions of Larry Ellison. And what? I mean, Barry Weiss Free Press being, bought for that much money and they're just put in charge of CBS News. You have to understand, these people have lots of ammunition that they're firing around all over the place. And what I'm telling you right now is when I see the debates between those who say that Israel runs our foreign policy in the Middle East and they own Donald Trump, the people who say that's not true are losing the fight online. They're
it,
losing the war. And this, when I looked at this Epstein stuff that recently dropped, I was like, I've already seen numerous people who have been more on the fence about this stuff do what you said, Luke. Like I've seen several of them go like, no, they're right. Israel controls America.
it, the best thing that could happen for Jewish Americans is for the Democratic Party to break with Israel, frankly. Um, because it is Israel's actions that are putting a target on Jewish Americans.
Yes,
and
exactly.
making them vulnerable to white supremacists and to anti-Semitic attacks. The other thing I really want to mention here, because it's very relevant to what happened in 2025, people forget the Pittsburgh Tree of Life synagogue shooting. That was because that synagogue specifically tried to help out immigrants. That's why. It was shot up by a white supremacist who was also an anti-Semite, who was an anti-Semite, who believed anti-Semitic theories that Jews want to open the floodgates and allow immigrants to come in, and the whole white race replacement theory garbage. These things are tied very closely together in American politics. And so it is worth. I mean, I agree. Sean, I am worried about this, right? And it's worth to know, like, it's worth seeing who wins this sort of battle between the sort of Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson, because if it's the Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes group, and it's the fucking neo-Nazis who take control of a prominent political party in the United States, that is scary. That is very scary.
I will separate Carlson from the other groups of that. I think what Carlson wants, what he says he wants, and I essentially actually think, because he's tied to the CIA. I think there's a faction of the U.S. government, and Carlson's in league with these people who look at Israel and go, "We don't hate you, but you wield too much influence, and now you're a liability." Okay. However, yeah, Nick Fuentes, yes, most certainly, most fucking certainly.
Yeah,
I mean,
Nick Fuentes is a little Nazi.
Yeah, he's also just a fucking dweeb anyway. I can't stand the guy, Like,
Yeah.
it's not even just disagreeing with him. I'm also like, I don't know. I don't get why people follow him sometimes, But that's just me. I mean, it was the same thing with Ben Shapiro when he got popular for a minute. I was like, what the fuck is this? This guy's got no charisma, He just used a bunch of cheap debate tactics on idiots.
Right, he talks fast. But
Same deal.
the thing is,
Same deal with Charlie Kirk.
yeah, I
You
mean,
could say
Yeah,
well, speaking of Charlie and the Nick thing, I mean, because it is funny how they're all fighting for the memory of Charlie Kirk, as if that's like some super valuable asset. I remember when he first got shot, right wingers were all talking about him like he's this great martyr, and also so many people online pretended that they knew who the fuck he was. When I guarantee you
oh yeah.
that most people over the age of 30 had absolutely no idea who this man was, and yet,
I will say one thing. That Kirk thing was overstated. You're right. But I will say one thing. He was a bit more of a unifying figure on the right.
Right.
Like if
Yeah.
it had been Fuentes who got shot, this wouldn't be the same sort of thing. I'll say that
right.
for him, Kirk. He
And I
had
don't
some of a
think
unifying aspect.
And I don't think it's a coincidence. You started to see divisions between these two sides after Kirk was killed, right?
That accelerated it. The divisions really kicked in with two things: Iran, the 12-day war, and Trump saying, "Epstein, why are we talking about this guy?"
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Which leads me to another thing too, though, Michael. Beyond the anti-Semitism part, which I also take very, very seriously as well. Okay, because reading today that somebody made an argument that the Atari Jaguar was destroyed by the Jews made me go, "Holy fuck!" All right,
That's insane.
the Atari Jaguar was destroyed by the Jews, and then you mentioned, Luke, but I think the microtransactions. I'm going to start seeing that now. They're going to be like, look, the Jews arranged for microtransactions.
Yeah, because that
And
kind of thinking is whenever any Jewish person does anything wrong, it counts as all Jews. Whenever a Jewish person does anything good, it doesn't count at all.
yeah, that's a lone it's a lone individual who broke away from the tribe. That's the narrative they'll say. Here's the other one though. Beyond the Jewish part, is that Epstein, of course, has this giant network of people. Okay, and it is very clear that, and I heard you say this earlier, Derek, while I was moving stuff around here, that there's going to be a thing where people overplay his influence and then start ascribing things to him they didn't have. And obviously, the man did have some limited influence because what do you know? He got murdered in jail, right? Now, what happens is there were limitations on his influence, but no matter what, this was an influential man who knew a lot of people and was arranging meetings and was involved in major business affairs and had been for a while. The guy was involved in Iran Contra, all right? That's how far back this shit goes. Well, further than that, but that's one of the big ones, one of the first big ones he's involved in. The worst thing, the other thing about this too, is that the reason this Epstein story, when it happened and has not gone away for years, think about it. COVID's already gone for most people, but you keep hearing about Epstein. It's not just the salaciousness of it, it's because it gets to the heart of the matter that everybody knows that the people in charge have been bought and paid for. And now it's not just that, but that some of these people have been involved in truly horrific acts. Now, beyond that, and people are still combing through these new drops, and some of this stuff is just allegations. But this new stuff, dude, you got allegations of torture and cannibalism in there. I'm not saying that I'm not saying cannibalism happened per se, all right? But you got some wild shit people are already pointing to. So I think that I mean, this story just it doesn't go away. It keeps on going. And that's because it also really does get to the heart of the matter. And you're right, there is a bipartisan thing to it. That now, granted, I know Republicans who are making excuses for ignoring this sort of stuff, and there are other people who have other concerns. But this is also this is what makes this story big. I think is its bipartisan appeal. Republicans and Democrats I know are disgusted by this one.
Yeah, it's one of
And
those things that's like what everybody's been talking about for the last probably 2 years at this point is the Epstein files.
Well, remember when he first dies in 2019, right? I mean, and at that point, it's a bit of a background thing, but it's a background thing that is just not gone away. I mean, there were Epstein jokes in the 2020 Mardi Gras parades.
worth
Okay.
to know that there's only half the files. The DOJ still hasn't released all the files in violation of current congressional law.
And on top of that, the ones they have released are still like heavily redacted, so a lot of conspirators and people in like VIPs have their names redacted, even though like some of them like some of these are like requests to Jeffrey to kill people or stuff, or like
Yeah.
them like blatantly asking for another young girl for services or something blatantly obvious, and it's
Oh God,
very
dude, and all the pizza references. You know about this?
yeah.
I mean,
It turns out
oh no, no,
Pizzagate was real.
no, Pizzagate's back, baby. Pizzagate's back, baby.
It's
But
back, but it involves completely different players.
but I just really like I think we have to be careful with these Epstein file releases because the DOJ has a lot of power to redact these. They are releasing the file. They have. Oops, I lost. There we go. They have to release some files, and they're releasing files in targeted ways. And I don't know. Anyway, I just have like a lot of the stuff you guys have been talking about with the Epstein files with the latest release. I'm just hearing about now, and I'm almost like a little skeptical of it because I'm like, did they just leave in super salacious stuff to try to distract a little bit from the core parts of the files, which again, I just want to really emphasize this, right?
Oh, I believe so. Oh, yes, most certainly. Limited hangout, right? I mean,
Like,
yes, most certainly. Uh, but some of the more salacious stuff is reports to the FBI, and if you report something to the FBI, it must be logged. You
right.
know, which is why
And again,
I didn't go up and say like, "Oh yeah, man, there was definitely cannibalism." I'm just saying that there's some wild stuff in here. You know.
and it's distracting from the fact that in 2025, a good preponderance of evidence was released that shows that the president is almost certainly a pedophile who sexually assaulted and raped young women, right? Like that is a fact that came out in 2025.
Oh, there's the latest drop corroborates that even further with even worse stuff. It looks like
Oh
we're
yeah,
talking
and
like we're talking like murder, man.
Jesus. That's
yeah,
just
Yeah,
yeah.
no,
anyway.
The hearing about apparently there's a high chance that if you go over the Mar-a-Lago golf course with radar, you're going to find a lot of bodies buried underneath. From the implications here, well,
Yeah. I don't
yeah,
know.
no, I mean,
I just feel like we have to sort of remind ourselves that because it's just anyway.
oh yeah, no, no. I mean, look, enough of this shit's redacted that it's pretty obvious in that regard. But I this is a big one, and it's not going away, and it's rotting things away rather
Yeah.
quickly. And also, I don't know of any other time in American history, except maybe the Trump first administration, with the Russia stuff. But the thing with the Russia stuff was that that didn't really go anywhere, and one half of the political spectrum really didn't believe in it anyway. And I mean, one of the reasons I didn't believe in it is that if he was a Russian spy, how come you're increasing the military budget and doing all this other stuff? But that being said, that was bad. But this one is cutting much deeper in terms of delegitimization, but not just of Trump, much bigger than Trump.
Yeah.
Delegitimization on a whole high level. I mean, and also like, think about the other random people who just now look bad. Noam Chomsky, Mick Jagger. I mentioned Mick Jagger because
Yeah.
way back, Mick Jagger, they found his name in a book, and Mick Jagger said, "Oh, I didn't know the guy. I never met him." Right?
Mm.
And then people were like, "Oh, well, somebody like Epstein could collect people's names in a book. It doesn't necessarily mean he was in contact with them." And to be fair, that's true. There are people who do just collect names just to have numbers on hand, right? Then the photos come out with Mick Jagger hanging out with them, several of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have to look at the way Noam Chomsky reacted to it. The Bill Gates stuff looks worse and worse with all this.
Yeah, because his
know?
ex-wife came out and said he's got a lot to answer for, and of course she divorced him.
Yeah.
And when she was divorcing him, there were rumors that he had been involved with some shit with Epstein. So,
exactly. And then
I've seen
Bill and
some
Hillary say they're
speculation.
going
I've seen some
Yeah, Bill and
speculation about the Bill Gates thing that the reason why he was actually banned from Xbox was because Bill got contracted an STD from one of Epstein's girls, and that resulted, and they got into an argument because he wanted to give Bill's wife antibiotics in order to cover it up.
it's an
Yes.
interesting coincidence of sorts, but a few years back when I was in Georgia, I met with one of our fans who was an older guy, fairly well off, and lives in a building where Bill Gates has a property. And he was telling me, he didn't give me any details, but he told me that Bill Gates is a filthy man and he wanted to buy him out and kick him out of the building in some way. And that he was trying to like organize his neighbors to buy him out. So I don't know exactly what the rumors are, but I know they're really not good.
Yeah, man. Fuck. There was now it's getting confirmed that Elon Musk visited the island.
Yeah,
And
yeah. He did not deny the emails were fake when he started
Mhm.
doing damage control on Twitter.
Yeah, I know. This is
So-
fucking horrible.
Oh, and
So
I
I-
love his defense was that like, oh, I wouldn't have associated with that creep. If I wanted to be a pedophile, I would have done it way better than he did. That was his
So-
fucking defense.
So I do want to transition to some other stuff that the Trump
Yeah,
administration
let's.
did.
I
I feel like we went
think-
down a little bit of a rabbit hole.
I do want to
Yes.
say the only thing I want to say about this is that even without this like recent dump, even without the Epstein files, I think there's enough rope to hang this administration, like as is just
Yeah.
with the other stuff happening here. It's just this is just the icing on the cake.
I think
Yeah,
there might be a
also-
little too much. There might be a little too much blackmail from between groups, though, for it to get too effective. It's been said that a lot of times when one group or the other wants to go after the other one, they're like, "Well, we have our own receipts." Kind of like how Bryan Singer was able to avoid stuff because he taped everything. So, yeah, no, Michael, a hell of a rabbit hole, and that's just what happens with this stuff. But that was honestly the main thing I wanted to talk about, just because I consider that the biggest ongoing event of 2025, whose tendrils seem to go everywhere.
No,
Yeah, certainly-
it's a big one.
It certainly
I
cast a
feel like
pall.
the. Oh, sorry. What?
I said it certainly colored everything that's happened a little bit, and everything he's done has been colored in some way by these accusations, and Trump's desperation to move on from them.
So I feel like the two other ones, or I guess we could say three other ones here, are ICE
Yep.
and immigration enforcement and actual literal harassment and targeting of American citizens. The Doge and the destruction of government capacity, active destruction of government and looting of government. And then a larger question that kind of pulls together a bunch of different things on authoritarianism and rule of law, active ignoring of court orders, active attempts to consolidate power, And I agree with Sean here. They were attempts, and they are largely destroying things as opposed to actually successfully consolidating power.
Yeah.
So I didn't know where we wanted to begin, but
Well, I think we should start with Doge because he did that pretty much right out of the gate. So I feel like that's a reasonable starting place.
yeah. So no, I mean, let's talk about Doge, and I definitely want to talk about Doge and Ice before I have to leave, and I have to head out around 11. Um,
Yeah.
so on Doge, I mean, he basically invites Elon Musk to come into the government and or come into the White House and run almost like a shadow government, an illegal shadow government, essentially. Um, he appoints Elon Musk as sort of a sort of a officer of the White House, even though that even legally that actually doesn't even directly go through. Kind of hand waves it a little bit. Gets caught from some judges doing that. And Musk starts directing his underlings, who are often 20-something-year-olds, to walk in to um, governmental buildings, access governmental data, and start doing whatever the hell they want with it. Start purging it, start randomly firing people, start siphoning funds from these places into different separate bank accounts. I think it is a sort of active looting of the government, an active destroying of the government, that goes against congressional authority, right? Like the way our republic works is that Congress, you know, uh, gives money to these agencies to be run, and the executive branch has the right to, determine how these agencies are going to be run, but they don't. The executive branch does not have the legal authority to unilaterally disband agencies. But that's effectively what happened in 2025. USAID ceases to exist, right? USAID is an international aid organization set up by the United States government, provides millions and millions of people with aid around the world, but not anymore. It is effectively destroyed, and it was illegally destroyed by the president against Congress's authority. Um, but a bunch of different agencies are affected, right? Department of Education, Health and Human Services, fundings for the National Oceanographical Center, bunches of different agencies. The FDA especially was targeted. Lots of people were effectively fired, or paid to not work for months on end, and then encouraged to take early retirements.
Yeah. And not to mention, we had the weird
Uh,
spectacle of having government meetings presided over by a guy from Zoom who called himself Big Balls.
Yeah, that was a weird one, right? Like,
Yeah.
so I mean, this was a straight up attack on the constitutional powers of the United States and on government generally. And I think the way to think about this and the way this ties in with questions of authoritarianism is I think that Trump and his advisors, especially folks like Stephen Miller, thought that the civil service prevented Trump from doing what he had the right to do as the president. These guys believe in the unitary executive theory, the idea that the president can effectively act like a king and rule over us and do whatever the hell they want. And presidential authority is basically unlimited. And they look at the Trump's first term, where civil service did kind of slow roll some Trump initiatives, right? Um, and was kind of sand in the gears of the Trump administration. And they're like, we got to stop this. We got to purge people out of these civil service departments, and that's effectively what Doge started to do. Interestingly enough, after Doge was sort of disbanded, after the breaking between Trump and Elon Musk, which is unsurprising, that was always going to happen. Trump always betrays powerful people who are close to him because he's worried about their power, right? Like that's just what Trump does. Um, Even after that happened, they do the same sorts of purges in the Department of Defense under Pete Hegseth. And one thing to know, what enabled that sort of coup in Venezuela, purging U.S. Southern Command, which were generals were adamantly sort of against this. They lose their positions. They put in patsies who are going to effectively follow their kind of crazy rules and crazy orders.
Yeah, and it's worth noting too that there was a Supreme Court ruling. I believe it was in 2024. Maybe I think it was 2024. Anyway, effectively, what it said was that a president can't be prosecuted for anything they do in the line of duty. So part of the
Right.
reason why Trump's willing to do literally anything, including Doge, is because being the selfish person he is, he knows that while there are people who can fall for this, he's not one of them. So he's just gonna do whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean exactly. This president has been enabled by the Supreme Court, um, to you know, in there's clearly a majority of the Supreme Court that believes in unitary executive theory, and they're allowing Trump to do illegal crap constantly in government.
I mean, I wonder if
Uh,
they're regretting that now, because I remember, I forget what he threatened them over, but it was as early as January of last year, maybe February, he started threatening them over something. So, I mean, immediately he turned on them, even after they
yeah,
handed him the golden platter.
no, I mean
Do you think it was? Do you think it was for the ice stuff?
I believe so, yeah. It was ICE or National Guard deployments or one of his,
I,
less than legal initiatives.
I think it's
That's
about the
something
Fed.
involving many.
I mean, it might have been over the ice stuff, but I think I think it's more that Roberts and Barrett and and Gorsuch, the non, I'm not going to even say ideologues. Gorsuch is an ideologue, but like the non, like literally just like empty suits, like Alito and Alito and Thomas are the empty suits, that we're just permanently wedded to the MAGA agenda, right? um I think they are super concerned about Trump going after the independence of the Fed, frankly, because they are rich people who do not want to lose money.
Yeah,
That is it. They want to have their retirement.
right.
uh,
So yeah,
so
it's pretty wild with the way that Doge shook out, and then also that also it's funny because the way that it was pitched was that no one has ever done something like that before and tried to cut fat from the government, which is funny because
right,
there's this thing called the Government Accountability Office, and that's literally what they do, and that's an existing thing that's been around for years.
and like, who did Doge go after? Doge went after lots of ethics departments and accountability departments in these different federal agencies, right? They went after the
Including
IRS too.
one of the few parts of government which is purely good, which is the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I mean, they gutted
Yeah,
the shit out of that.
yeah, that's exactly right.
What a surprise.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry.
and that's what Doge was. Doge was, for Trump, a tool to attack the civil service so he could consolidate forms of authoritarian power. But for Elon Musk believed in this idea of running government like a business, making the government run super efficiently, and clearing the way for his companies to get great government contracts effectively. Um, and inevitably, those two ideologies were going to clash, and those two ideologies clashed over electric car subsidies,
Hey, but
which
but don't but
Republicans in
don't
Congress.
But don't worry, Michael. Corruption can cut multiple ways because now Jeff Bezos is kissing the orange ass to try to get contracts for Blue Horizons. But
Yep.
anyway, speaking of the Musk Trump fallout, there's an interesting theory I've heard about that. And it goes something like this. So Elon obviously gave a ton of money to Trump in the election. And Trump was convinced that Elon was the reason he won. He actually thought for a while Elon might have rigged the 2024 election. And then when Elon endorsed someone for some race, some special election, and they lost, then at that point Trump realized that Elon Musk wasn't in charge of everything. And so then he started to just bully him like he normally would. But before that, he was kissing Elon's ass because he thought Elon basically did magic.
That's a good theory.
There's also, I mean, because Elon also believed that too, like genuinely believed that. Like that's why he blew up on Twitter. One of the other tweets besides accusing him of being on the Epstein list was him saying, "I won you the presidency," essentially.
Yeah.
Like just straight up saying that.
Yeah, it's almost as if relationships between two egomaniacs, it's not
Which
bound to
keep in
last.
mind the fact that that he tweeted that out and there was no investigation into that is just pretty egregious, considering that that's like
Yes.
like an admission of election interference, of election
Yeah.
fraud.
An election, the admission of a serious crime.
Yeah. So that the Musk Trump fallout gets us to about kind of like halfway through 2025. That's like May, June, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's at this point that it's clear Trump was trying to consolidate some form of authoritarian power, right? Like the pieces were in place, the Supreme Court was backing him. He seemed to have a sort of fairly united Republican Party behind him, but the Doge cuts were fairly unpopular, and and he was getting sort of bad press that a lot of lower court judges are ruling against him left and right, effectively, and he's often not following court orders at all. Um, and it's part of that, and it's as well Trump trying to get rid of all the safeguards within the government. I mean, one other kind of key thing that comes out of 2025 that I think is going to become increasingly important, including with the Epstein files, is the complete politicization of the Department of Justice. That's happened, right? Like, I mean, you look at Merrick Garland and Biden, it's almost laughable now, right? Like, this is a different political regime, effectively. Like Merrick Garland's actively holding back of doing legitimate investigations that could help the Biden administration. Trump is basically dictating to the Department of Justice what's happening, and the Department of Justice is basically acting as Trump's personal lawyer.
Right.
The sort of bleeding of the Department of Justice in terms of the number of people who have resigned due to ethical concerns is significant at this point.
Yes.
There was one Department of Justice lawyer who was arguing in front of a judge who, a couple of days ago, asked to be held in contempt of court so that they could go sleep for 24 hours. And it talked about how much they hated their job. This administration is effectively forcing all government lawyers to break every basic ethical rule that they were taught in law school, and destroying hundreds of careers of government lawyers.
Right.
So
I mean,
the corruption is substantial here.
I mean, because we've seen, like, under the Bush administration, we saw the politicization of the Justice Department to a pretty severe degree. But at least they had the decency to somewhat cover it up, or to find people with some relevant experience, even if they were bad at their job. But, I mean, think about the motherfucker that Trump put in charge of the FBI. I mean, because I'm not saying that most of the cabinet picks make sense, because very few of them do. But what is his possible qualification for running the FBI? Isn't he just a podcaster, and not even one who does anything that is relevant?
Yeah, no, he has no qualification. His qualification is that he's an ideologue who will misuse the power of the FBI to go after political opponents. We're back in the 1960s. We're back in the civil rights movement.
I mean, this is like some
That's
J.
the
Edgar Hoover shit, except J. Edgar Hoover
yeah,
wasn't a complete fucking idiot.
correct. Yes, yes. Stupid J. Edgar Hoover's running the FBI.
Is this version of Hoover gayer or less so?
I mean, I don't think he's gay. He's got a girlfriend who does his podcast with him. Yeah, and that's also right. He's still doing podcasts even now, and those podcasts are on true crime. So he's investigating crimes from the past, whereas his job is supposed to be to deal with crime in the present. So normally, if you have a podcast for that, you might be retired FBI, and you don't have better things to do. So this guy apparently has nothing better to do than talk about like the fucking Zodiac killer from the 60s. So it's good to know that we don't have any serious crime happening in the world, because apparently that must be true. Either that or he is not performing his job at all, which I think that's probably actually what's happening.
I mean, in some sense, there are very few political institutions in the United States that have respond fairly admirably to Trump's sort of authoritarianism. And in fact, that was sort of a theme for the first half of the year. The number of institutions, both political and cultural, that just kind of bend the knee to Trump and basically let him do an authoritarian takeover is pretty substantial. The only group that very consistently pushed back were federal judges. Federal judges have acted fairly honorably here. They have consistently held Trump to account, even if Trump's basically ignored all of their rulings.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting, too, that judges, even on the Supreme Court, because they have completely abrogated their responsibility, just like the Congress has. I mean, Congress is finally starting to wake up in the last, month or whatever, but they completely forgot that they're supposed to have actual powers and not just be rubber stamps. So,
Yeah.
Congress has been eroding as an institution for a long time, to be fair, especially if you
true.
compare it to God in the 19th century. I think that's really want to come in because your point of disagreement I had with what you guys have been saying for the last few minutes were relatively minor. I just wanted you to go on. The thing I was really asking the entire year is why was the reaction to Trump from Democrats so weak, especially compared to his first term?
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a good question.
my theory is that they were shell shocked from losing as badly as they did in 2024 in terms of swing states, and that they just thought that Trump's agenda has to happen because he just won the argument and it's over, and there's nothing they can do about it except hope he fucks up at some point. So I think they literally were just surrendering and looking for openings later. I don't think they had a strategy per se.
Well, there's that, and on top of to add on to the election thing, it's not just the massive election loss back in the November 2024. It was also the lead up to it. Watching the whole Biden administration just fulfill the do nothing Democrat stereotype. Fail to prosecute anyone seriously prosecute Trump for January 6th or
Yep.
do anything there, and his weak showing in early 2024 and having to be replaced with Kamala Harris, and just how limp dick that whole campaign was.
I
It,
I I think the
so all-
fundamental problem
I
is
think people were jaded. That's you say
mm,
that people were jaded because of just how lopsided the election was. I think that because people were jaded, the election was lopsided.
mm.
Yeah, that's true.
I, I also think Democratic leadership, the fundamental characteristic of Democratic leadership right now is they are cowards. They're straight up cowards. Um,
Wholly
they
agree.
Schumer especially, but Jeffries is also. They fundamentally believe that I think they almost feel this in this gut that Trump is an alpha male and they're scared of him. And
Yes.
they are They are not willing to push back against him. And I think what they do is they feel whenever they see that confrontation might happen against Trump, they get squeamish and they sort of back away, and then they invent a sort of rationalization for themselves backing away because they're scared.
I
Um,
think I think there's two things I was considering. Let me know what you guys think of these.
Sure.
One of them is so much, and I've been predicting for a few years about exhaustion kicking in, but so much was put into stopping Trump, and he was stopped in 2020,
yeah,
and then he came back, and not just that, but like you were saying, but with Biden and Harris, I mean, Biden faltering, especially towards the last few years, uh, the way in which Harris is brought in. Harris is a bad candidate, uh, who is most certainly being foisted upon by the establishment, despite all of that. And in addition to that, also the stuff with Gaza, you know, because I do think that Gaza, when people are like, what killed wokeness, or at least broke it in its period, and I still fucking hate using that word. I just use it as a shorthand. But in the end, it was Gaza. I believe that was the main thing. And so I think they lost the thing that defines them, which was culture war politics. That's what Democrats are running on for years now. So they lost that. They put all this energy into beating Trump. He comes back, and he avoids going to jail, and he avoids scandal. He even avoids getting shot at. I think all that just built up one on top of the other. The defeat of Harris, though, in 2024 numerically wasn't really that bad. I think what
no,
made it bad for them was that Trump did the best with blacks since any Republican since Richard Nixon ran for president in
Yeah,
1960.
that's because
The
Kamala
inroads.
Harris's only base is like white people who are liberal.
well, let's
But
be
but
real though. It,
let me. Well, sorry. Let me finish this whole thing here. I want to get
yeah,
this out here. Okay. I think that, in other words, like the demographics or destiny narrative took a big hit.
yeah.
So I think all these things played a big part in that. And the last one, and this is one that people don't really talk about, but I really think is a big part of it, is the number of wealthy backers Trump gets. Like you were mentioning Bezos earlier, right? Um, we have to remember that at one time people loved Elon Musk. I knew lots of people who loved Elon Musk, Democrats who loved Elon Musk. He was not he was for people in Democrats not a divisive figure. I give always credit to my brother because he always thought he was scum even when he was popular. And this guy was friends with Obama. Think of all these tech people, right? Like Zuckerberg, right? These are people that Obama courted and essentially got their support. And these people did not support Trump in his first term. Musk gave money to Biden in 2020. You had not only demographic groups that, if they didn't defect wholesale, I mean, Harris still did better with black people, but some damage was done to the facade of how strong black support was. Hispanic vote was much bigger in that regard. At the same time, these major billionaire backers who have been going along with Democrats for years on this stuff just jumped ship publicly too. Well, not quietly, publicly, and they've continued to do that. Even a
Yeah.
few months ago, you have people like, oh God, Tim Cook of Apple. I mean, you would swear he's blowing Trump in the White House the way he's talking to him. This is the same guy who, in Trump's first term, was talking about him like he was a second coming of the Fuhrer. So I think a big part of this too is these high-profile defections and the demographic defections had to have a demoralizing. A lot of narratives Democrats had built up got cracked. It's
No,
like the new one. That's what I
I
think.
agree with that, Sean. I think that's
That
really, really good analysis.
Yeah, I think
And
you're
the
correct.
interesting thing is, it's not just the billionaires. I've talked with a few friends of mine who
Mhm.
were pro-tech Democrats and were angry at Biden and at the FTC for going after tech companies and doing antitrust stuff.
Yes, yes. I know somebody peripherally involved in something like that. There's also stuff involving AI. where Biden wanted to do something different with AI than they wanted to do, you
Yeah.
know? And there also started to be some pushback about the diversity stuff, and it also should be kept in mind that, you started having like woke kids on campus like protesting about Gaza. A lot of people did not like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Like for instance, Zuckerberg, that's a big supporter of Israel. Okay.
Yeah.
So, there I think and the question I guess you have for you right now is, have the Democrats regained their morale? I don't see it, but tell me what you all think.
I think we're living right now at a very interesting moment where average rank and file Democrats have regained their morale. Many members of the party, many like prominent politicians have regained their morale. But for some reason, the Democratic leadership has not. So you get this bizarre situation where Schumer and Jeffries and a few frontline Democrats are still very scared of Trump, while you're having special elections, which are swinging 20, 30 points to Democrats, right? Like, it's a really strange situation right now, where I think that Democrats are in the process of sort of regaining morale, and I think Democratic leaders, are kind of and older politicians especially, are in a slightly dangerous situation because they think they're still in the sort of shell shock early 2025 mindset where they think that the safest thing for them to do is act moderate and show bipartisanship. And I think they're about to get slammed by primaries that are going to start taking out these spineless Democrats. And I don't even see this from a political ideology perspective. I don't care if you're leftist or liberal. I don't care if you're centrist. If you are seen as spineless against Trump, you best watch your back in a primary. That's what Janet Mills is seeing right now in Maine.
Okay, I feel the same thing overall. That I think the rank and file is not there at beginning morale back, but the people in charge are still wary, and I think you're right. We probably will get some because Mandami is an example of that, and
I was
there's
Yeah.
going to point out
another one
Mamdani.
that's happy in Maine. So no, I think you're right about that. That is, I think one thing that might also just pure speculation is that Trump has not had high profile defections. The falling out with Musk was fixed up. And I mention that because when Musk and Trump were having their spat, that's when I did see some excitement.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in other words, like, I think these people also are hoping that, your Tim Cooks and Zuckerberg, the rest will defect back to them, but it hasn't happened. I'm not saying it's never going to happen. I hope the one thing I would hope that one thing that Democrats would learn, which I was trying to tell them back in Trump's first term, is your wealthy supporters are not to be trusted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I think I guess my speculation is maybe that's playing a part, is that you're not getting high profile defections, or the people who are not happy with Trump right now, like say Thomas Massey or Tucker Carlson, they're not defecting to Democrats. They're not Democrats.
Yeah.
They simply want the party to go in whatever direction that they want.
Well,
So,
speaking of how he won over the tech guys, though, because that's actually significant for a lot of things that are going to especially start happening this year, but have already been happening as of last year. So effectively, Trump is more or less just authorizing massive subsidies for AI.
Yeah.
And these tech companies can take advantage of that, make a fuck ton of money. So one immediate consequence of that is that because there's so much money to be made and it's subsidized, the company Micron decided to abandon making RAM chips and go all in on AI. So stunning reversal in what their business model is. The problem with that is that Micron is the number one maker of RAM chips. And so they also make the cheapest ones. That means that now if you want to go and add more RAM to your desktop, the price of a RAM chip just skyrocketed from, I don't know, $50 or maybe 100 at most to in the multiple hundreds. So that price just blew the fuck up. And of course, it's going to
Absolutely
have
insane.
a lot of impact on So if you need a new computer, that price is now up quite a bit because of the RAM difference. Oh, here's the best part though. So, as you guys are probably aware, the current generation of consoles like Xbox Series X, PS5 that came out in 2020, so November 2020. Every console generation, the price steadily goes down for consoles because they become more outdated over time. Right now, the Xbox Series X and PS5 and the budget versions of those consoles are more expensive by about $50 to $100 than they were when they initially released 5 years ago.
Wow.
Literally
Wow.
unprecedented. And it's a direct
Wow.
result of Trump's AI investment.
There you
It's-
go,
it's-
affordability politics.
Well, this also gets to an economic thing, which is that which is a difference from Trump's first term. Economy's doing fine now. Degree to which he's responsible for that, not much, but whatever, right? Um, the degree to which he doesn't give a shit about the economy and thinks talks of the economy being bad are Democratic talking points, you know, and that's a pretty it's a pretty dangerous one to get into right there. And you're mentioning that. I mean, you guys looked at the price of gold recently?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go, man. Now you got to keep this in mind though. The price of gold's been going up. That's nothing to these a lot of this economic stuff, gold, inflation, all the other problems. I mean, hell, one reasons that food started getting expensive is because Cisco, being one of the main food providers, really started putting the screws to people in 2022. You know,
Right.
and Trump has done nothing. In fact, he's made all these situations pretty much worse.
Yeah.
And the result is that I mean, look at the price of gold right there. There's a whole lot of reasons for that, but the dollar's value is just going down and down, and de-dollarization is continuing throughout the world, and is I think with stuff that's happened with our foreign policy actions, it's only really increasing. Um,
Yeah. And I think
yeah,
that's sort of important to point out here is that, like, originally when Trump did these tariff stuff, tariffs, with these poor economic policies, people thought that there was going to be sort of some immediate crash. And that's not exactly how this works, right? It's that
no,
prices constantly go up a little bit more than they should have. And the economy overall does not grow as fast as it should have, which means wages aren't being kept up, right? And it's never good for wages not to keep up with inflation, but when you have an especially weak economy and especially poor hiring, that makes it even more acute, right? Um, and then you are increasing the risk of exactly what you're talking about, a sort of run on dollars and treasury bonds because of the erratic foreign policy that Trump does. And that hasn't happened yet, but it very well can. So,
oh, it's
yeah,
in the process of happening. It's in the process of happening right now.
yeah,
I yeah, no, economically, we're in a very, very, very bad position here. I'm sorry, I drew
yeah,
something of a blank. There was something, I'm sorry, there's something else I was going to say, but one thing that crowds you historically is when people talk about, say, the Great Depression in 1929, I go, it was bad in 29, but 1931 is really when it kicks in. When it gets really
yep,
bad,
yep,
and there's all these things. And what we were talking about earlier, particularly things like wages, I mean, that was already through the 1920s as in that case, as wages stagnated, as people started pulling out loans to do things like buy radios and buy cars, yeah.
yeah.
So yeah. No, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a bit of a blank. So if I remember it, I'll let you know. But there was something else I was gonna tie in with that one.
Well, really quickly, I want to just take I know, but I talked about Doge a lot. I want to talk a little bit about the ice stuff because I have to leave in about 9 minutes. So I just want to throw in the two
Oh,
cents on
that's right. You still haven't. Yeah, that's right. You still haven't done ice yet. So ice, baby. We got you.
ice, and then you guys can come back to the economic stuff because I think the economic stuff, like the way the authoritarianism of Trump is not going to consolidate, is because of these economic forces. And so, I'll leave that to you guys.
Oh
But
no, that's what I wanted to say. Well, that's what I was saying about economics. Look at the trend of people moving out of America to live
yeah,
elsewhere. That's been that's been a trend that's been on the upswing for a while. You know, you got expat communities in Mexico, El Salvador, Thailand, Chile, right? I can only say and report that around here, the tours are dead. The hotels have vacancies for Mardi Gras for the second year in a row. Now, the last year, a lot of that had to do with them jacking up rates. They're starting to cut rates right now, which I've never heard of in my life. And I do know people talking about moving away, and in some cases, just moving to other countries like Mexico, Ireland, just somewhere not here. And by not here, I don't even mean not New Orleans, I mean not America. And some of that, of course, is the fears of what Trump's doing and the fears of totalitarianism, or authoritarianism, more accurate, which I think will not be Trump. It's going to be somebody after him, but also just the economic pressures on people. It's just pretty fucking grim out there, man.
Yeah.
But that's what I wanted to get to. That's what I was trying to get to. The people I know who are doing really well economically, I do some people doing great, doing my kind of work. You know what they do? They work at bars for boomers. And it gets even funnier. Trump gave tax breaks to elderly people, and they've done several other things to protect home property values.
Yeah.
And the only age group where, because Trump is hemorrhaging support with those younger people who put him over. That's another thing too. Democrats got freaked about in 2024 was young people voting for Trump. They haven't seen a youth vote go for a Republican since like the 1980s when Reagan did pretty well at the young, right? Point is, the only demographic group where Trump has actually gained support in the last year is boomers. That's what I leave you. That's what I leave you with, Michael. Carry on.
No, that doesn't surprise me at all. That makes a lot of sense, right? That's where Trump's going to go. But he's bleeding support among lots of other people because of what he's doing, right? And so let's talk a little bit about that. Trump is speed running the grievances of the Declaration of Independence. I actually really encourage you guys to go back and read them. It is shocking the degree to which he is doing that. Standing armies, occupying cities. Yeah, he's there, man. There's a great quote. What was it? One of the declarations. He's sending swarms of officials to eat out our substance. if that's not Doge, I don't know what isn't. Right? Like, it is an incredibly authoritarian move. He has taken ICE and the CPB and made them not only sort of supportive of him, but I mean he's basically he's making his brown shirts, and that's what these guys are. Really, they come in masked. I mean we've all seen the videos, the random executing of people. And I feel like it was already starting to hit sort of general public knowledge, but the actual killing and assassination of Preddy, I think, was, I mean, it sort of broke, how do I say this? The sort of media sphere on this, and everyone kind of knows about it, right? Like the actions in Minneapolis, especially, have been incredibly horrendous. I mean, and it's worth to note this comes after Trump basically says, "I will give everyone federal immunity to do whatever the hell you want," and so ICE folks just started shooting people. And you can see the video with Brady. I mean, he is holding his hands up in the air. He has a gun in his back pocket. His hand is not remotely close to it. That gun is removed by an ICE agent. He is then tackled to the ground with a phone in one of his hands, his other hand fully empty. He is thrown on the ground and then summarily executed by them all, shot multiple times. And I mean, it's really, this is the killing of American citizens directly by the federal government and by agents of the state. And I think the degree to which this has escalated is actually kind of shocking. It actually took Putin's Russia like 5-6 years for Russian police to start acting this way. This happened in a few months, effectively, under Trump. Um, so this is a major escalation. This is, I think, these sort of ICE surges, first in Chicago, the deployment of National Guard troops, the attempt to federalize National Guard troops against law, and then especially the ICE surge into Minneapolis. I think this is fascism, and I think it's obvious. I don't think this is even a debate anymore. That Trump is a fascist. Now, when I say Trump is a fascist, does this mean Trump is Hitler? No, this means Trump is a fascist. Fascism is a form of political theory that many places have tried, including Brazil and Italy and Greece and a bunch of other places. Right? This is fascism, though, and Trump's probably going to fail on this because while he has done this, and he has hemorrhaged public support, because you can kind of see what's happening. These ICE goons are going into people's private property, right? They're going up into their homes. They're using kids as bait. And, it's one thing for the federal government to gather people together at the border. Um, you know, it's another thing to go into neighborhoods and go into communities and target people who have been members of those communities for decades. And that's effectively what's happening. Um, if you want to sort of read up on history that is most sort of relevant, you could sort of read the crackdown on the Bracero program by Eisenhower. But I think even a better analogy here, read about the Fugitive Slave Act and the Fugitive Slave Law in 1850. Read about the stories of agents of the state, including marshals, coming into northern communities and pulling out black men primarily from their communities, arresting them publicly, and trying to force them back into slavery. The response to that is what we're seeing in northern cities. What we're in northern cities in the 1850s. That's what we're seeing today in Minneapolis. That's what we're seeing today in Chicago. People are getting pissed because they're going after neighbors and they're going after communities in a very, very aggressive way. That I'm not going to say is unprecedented, but is a massive, massive escalation from what the federal government used to do. It's a form of fascism. It's a form of authoritarianism. I mean, this is what Nazi Germany was doing in the 1930s against Jews. I mean, it's fairly similar, to be honest. So, the only good news is that the sort of resistance of Minneapolis was fairly successful. It was very nonviolent, and it was a degree of sort of civil rights disobedience that was done during the civil rights movement that used the media as a weapon to turn public opinion against Trump, and it's been successful. Nonviolence as a tactic has been successful. What the Trump administration wanted with these ICE raids, they wanted the sort of burning of police buildings and precincts. They wanted massive riots in the street. They wanted Molotov cocktails, and instead they got peaceful protests and whistles. And they got a bunch of images of ICE goons shooting people. And so it's been a failure for Trump. It's been a massive PR failure. And this doesn't even get into the deportation of Garcia to a Salvadoran slave prison, basically, and what an incredibly sort of fascistic thing that was to do as well. I mean, I want to really emphasize this: the Trump administration has treated permanent residents of the United States and America, and in some situations, American citizens, worse than the Bush administration treated members of the Taliban. I mean, you look at the conditions of the Salvadoran prisons; it was worse than Guantanamo Bay. That's pretty fucking damning, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So,
I mean,
it's been horrendous.
yeah, selling people into effectively slavery for private prisons abroad. I mean, because that's been. I mean, it seems like so much shit's happened. I almost fucking forgot about that. Because that was early in his
Yeah.
administration, and that was still a horrendous abuse, unprecedented, illegal, immoral, and yet there's been so much shit
Yeah.
that's happened since then that fuck, I'd forgotten about that.
Oh, and don't forget
Uh-huh.
also a lot of the people being held in these detention centers. A lot of them just suddenly vanish. Like apparently in Alligator Alcatraz down here in Florida, they've had 1,800 people brought in, and 1,200 of those people we have no idea where they are now.
Yeah.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
is very unsettling to know. I will say, what shocked me about like Minneapolis was just the combination of callousness and stupidity shown by these agents. That like it was just like you hear like reports of just people just being harassed just because because quote you have a different accent than me, you must be foreign or or stupid shit like that. And the fact that they've been straight up killing like actual American citizens, like in scenarios where they had no jurisdiction to pull them over or arrest them because that's not their job. They're not
Yeah.
highway patrol. Uh, it like generally disturbed me, and not only that, it made me like fear for like certain friends of mine because I have a because I have a few friends with some Arabic or Hispanic names that I had to call up after the Rene Good. Uh, because I genuinely worry that one day, they'll just run into like a random ice blockade, and some guy will just hear their names and just start unloading.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's pretty scary.
It is. And they are targeting the most vulnerable people as well. And that's, I think, something that's really important to sort of understand about this. This isn't about immigration, really. This is about terrorizing people. Because if this was about immigration, you don't go and pick up people when they're going to their appointed appointment to immigration authorities. They are literally trying to follow the law, and they are finding themselves disappeared and arrested by ICE agents who are basically using the legal immigration system as effectively honey traps against legal immigrants, right? Like, I mean, they are not going after the worst of the worst. In fact, they are going after the best of communities, and
Yeah, something.
that's particularly horrendous.
Right. I mean, I've heard it
The fact
described as performative cruelty, and I think there's a lot to that. But it's interesting with the way that this is going down, how just the way that Trump has put people into ICE, because the way it's recruiting is he's recruiting only people who very much agree with his policies. He's using them as his personal enforcers. And he's also selling a lot of these operations as operations against the left or Democrats or their
Yep.
cities that so he's using it in a strictly partisan sense. Because I know I brought this up before on multiple occasions, but I mean, it's incredibly dangerous having a purely partisan hack president. And we're seeing that in the worst possible way right now. Because he makes no attempt to disguise the fact that he only does this kind of bullshit with the National Guard and ICE in blue cities and blue states. We've seen this happen not at all in red cities or red states or purple cities even. It's always the deep blue areas he does this shit to. And he
Yeah,
recruits the most
like
hardcore dick sucking Republicans he can find. And a lot of the people who volunteer for these missions are not properly trained ICE career officers, but new recruits who just want to go bash skulls and do so with
Yep.
legal authority.
yeah, their choice of like going after Minneapolis is baffling purely on the immigration scale because the largest population of illegal immigrants in the U.S. is Texas, and they're not targeting them. Why? Because Texas is deep red. Don't want to
Yep.
piss off your
Well,
voter base
there's
apparently.
also Well, there's also an economic component to this because, on the other hand, you have to keep in mind that, Trump's love for the H-1B1 visa, all right,
Yeah.
continues. So,
Oh yeah,
if
that's
you
another one.
are, well, that's the thing is like, they're not going to go after businesses that are going to benefit from such things. For one thing, I forget exactly what it's called, but there's a policy you can really use to fight if you're like, hey, I really want to get off your illegal immigration. One of the things you should have, I forgot what it's called, but you would penalize a business for doing such hiring in the first place.
Mhm.
Trump will not do that because that would affect the construction industry in particular, which I don't know if you know this, but if there's one thing the guy knows, it's construction, right?
Well, yeah, he knows how to fuck
So,
construction companies over by getting work out of them and refusing to pay.
Yeah, I will say I
they,
think the
once again,
H-1B visa.
Derek, you make my point. There's one thing he knows. He knows construction. Okay,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that he's not going to go after. They're not going to go. He's not going after. Like the H-1B1 visa. Think about all these tech people gave him all this money, right? They don't want that messed with. So you're going to have all certain types of immigration, legal or illegal, that they are not going to go after. And I will say this: they get the people who are really into immigration as their issue. They complain all the time, and they're like, "Oh, ICE is just performative and even punitive. It's not actually a very good policy if you actually want to do that." You know.
I do agree with that. I do want to emphasize, though, who is running this policy. I think it's Stephen Miller, right? Like, Stephen
Okay.
Miller is the one making these decisions. Certainly, Trump is like checking in every now and then about it, but like ICE is behaving the way it is because that's what Stephen Miller wants. And that's also why ICE is targeting the Somali community, right? In Minneapolis. And reports are they are going to go after Haitians in Springfield next. Um, this is I mean, I think we can't divorce this a little bit from racism as well. That's coming up here, right?
Well, I mean, you're talking about the Minneapolis thing. I mean, you had the whole like Somali fraud stuff that came up.
Yeah, and
know?
they're using that as an excuse to go after that community.
Oh yeah, no, but that's the thing too is that as strong words as you're all using against ICE, okay, um, I don't think they're as broadly unpopular as you think they are. I don't think it's as big a flop as it looks. I think it's galvanized some Democrats for sure, and I think there's a number of Republicans who think, oh, you're going a little overboard. But at the end of the day, they want this.
I I think it's no, I think it's complicated. What I will say is I think ICE as sort of an issue and immigration enforcement as an issue was pretty good for Trump in March and April. But so it's starting from a higher level of support. Whereas like Trump was already losing support on the economy in March and April, right? Because he had already had worse numbers on it. But here's the thing: the shooting of U.S. citizens, the shooting of
Yeah,
Good and Pretty, like that has really started to just erode Trump's credibility on the issue pretty rapidly. And if
I
ICE keeps
all
behaving
they have
like this, it's going
all
to be
they have
gone.
to all they have to do is do raids or nobody gets shot. Support will go right back up. Okay, I'm
I'm
just
not
saying.
sure.
All right, I don't agree with you on that one, just because uh, the the complaints here from Republicans is not complaints about ICE raids, complaints about bungled ICE
Well,
raids.
yeah, but the thing is, though, like this Preddy shooting is especially egregious because he was using concealed carry, and then you had Kristi Noem and a bunch of other officials come out and basically condemn concealed carry, which the
Yeah.
Republicans for
Yeah,
20 or 30 years have been having it hammered into them that concealed carry is the Second Amendment and that that's the most
right.
sacred right Americans have. And then the Trump administration just came out and took a huge dump right on that. Uh, and
Oh,
so that
that
was a
part looks bad.
massive fuck up.
That part looks
Yeah.
bad, but people will forget about that within a month. They want the raids done effectively. That's what those Republicans want. It's
You
if
know,
yeah, if
I
somehow make it they get back to that March April type of thing, they can keep doing it, man.
we'll see if they do. Honestly, I don't. I guess for me, this question of popularity of this doesn't even matter, right? Because this is fascism. We either fight this or we're fucked as a country. I mean, it really is that simple. These are like basic American rights for cities and civilians not to be occupied by armed agents of the state. I mean, that is literally what we fought for in the American Revolution. So we either care about this country or do it. We don't.
I
I
thought
don't
we
really care about the
I thought we
popularity one way or
fought
the
so that
other.
we could expand west. That's what I thought we fought for. But
Mix of motives, Sean. Mix of motives. All I will say is this: I don't think the American Revolution happens without the British Army occupying Boston.
hmm, um,
There's a reason why it starts there, right?
it's been a look. It's been a while since I really studied up on the American Revolution, but it's a reasonable argument. It's very much a reasonable argument. But you know what? Do you know what some British historians have said? The problem with that wasn't that they sent troops to Boston, is they didn't send troops everywhere.
They didn't have the
Right,
troops to
right.
spare.
Well, that's the thing that's what they're trying
They
to
didn't
say.
have the
Don't
money.
policy for that reason. If the British were serious about their policy in America, they needed to be able to have more regiments out there in the field. You know, uh, but the thing is, also this policy is not exactly the same as the Boston one. However, Michael, I do agree that my thing with this is that I do think that this is a test run to essentially have a extra police, a kind of nationalized police force that can enforce the state's will. And these same people saying, "Oh, I'm fine with these immigrants getting deported." How will they feel if they espouse opinions the government doesn't agree with?
Yeah.
Right?
And,
And
and
and keeping in mind, I need to look more into this, but I've heard they've put up there's laws in Florida that restrict things you can say about Israel right now. I've only heard about
yeah.
this. I need to confirm it. But you got some shit like that going on. Oh, that's only going to fuel anti-Semitism there, right? But my point is that this can be turned on other things. I guess that's also something I'm getting to as well. This also kind of reminds me of what happens with the Patriot Act, and so many
Yeah.
Republicans backed it, and then as soon as Patriot Act type stuff was being used, seemingly against right wingers felt it was being used against him in the Biden years, however mild it might have been compared to this shit. I still was laughing at them because I'm like, what? You thought they'd never turn it on you? You
Yeah.
thought the state would never come for you if you somehow opposed them? So I'm firmly with you on this one about ICE. I agree that this needs to stop and be shut down. I guess my point is that we may oversell we might oversell the backlash to this. What I want to
Well,
do is, if it's a sustained backlash, I want to see what it looks like in 2 or 3 months. And
yeah, we will see. One thing I did want to really quickly point out is that people were already arrested for political opinions. And we forget this. This was another key thing of this year. Um, During a lot of those Palestinian protests,
yes,
people were straight up arrested by ICE and by other federal authorities for their political opinions. One woman was arrested not for leading protests, literally writing for in a fairly mild opinion in the school newspaper saying that there should be some boycott and divestment of
yeah.
Israel. She was arrested for that.
I just
And
I just found
put
out about
on,
that today. Just found out about today. That kind of shit should scare people right away,
yeah,
right there,
it
right
should.
there, right there. And
Um,
so
yeah.
yeah, I want to see how this one develops because we just had this happen. And one thing we've noticed, and which is one of the reasons why Epstein fascinates me, is that story just keeps staking around while other ones get dropped.
Yeah. No,
You
I
know,
think that's right. So,
yeah.
with
So
that said, I have to head out.
all
So,
right, man.
All
Thanks
right.
for
Well,
coming on.
yeah. Thank you, Michael.
yeah, thank you
Appreciate it.
for setting guys this up, and yeah, good talking with you guys.
All right. Well, I suppose while we're on the ice topic, one thing that we might want to bring up is I think how one of the reasons Trump has transitioned so hard into using ice for everything is precisely because the National Guard deployment was not exactly a success. And a lot of that boils down to the fact that they
Yeah.
got completely roasted on the internet. So, of course, the Meal Team 6 meme and the Gravy Seals. This came out, and not only that, but another reason why this is that much funnier is that, of course, Pete Hegseth and Trump gave a really loud, obnoxious speech to the generals where Hegseth was threatening fat generals. And then within a week, you have Meal Team 6 photos coming out. And so Hegseth immediately had those guys sent back to Texas because they were supposed to occupy Chicago. And all this has ended up becoming is an opportunity for guys in uniform to go flirt with girls and get paid for it. Because they're not actually doing fucking shit in the cities where they're stationed. Because there's nothing to be done. They're just there.
Yeah, no, it's pretty awkward, man. And also, I mean, they're really not trained for that at all, or implemented in such a way, you know. So yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty bad, man. Uh, the did you? I really don't have a ton of commentary on domestic policy in some ways because, and I know I'm saying that with all the ICE raids, I feel actually like Trump kind of is become has just ignores it and concentrates on foreign policy all the time.
Well, the thing is, a lot of his domestic policy was baked in the cake when he, passed more tax cuts and other shit. One thing I would like to talk, well, two things I want to talk about: some of his other appointments, so some of his cabinet members, and I also want to talk about his corruption.
Okay. Also, something else too. I know it's like year in review, and this has just been like instead this should have just been renamed Trump's first year.
Well, yeah, because I mean,
Yeah.
when you have the presidency being this super empowered, I mean, it's inevitable that we're talking about one
Very
motherfucker like the whole time.
When you have, well, I guess when you have somebody this hyper and his opposition has been this ineffective.
Yeah.
But I guess the other you are still gonna do your science stuff, right?
Yeah, I still have some of that too. And actually, this will tie into that a little bit. So
Okay, all
maybe
right, man.
that can be your tie-in. So, I mean, I think it's safe to
Well,
say just straight up that the Trump administration is anti-science. I mean, there's not a polite way to say that, but that's what's happening. And one of the best examples of that is the fact that conspiracy theorist and nutjob RFK Jr., son of Bobby Kennedy, nephew of JFK, is the head of Health and Human Services and has authority with the FDA. Well, one of his great accomplishments so far, two of them are worth mentioning. One is that he and Trump bullied Steak and Shake into using beef tallow for their fries. So, there you go. But the other great accomplishment, even greater, is that because of RFK's fear mongering about vaccines and lack of enforcement, we now have measles in the United States again. So there's been an outbreak in West Texas that's been going on for a few months. So congratulations
exactly
to
what I
us.
wanted.
We did it, guys. We brought back measles. So I'll talk about some other Trump cabinet members in just a minute, but first let's do a couple science things.
I do want to point out like one of the funniest like bits of the whole like uh RFK FDA thing is like the recent like freaking whole milk ads they've been running. I think that was early 2026, or early this year, or like December last year. I forgot when that released, but with all the creepy like AI generated kids that looked like they were being held hostage with like black eyes, just drinking milk. Sadly, it's just so confounding.
Yeah. So
And it's also the fact that like they're acting like whole milk is like a rare thing, and that it's like going away. And it's very clear that the original intent was for it to be about raw milk, but they had to retract it at the last minute because of legal issues. Because promoting raw milk because raw milk is horrible for you for human consumption.
yeah, I mean you pretty much have to drink it right at the teat or you're gonna get sick. Um, if you don't treat it, that is. But see, that's another RFK thing. I'm not going to go into detail on him. Of course, that could be a whole topic onto itself. Once again, we have to go back to Doge, though. So Michael was right to want to start there. Doge cut a lot of science funding and a lot of humanities funding as well. So a lot of what we're talking about are things that are discovered because of past investment. going forward, when we do years in review, it's possible we might have to cancel this whole segment just because there might not be fucking anything to talk about because there's no science happening. At least not in this country. So we might have to be talking
Well,
about foreign science. But here are
uh,
some things that have happened. So one thing that's interesting is that we have our third confirmed interstellar visitor called 3I Atlas. So this is another big comet that flew into the solar system from interstellar space. Because of that, conspiracy theorists all think it's a spaceship, because of fucking course they do. More interestingly than 3I Atlas, though, is that we have more progress from the James Webb Space Telescope, which looks for exoplanets. We now have 6,000 confirmed exoplanets, mostly gas giants. And we also, I think, are closing in on the first confirmed exomoons. So some of those planets have large moons. One of those moons, we think, is the size of Neptune. So that's pretty fucking crazy. Also, we have found 10 new candidates that we think could be habitable. And the most exciting of them in recent times from last year would have been a place called JG251C, which, interestingly enough, is only 74 light years away. And of course, these are estimates, not actual pictures. But this one could potentially harbor life based on the conditions that we suspect are there. And this is what is known as a super Earth, which is just a big rocky planet, bigger than the Earth, with heavy gravity. So that's some space news for you. One last piece of space news is that there's another planet farther away where they think they've detected biosignatures, but they get into that. But that's debated, of course, and that will take a long time to play out. So let's see. Oh, by the way, we're not alone in losing our measles-free status. Canada achieved the same thing, probably because of us, so that's great. In terms of other science achievements or discoveries, we did manage to extract 20-million-year-old animal proteins from the remains of an extinct rhinoceros species up in Canada. So that potentially means that we're on track for something like Jurassic Park. Speaking of which, by the way, they have tried to bring back the direwolf. So there's a private firm doing genetic experiments with gray wolf DNA to try to bring back a direwolf. The problem is direwolves technically are not wolves. So the so-called designer direwolves that they're making right now, named Romulus and Remus and Khaleesi, those are the ones they've had born. Those are technically not direwolves because they're just modified gray wolves. But some international conference actually confirmed the ability to do genetic experimentation for both bringing back species and for potential health benefits. So
well,
that's go ahead.
yeah. Well, that's a plot point. That's one of the underlying ideas in the novel Jurassic Park.
Yes.
Is that they're not actually the dinosaur species because they had to do all that DNA stuff with them,
Exactly.
Yeah, notably, of course, them being like, okay, Tyrannosaurus Rex can't see if you don't move, right?
Right.
That's explained away as like it was a genetic defect, lab growing a T-Rex. A real Tyrannosaurus Rex could see you 2 to 4 miles away.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, too, so because we found this new technique of looking for things in frozen areas because, soft tissue preserves better, I mean, we found 20-million-year-old plus DNA from a mammoth, or not a mammoth, but a rhinoceros. So Jurassic Park actually could happen. That is actually now in the cards. And
20
especially,
million's damn impressive, man. Because I've always heard about by 7 million you would lose all DNA information, but I guess if it's in the ice, it lasts longer then, right? I mean,
yeah,
longer
or
than
like
even I,
permafrost or whatever.
you know.
Yeah,
Oh wow.
so yeah, I mean so we could have literal Jurassic Park. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily good news, but it's certainly at least evidence of people with brains having activity and power. So that's something that's a relief. Because
I
almost
think
everybody we've talked about today has been a goddamn moron, so that's something.
Well, my only science stuff to add is that the nano tyrannosaurus has been confirmed to be real because that's an animal
Yes.
that, yes, like I mean, but that one just like when that happened, because my other thing on here is like, I mean, I like on YouTube, like people are like, what do you watch a lot of? I'm like, a fair amount of paleontology videos, and nano just goes in and out.
Right.
And it's confirmed. So so nano T Rex is there, man.
Yeah,
And
so that means that this is a new species of predator dinosaur. And also the original theory on this was that it was a teenage T-Rex, and so because we now know it's a different species, that means we have never found a teenage T-Rex.
So
So we
yes,
actually have
it also
never found a non-adult.
it should also be kept in mind. Should be kept in mind too. The Nanotyrannosaurus, he had been identified. The dinosaur had been identified before. It was like it was going in and out. Kind of like if you look at like all the debates about Spinosaurus
Yeah.
and what the animal was actually like. I mean, at this point, of course, Jurassic Park 3 was over the top anyway. But, when that movie came out, there was a view that, oh, Spinosaurus was a bit more upright. Now we're like, oh, it was probably just in the water all the time and probably ran around all fours. And, it's a fun dinosaur in that regard,
Yeah.
um, yeah, no, so you got that and, all the advances in how they're able to like figure out things with dinosaurs like the one that I found. I mean, this isn't from this year. The one I found out was that we now know that Tyrannosaurus Rex had an excellent and a quick turning radius for an animal its size. It's very agile, and that its brain capacity would have been would have made one of the smartest of dinosaurs. Definitely smarter than anything like the raptors of Jurassic Park.
Really.
Those particular types of dinosaurs, the dromaeosaurs, they were smarter than your average dinosaur. But no, we're figuring out that T Rex actually was for a dinosaur pretty sharp, not a dummy, and a
Yeah.
tight turning radius, fast turning radius. I mean, this thing's a goddamn this. I mean, we always knew it was a pretty fearsome predator, but this thing's even more of a super predator than we thought.
So I guess that explains why it became such a dominant predator over the course of the Cretaceous and, basically outcompeted all its rivals.
Yes, which that's worth noting because in the case of the Tyrannosaurus, I mean, predator fossils are less common because dinosaurs were essentially warm-blooded, and warm-blooded is a very hard thing to carry on as a predator. One thing that's always impressed me about Tyrannosaurus is that we have like, I mean, it's still a rare fossil, but we have more of it than we have for most other predators.
True. Yeah, we
You
got a
know,
lot of
one
them.
of the yeah, one of the big exceptions being Allosaurus, but that might just be due to the particular formation. But it should also be noted that Allosaurus itself was very, very successful. And I found out, crazy enough, Allosaurus. One of the things that they now think about it because it was running around an era with a lot of sauropods, those giant long neckers. But Allosaurus, as far as we can tell, its ability to open its jaw was insane. Like it could open really, really wide. And so we think actually as Allosauruses, one idea that we have is Allosauruses, they weren't like eating sauropods or fighting in groups. What they were doing is they were running by animals like that, grabbing, ripping a piece of them off because their mouth was very much built for being able to open wide, grab, rip. You know, whereas Tyrannosaurus Rex right there is actually its jaws are made for crushing, smashing, and swallowing. So that would mean the Allosaurus, if we're thinking about this in shark terms, the Allosaurus is more like a tiger shark, and the Tyrannosaurus is more like a great white.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dino facts, everybody.
Yeah, no, it's exciting. We're discovering a lot about dinosaurs, and it's unfortunate that so much funding has gotten pulled from this study because I mean, shit, man, we're making some real progress.
Well, I mean, the
Uh,
computer modeling's playing a really big role. And one thing that they have, there's this video, I kind of forget who did it, but he did this animation depicting the way we viewed dinosaurs over time. So it starts off, and by the way, he shows the two dinosaur species. He shows Guanodon and I think it's Megalosaurus, which are like the first two dinosaur species identified. And the British had this view of them as giant lumbering lizards. So he starts off with them and like their incorrect configuration as giant lumbering lizards, and then it goes to the way dinosaurs were depicted in like the 1920s and 30s usually, which was um, more anatomically correct, but still kind of just lumbering lizards. And then you get to the dinosaur renaissance period, which is typified by Jurassic Park, where the dinosaurs are very active and hyper, but probably overly aggressive. You know, like I have like I had those dinosaur books at that time. The depiction of dinosaurs in like 80s 90s art is just metal and rad and really violent. I mean, really violent.
Yeah.
And now the view is like, well, a tyrannosaur could probably go to a watering hole if it's big enough and drink on one side, and the hadrosaurs would be on the other. Much like what you see on the in the savannah. That doesn't mean that they're going to be right next to each other. And if the watering hole is really small, them hadrosaurs are going to be in defensive mode. But there's one thing that I saw that this guy did this animation where the T Rex is like on the other side of a large pond, and the two animals look at each other, like sizing each other up, and they just go right back to drinking. Now if the T Rex starts moving over, of course, the Edmontosauruses are going to react accordingly. But there's been a better depiction of dinosaurs as animals and not simply. And I'm not nothing against it. The dinosaur renaissance period, of course, was great, but there was a tendency to overcorrect against the slow model to where they made them too aggressive in art and in descriptions and ideas too.
Right. Yeah, because I mean they would have limits to their activity and their energy just like any other animal. So I
Exactly.
mean, a lot of them are
Probably
built
one.
more like sprinters than marathon runners. So
Yeah, and also one last one on that. Probably the epitome of the depiction of the dinosaurs being over aggressive is the Spinosaurus in Jurassic Park 3. I mean, it's ridiculous how much is chasing essentially chicken nuggets on legs.
yeah,
But uh, but they've kind of there's a kind of headcanon retcon people have for it where the Spinosaurus in Jurassic Park 3 was being developed as a weapon.
ah,
And it kind of they go like in the movie they're like, well, it wasn't on InGen's list. And now the retroactive thing is yes, that was the attempt to make a dinosaur weapon because of course like yeah we're gonna make a park. Also we can sell this shit to the Pentagon.
yeah,
So that's why
yeah,
the Spinosaurus. So one of the ideas people have is the Spinosaurus is actually trained to kill humans, or
right.
it was being engineered for that. Like human must die.
Ah, another,
Anyways,
I guess another find that we could call paleontology is we have found new remains of Denisovan people that date
ooh,
back
what's that?
longer. So Denisovans are a human species comparable to say Neanderthals and early humans. So we've known about these for a while, but because of new finds, I believe in China, we now think that the divergence between humans, Denisovans, and Neanderthals actually happened earlier. So at one point, we thought,
Hmm.
okay, that divergence happened maybe 500,000 years ago, maybe 700,000 years ago. Now, the new evidence suggests it might be as much as 1,000,000 years ago.
Damn.
So that could be a fairly substantial find, assuming that the study of it pans out. Um, oh, yeah, the other thing was kidney transplants from pigs. So someone was able to use a kidney from a pig for 271 days, which is a record. And in China, they had somebody use a pig liver for a month or so. So that is another technology that's coming along that obviously could save a lot of lives, since pig organs are far easier to get than human organs.
Oh
So,
wow, that reminds me of what's that line in Gangs in New York when he's got the knife and he's like to train him how to kill. He's like, look, the pig's a close sample to a man, and then he's like, putting slices on the animal's thing. Like this is a wound, this is a kill.
right.
You know, yeah. That's
Yeah.
the If you had a thing, uh, uh, oh, did you want to do art at some point?
Possibly. I mean, I do have a couple things from archaeology, but I'd like to save those for
Okay,
the end, so that way we land on a somewhat high note. Because I don't want
okay.
to. I
So I
don't want to
guess
end with
so.
all doom and gloom.
Well, I know you still had some more Trump stuff to talk about too, right?
Yeah, so
Okay.
one interesting thing that's happening, and this is a little bit amusing because of the way her career's gone, but Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, so the people in the Trump administration make the joke that DNI stands for do not inform. So anytime they make a decision that should involve her, it doesn't. So for instance, she supposedly was not told about the Venezuela operation, and she probably learned from it by watching the news or getting texted by a friend or something. And then, of course, famously, she was at the raid in Fulton County. And she looked like she was trying to cosplay as Carmen Sandiego. So she's hanging out in the background. And of course, the other thing that Trump has been up to, especially this month, is he's trying to do some wacky ass negotiation where he will only withdraw ICE from areas if places give up their voter rolls. And he's been proposing a scheme to create a national election system, which of course is contrary to everything Republicans have ever stood for when it comes to the federal system, because Republicans have always been advocates of local and state rights. And Trump is doing the 180-degree opposite of that, and doing it in a more aggressive fashion than any Democrat has ever done, which is something that's really wild to think about. I mean, it's just like when they condemned concealed carry, or when they said liberals with their SUVs need to not use them as weapons. I mean, just shit that if you told me that a Republican said that 10 years ago, I'd think that you're completely full of shit and that your fiction is not very believable.
I don't know. I think like this thing about that stuff for me is I really came to this conclusion in studying the 1850s with the political crisis that everybody that the North and South would use would champion or abandon states' rights as they saw fit. So uh I guess first of all, you're talking about that kind of stuff. I'm very much like, I'm not surprised. Um, I mean, I was thinking about historically, like we're talking like about how stupid it is to use the National Guard or something to enforce rules, right? But the same people saying that are the same people who typically, when they read about Reconstruction, think the Federal Army should have been more involved in Reconstruction after the Civil War.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't really view groups as particularly principled, you know, or the principles can be easily thrown away, can be accepted or thrown away rather easily in many cases, especially when it's stuff like concealed carry. I mean, concealed carry is concealed carry is such a technical thing. You know what I mean? Like,
It
you
is,
get what I'm trying
but
to say there?
like the people who are really in the guns and really in the NRA, I mean, for them, they know all the details about that shit. I can guarantee you. They know
But I do
book
want to
and
say this, man.
chapter and verse on that.
One of the things I've really seen Trump erode is the anti-gun or gun control, however you want to put it, group for Democrats. I've seen that erode over time. Or Democrats being like, huh, maybe I should be armed.
Yeah, no, I've seen that too. So it is interesting that Democrats have warmed up considerably to guns, which you think the right would be really happy about because they always saw the left as the danger to their guns, and now it's almost reversing. I mean, what if in the next 10 years we have it reversed to where the NRA is a left wing group, and then the Brady campaign becomes hard right?
No, no, they're all. I, I think the American affinity for the gun goes a little too deep for that one. Uh, but that being said, that when you said they were saying that right now, it's pretty dumb. But anyways, I'll be right back. I just got to get something, okay? But don't worry, I can hear what you're saying.
All right. So any other little things about Trump's domestic policy that need to be brought up? Well,
Oh. I do want to point out because we did mention the H-1B1 visas earlier, and I
yeah,
wanted to comment. I think the moment I realized what a clusterfuck this administration was going to be was when Elon Musk was talking about like H-1B1s on Twitter and immediately got a backlash from the MAGA crowd.
yeah,
Like that's the moment I knew that this was not going to be that there were cracks that there was going to be some Republican infighting, and I think it was I forgot when that was, like January 2025, December 2024.
Sounds right. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, there's also I was somewhat surprised about the anti-Indian racism within the MAGA movement, where they've been viciously attacking Kash Patel for being Indian, and they've been saying really despicable things about JD Vance's wife Usha.
Well,
Um, so I'm I'm a little bit shocked about that. I mean, I don't know about shocked because I knew that they weren't exactly open to non-white people, but I mean, given that you're talking about two people who are obviously on your side, to really go after them so viciously is just like, man, I mean, fuck. What do you have to do if you're a non-white to get approved by MAGA? I mean, because obviously kissing their ass isn't gonna do it. Uh, yeah. So of course, one of the big concerns a lot of people have right now is that Trump will either try to cancel the midterm or rig it in some way. One thing that was funny as hell from the last few days is there was a special Senate race for the state level in Texas, and Trump had been tweeting about this race and backing the Republican, and then the Republican got massacred. And when Trump was asked about it, he pretended like he didn't know what it was, or that he hadn't been following it and didn't know the details. So that was kind of amusing. But yeah, let's see.
I get the feeling that's going to be the sparking point, or at least
Sparking point for what?
that's what it feels like right now.
Yeah, I mean, because it is interesting how, because the MAGA movement, I mean, they're definitely losing steam. I don't know if I fully trust some of the polls because I mean, like what Sean was saying, I don't know exactly how much support for ICE has eroded. Because I know there were people shilling for the ICE position on Renee Good. The Preddy one is pretty damaging though, so I don't know exactly how people feel about that. I imagine a lot of people have already forgotten about Doge, unfortunately. Um, I don't know. So, trying to think what else we need to cover tonight because there's so much. It seems like
Yeah,
we're covering a fucking decade here rather than a year.
yeah. That's what sucks about this. That we're covering probably the most eventful and incompetent like year of a presidency ever.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm sure there are plenty of really impactful policies that have been passed that we completely passed over. I feel like it's a certainty. So,
Yeah.
um,
Well, yeah, I mean, I mean, there's like details in that big, beautiful bill, but I guess you kind of went over those more in the last time you did anything like this.
yeah.
So I guess it's fine.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, did we ever talk about the infamous Hegseth group chat leak
Oh God,
about?
yeah, we didn't talk about that. You're right.
Yeah, I think I was over strikes in Yemen. Some random journalist was invited to the group chat with like JD Vance and Hegseth, a bunch of other officials, to talk about the fucking operations. It's just one of the just one of many like many scams. That's the insane part about this presidency. Uh, so many events here would have destroyed other presidents just on their own. Like we would have gotten like there's about 300 different. There's probably like hundreds upon hundreds of different like things that you could charge Trump for by this stage of his presidency in terms of impeachable offenses, and nothing's been done.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that reminds me of what the last major issue is, and that would be corruption.
Yeah,
And
that's it. At the end of the day,
yeah, so it's truly staggering the amount of money that this man has stolen or used his influence to gain. I heard something that was so staggering I couldn't process it earlier today about how to curry favor with Trump and his son, they gave the Trump company some ridiculous contract worth hundreds of millions of dollars to gain access to Trump. But it's not just those really big contracts, which
what
Trump, I
about that
believe.
guy that just plopped a fucking gold bar on his desk and immediately got a contract?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm pretty sure Trump has made $1.4 trillion as president, and or not trillion, but billion. And not only is that unprecedented, but I'm pretty sure that even though he called himself a billionaire, he might not have been before he became president. So talk about conflict of interest and rigging the system. He's also been selling cryptocurrency that he'll bail out if anything happens to it. He has been running all kinds of businesses on Rumble. So like if you ever go to Rumble and just watch a video, note how almost every ad is one of Trump's friends or children. So they have their own platform where they're just advertising and they're running as, the Trump family. They're running as this political dynasty and they're running products.
And don't forget also the constant emails to Republican voters begging for money,
Yes.
as it like in saying that, oh, if you don't give me money, then the evil Democrat left is going to destroy America, and other like fucking pandering shit.
Yeah, they're going to impeach me.
It's
They're just going
sad
to
and
find
pathetic.
some bullshit accusation and impeach me. I mean, obviously, I've done nothing wrong to deserve it. So, but yeah, he also I saw a book out by Eric Trump recently. Last time I was in Barnes and Noble, and I think it's called something like "Embattled," and it's like my family's struggle against the evil left or something of that nature. Um, so because I mean, I remember when Trump first got elected, people talked about him draining the swamp and him cleaning up corruption, and he's done the exact opposite. I mean, this is even more egregious in a lot of ways than the idea that he was going to go fight pedophilia. I mean, this is the degree to which he has taken corruption and made it into a fine art is staggering. I mean, there's not even words. There aren't words.
Oh yeah. Well, speaking of, another thing to touch upon is his obvious senility, because that
Yes.
was like a major issue that people had with Biden, and for some reason it is not a talking point with Trump, even though he's clearly far more like out of it than Biden is at times. Like he's a bit more coherent at points, but otherwise, but it's like a lot of pathetic moments have come up. Uh, Probably the most recent one I could think of was him in the Oval Office was like getting some press conference or something, and you could see aides trying to rush reporters away because it was very obvious he sharded himself.
Yeah. I mean, he's clearly
This is
not in the
a
best of health. I've heard of him speculating about that he might go to hell. Um, I also sort of think because of his wacky beliefs on health. I mean, he's known to take too many aspirin, and that's
yeah.
not something you're supposed to do because it thins your blood out too much. So he doesn't even understand how that works because he thinks your blood needs to be thin, whereas the problem is that if it clogs. But anyway, um,
Oh yeah, and
so if
also
he,
the very clear like hand issues he's has that people have been picking up on, like
yeah,
the weird like splotches on his hands that are like I I forgot what condition it was off the top of my head, but yeah, there's a big. I'm
yeah.
not sure if we should be hopeful or worried that Trump may not live to end his term.
So I will offer one of my pet theories, and you can even count this as my conspiracy theory. But based on what I know of Trump's ideas, I think that he wants to seek an extra term after this one, a third term, because he believes that if he stays in office, he won't die.
That's it seems so stupid that it just seems real.
Yeah, because I just had that thought randomly one day, and the more I thought about it, the more I thought that actually kind of works with Trump logic, though. So you would think that somebody with heart issues would want to get the fuck away from the presidency because it's stressful. But I imagine that Trump's brain works the opposite way.
Well, I know we always say about Trump being stupid, but I mean, is it more of an indictment of our system? If he is truly stupid, is it more of an indictment of our system that he's come this far and done this much?
It is. It's also very much an
Absolutely.
indictment of our society where we vastly overrate business people. I mean, we have to stop pretending that business people are smart. It's just that basic. I'm sorry, they're not. Anybody who's worked in a college for any appreciable amount of time knows that business majors are dumber than rocks.
Hmm.
And I mean, it's a fact. I've taught enough classes, I can tell you, every semester my worst students are always business majors. They can't read, they can't write, they can't think, and they also are typically uncooperative, whiny. And then you're trying to tell me that these are the best of the best, they should be making decisions? No. I mean, these are people who they're incapable of learning an academic discipline of any kind. They would be completely incapable of performing on any level. They also are incapable of learning a craft or a trade. So these are people who literally should just be consigned to signing documents and doing menial office tasks. That's about all they're capable
Well,
of. I'm sorry. It's the
well,
truth,
thanks
though.
to AI, that's over, right?
Yeah.
AI's taking care of that one, right? All right. Um, yeah, no, thanks to AI, that's taking care of that. I'll be right back. The reason I was gone for a bit is I was putting away food that I had cooking for a long period of time. So I just got to put that away, okay? But I'll be right back.
All right.
I guess
Yes.
another talking point would be AI if we haven't already like touched upon that enough.
We
Because
have a little bit around the edges, both how it's, how he's sort of put that huge investment in it, how it's fucked up the RAM market, and also how AI psychosis is now a thing that people get diagnosed with. But I mean, what
yeah,
else? I mean, I guess we could say too that now that people have the ability to get a subscription and make AI movies on their own, so that's interesting.
yeah, and suck. Personally, that sucks to me because I prefer my art to be human. I prefer AI to run my dishwasher and my movies to be handmade instead of the other way around.
Precisely. No, the AI
Uh,
movies. I mean, YouTube's been flooded with AI slop and shit. And I can't tell you how many comments I've gotten recently where people say, "Wow, this is an AI," as if because I mean they find so much AI shit on the history sphere that it's been flooded with it. So at this point, people just expect that they click on a video, it's going to be AI.
yeah,
So
especially on a smaller if you're a small channel, with very few views, people will just look at the view count and like the low quality thumbnail or whatever, and just assume, oh hey, this is probably just an AI video. Like I like there's many videos that I've just like glossed over because I just assumed, oh, this is probably was just AI generated and wasn't like, and I and
Yeah.
I
right,
and I do not know whether or not I've missed out on like some like hidden gem of a YouTuber here and there just out of that prejudice. I do want to like ask though, uh, have any of you heard of the whole like because the concern with AI right now is that it's taking away. It's another thing that's taking away jobs and shrinking the job market even further right now because that's been like cratering recently. Over the last year, I mean. Uh, has anyone made a socialist like any like pro-socialist Marxist kind of argument to say, hey, this is a great excuse to implement social welfare and shit because basically no one will have a job and so you'll have to be on welfare. Because
Yeah,
I've heard
wasn't
it
it?
once from.
I mean, wasn't Andrew
Go ahead.
Yang's thing? Wasn't that the Andrew Yang thing? Remember that?
Kind of, yeah. The guaranteed income or
Yeah,
whatever it was called.
yeah. The only place I had heard it in the wild of all places was my dyed in the wool Republican Elon Musk supporter dad. Like, because we got into a discussion about like AI, and I brought that up as like okay, what's gonna happen when no one has a job anymore because all the jobs are taken over by AI? It's like, oh yeah, the government will just pay everyone.
Yeah. I mean, I
Yeah.
guess we arrived at socialism through the back door.
Yeah, if if AI is the reason why we get fucking socialist policy implemented, it'll be fucking. Uh, I'll take it. That I guess.
Yeah, I guess you won't have a choice because not like there's going to be any goddamn jobs available. So I mean, yeah, what else are you going to do? But yeah, UBI, Universal Basic Income. That's right. That was Yang's
Yeah.
thing. I mean, yeah, I
Mhm.
guess maybe he did anticipate this current round of AI. So I mean, maybe he was right on the money all along. You know?
Yeah, I mean, some of the old Yang Gang people are like, "See, told you so," but not as much as you'd think, though.
Yeah.
No, the uh, more on. Do you have more on corruption?
Not really. I didn't look up any details for this because there's just so many fucking examples. I mean, I know even in the first term he violated the emoluments clause with making with having foreign ambassadors stay at his hotels.
Yeah.
He made his Secret Service guys pay for space in Trump Tower to protect him. I mean, he's done all kinds of things, and he's just taken that up to a different level this term. Where at this point it's just brazen because he's got that ruling where he can just claim it's in the course of his job, and he can just infinitely give himself and his company money, and nobody can do anything about it. So I mean, I would talk more about it if I thought there was a chance of anything happening to him personally, but fuck, nothing's gonna happen. So why go into the details?
Mm. I'm sorry. I think there's another thing too that got demoralizing because it's like they went after Trump so much on stuff and they never got him, right? And now you're right; it's much more egregious, and it's almost like it's much more egregious because he has that ruling, but also just the vibe of like, you guys are just tired of coming after me, so now I got this.
Yeah, I mean,
you
because
know.
he literally is. I mean, in many ways, he kind of is like a king. So what are we gonna do? I mean, yeah, we can go after his cronies, might even get some of his kids one day for the shit they've been up to. But also, they can float some crazy fucking ideas. Both Trump and his family and his sycophants. I mean, I heard the most crazy thing I've heard recently is the idea that Barron should marry the Danish princess, and then her dowry can be Greenland, and that way we can resolve this peacefully. Because I guess the assumption is that Barron will inherit Greenland for America and then automatically become president or some shit. I don't know what the thinking is, but
Yeah, and even then, like she's the actual royalty here, so she would probably get land out of this.
yeah,
Like
somebody talked
like
about, well,
what?
what about the divorce where she gets California, you know?
Yeah.
Or what
Oh,
about she
oh, that
turns?
would that would definitely make some forever Trumpers happy.
What if she just
True.
turns up dead?
Right.
You know.
Yeah, that could happen, I guess. I don't know, man. I mean, we live in some fucking crazy times, and I mean, I'm glad we got through that mostly because I was dreading this one. I'm not gonna lie. This was one
Oh
stream
yeah.
I was not looking forward to.
Same. Same. That's why it took over a month, right? And then,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, I was much more happy to do Super Nintendo, even if I don't pay as well.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just better for the
Yeah.
soul. Uh,
Just better for the soul, man. Yeah. In the yeah, no, better sorry, yeah, better for the soul. And I was looking back on like a lot of those old YouTubers, especially from the late aughts like that. Remember Irate Gamer?
yep. The best of the clones of AGV, AVGN. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I looked decided to like see like what the hell happened with that guy, and he's had one of the wildest YouTube trajectories ever.
Oh yeah.
Um, yeah, just real quick, just he he actually he actually got into YouTube monetization before AVGN. AVGN actually took a while to get any type of monetization because he was too dirty. You know, too many fucks, too many shit jokes, right? And so YouTube favored Irate Gamer. So he got heavily boosted in late aughts and he got monetized before that. But then, things kind of fell off and he did survive by doing, get this, making a channel where he plays with toys.
What?
Yeah, like he reviews a toy and then plays with it. Although you don't actually see him playing with the toy. You see like a puppet playing with the toy. Puppet Steve, that's what it's called. And he has made a lot of content, some of which has a lot of views. And what a lot of it apparently was geared towards YouTube kids. So it's the idea that you'd have, you shut your kid up by putting the phone in front of their face, and then they would watch like, this guy just like play with toys. And I watched like some of the videos for it, and he was good at that. It was funny and kind of cute. And eventually, if there was any problems between him and James Rolfe, like it got patched up enough for them to do some collaborations. One of which was on one of the toy things. Like one of them was Ken, the other one was Ryu.
Oh, nice. Well, I guess to be
Yeah.
fair, I mean, they are fellow survivors of early YouTube, so it makes sense they would eventually make common cause and, patch things up.
No, actually, no. That was another thing too. He about 5 years ago did a quick crossover review about Dick Tracy, and it was pretty good. He started talking about like Dick Tracy, like toys and like like the movie that they had in the '90s and his own memories of it, which reminded me of the AVGN episode about that because that was one of the few times when like I'm like, okay, I don't think he's actually acting. I think Rolf was generally pissed thinking about when he was a kid playing the Dick Tracy game and hoping it would be good because I was in the same boat. I liked that movie as a kid. I had a bunch of the toys, and that game was awful. But the game was interesting enough to where you thought maybe it's good or maybe I'm just bad. You know what I mean? Then you realize it's just a bad game. So the crossover episode, their part where they talk to each other isn't that like that mind blowing or anything, but it was kind of fun to see the connection there. And you mentioned that about surviving. That's actually I think that's the intro to the video. Shows like Wanted, and it's showing all the old video game reviewers that are gone. One of which is dead now, actually.
Oh, damn, okay.
It was like missing, missing, missing. It's like it's true though. Like so many of those people from that era are gone, but then I mean, some of those Channel Awesome people are still around, man. I mean, Doug Walker aged like bad milk, but he's still around, and Linkara just yelling about fucking comic books.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean,
and
Doug Walker's videos, I have watched a few recent ones, and I will say, he has improved dramatically since that one fucking wall video.
you know, I'm gonna say it's about the wall video. I wasn't. I love that movie and the album. I wasn't as big a hater on it as the others because there were parts that made me laugh, and I fully admit that Nostalgia Critic sucks, right? But I don't know. Maybe growing up the same sort of stuff, but I actually did when he was good. I actually found his shit genuinely funny, you know. But you're right. They all had the decline period. I mean, hell, Irate Gamer. He stopped doing Irate Gamer videos of the toy thing for a while. Also, he did get this man ghost hunting,
Oh, God.
and everybody talks about how when he does the ghost hunting, you're like, man, this is what this guy really wanted to do, and,
Well, I guess it's kind of like
and
how
I
James Rolfe wanted to make horror movies, and, that
yeah.
didn't really happen.
And actually, Luke, it's funny you say that. I'd heard the same thing that post the wall, post COVID, uh, Doug Walker stuff did. I haven't watched any of his newer stuff, but I heard it actually did get better, But I can
Yeah.
never hate the guy because he did hit those excellent videos on like horrible animated Titanic movies, which I'd never heard of. I loved his presentation for him, and everybody should, if you're a fan of bad movies, see all three. All three of them are fucking bonkers. And one of them's obviously about North Korea, but on the Titanic.
One of them's blatant North Korean propaganda. Yeah. Yeah, I will say I think the difference is he's given up on like talking about just whatever movie that he feels forced to talk about just because a lot more movies that he actually enjoys, like The Mask. I think that was one of
Yeah.
the most recent ones I watched. Like barely any of those crappy skits with
Oh yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. The thing with the skits is I did like some of the skits, but they got progressively worse. One fun thing about the Doug Walker the Wall video, a lot of the people who didn't like that, which were a lot of people, of course, but a lot of it actually reminded me of when people don't like the movie or the album The Wall. You know, obtuse, self-indulgent. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah,
you know, 'cause
yeah.
and I love both things, but you know, I've heard people say like people's criticisms of the Doug Walker The Wall are reminding me of people's criticisms of Pink Floyd The Wall.
Yeah, honestly, if we ever do a Pink Floyd album tier list, that would be fun. If we ever, or like concept album tier list or whatever, I would love to talk about The Wall. All I will say about the movie is that the animated sections are the best part of the film. The live action sections are give or take at best.
I love the whole thing, but it's also something I wouldn't watch like, you know, how should I say liberally? You know, like you don't just pop it on. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Uh, I know this is coming from me. You know, I've been known to just wake up in the morning and put on Clockwork Orange, but the Wall is it's just such a introverted movie and an erotic movie. You know, um, but anyways, yeah, but yeah, I mean, the animated sections, of course, are excellent, especially like Goodbye Blue Sky. You know, very very beautiful section there. The
yeah,
animation's superb in it. But yeah, no, it just it was it's been fun returning to some of those people I used to watch. Although I actually never watched the Linkara guy because I'm not into comic books. I just like remembered him. I was like, what is his videos like? I'm like, oh great, he does the same fucking thing for 20 years. I don't know whether to be sad or comforted.
Yeah, because I know a lot of people talk. I've heard some people make videos on the decline of this or the other YouTuber, and one of the favorite points they'll make is how sad it is to see somebody if they still like have the same haircut or dress the same way as they did over a number of years. And I mean, I guess I don't really get that perspective so much. I don't, but
Oh, I would explain to them a very simple thing. I'd explain to them. Um, a lot of reporters have to keep the same hair. Because if you change your hair and that type of thing, you don't necessarily look like recognizable to people. Like you become like a kind of visual brand when you're doing that sort of stuff,
yeah,
you know? So that's why was the reporter around here? Oh, was it Susan Rojan who actually see she actually hang out in the dive bars around here years ago, low key, but she still has hair like she had in the 90s. But that's what happens. You know, they if they do change their hair, they'll get made fun of. Like the Bob Breck around here got made fun of for that. So it's just like the fact they're doing that is because they're a character. They're playing this character. And then people with AVGM were like, "You're not as good now. Why don't you quit?" And he's essentially like, "This is how I pay the bills." You know.
yeah,
Um, and what I mean, fucking what's his name said the same thing. Lynn Cara guy, he still has his devoted fans who are all comic book nerds. They want him to dissect the comic books. And I'll admit, you know, I watched like this. Will put on the background his Transformers one, but Transformers comics, and I thought he had a pretty good assessment about the comic overall. I mean, this is his world; that's what he knows, right? And he says, "Yeah, so I pay the bills." I'm like, "Yeah, I get it, man. As long as you, you know, you put the work in and all the rest, why not, man? You know, keep at it. It pays the bills. What do you want to do, right?"
yeah. I mean, it's better than working at Subway or whatever. So there's that.
Yeah, or you know, if your quality slipped a bit, like we're talking about with Rolf there, well, I feel like it's been pretty good the last 2 years. The one where he defeats Jekyll and Hyde, nice fun parody of The Exorcist. I enjoyed it. Probably also helped that I just rewatched The Exorcist recently. Great movie.
Yeah, I guess too, though, over time, as he notices that his quality slipped, and then he made some adjustments. He might have added some new people to edit or whatever. So I mean, there's always adjustments you can make to make up for things, or you can just, uh, I mean, there's all kinds of little ways you can make adjustments and improvements. So
Actually, that's the one I wanted to. Okay, all right. That's the thing I want to get to. Sorry. And yes, obviously that's what some of these people did. That's more power to them, right? But one person mentioned that the drama surrounding these people is so goddamn tame compared to Twitch streamer drama.
Oh boy, yeah,
yeah,
absolutely. Jesus
You know,
Christ.
this is a world I don't fucking know at all. But I do this thing where like every once in a while I'll just like find out about something like, huh, what's that? And then I'll just like dive head first in for like a day or two and just watch a bunch of stuff or like read a few things and really try to be like just get like a little bit of just to get a little bit of an understanding of that world, right? And I didn't even know about what these people are and everything and about like hot tub girls and shit. And I'm just like, and like these Twitch streamers like living together and they all like start breaking down because they all need to do antics and stuff, and abuse. And then the number of them that get accused of thievery, sexual assault, regular good old plain violent assault. I mean, so fucking many of them.
Oh yeah, and it's really funny when you see guys like guys that are just like hurling rape accusations against each other.
Yes, yes. And then
At least
people
two
start
dudes that both have like.
and then people just start taking sides with each other, And then I decided to watch one of those streams. I'm like, what the hell are these Twitch streams even like? And I'm like, oh my God, this really is just like, I'm talking to my fans. They give me money. I try to say something crazy or do something crazy, or they just give me money so I engage with them because this is a parasocial relationship, Um, probably the most amusing one that was like one of them like Justa Minx or something, who was like the Three Stooges, or the Three Stooges was an Irish woman. She just like falls around all over the place. And I'm like, wait, so this woman made money doing essentially a like a Three Stooges act without other Stooges, and it's not vaudeville.
I will say, yeah, I will say, speaking on the whole, streamer drama thing, growing up on YouTube, in my younger days, it really does jade you because like without a doubt, at least one of your like YouTube idols will turn out to be a pedophile. Like at least one, and that's happened to me like 4 times.
god damn.
Wow.
Like some guy that I watch regularly, or some guy I was like, oh, this guy's really cool, or like this one particular guy in this like group of YouTubers that's like, oh, that guy I can really relate to here in this group. Yeah, he seems like a fun guy to hang out with, and it turns out, oh yeah, they're pedophiles or rapists or something horrible.
I
I think
gotta say,
I can recall off the top of my head Ryan Haywood of Rooster Teeth, Mini Lad from Vanos Gaming, and Call Me Carson. Those are the three that come to my head. There's certainly
Call Me
more.
Carson. I just found out about that one, man. I was like, oh my God. I do want to say this though. I haven't had that happen. I've had where there were people who I thought, and not as much. I don't know, like there's other shit you can fool me on, but one thing is I always like when people talk, I pay attention to the eyes when they're especially when they're talking about this like anything political or whatever, and just look if they have fire or not, right? A few times I've been fooled by ones where I'm like, okay, actually, you're not really for this. You were just like paid shill, whatever. But most of the ones that I was big fans of, like Distributus and Academic Agent, they've been pretty consistent. They've been like, hey, this is what I believe, or they'll say, I've changed my mind on this, but it's obviously not a paid thing. But at the same time, like reading that irate gamer thing, the guy was like talking about his history, and the guy said, so the biggest controversy of this guy was that he copied the Angry Video Game Nerd. He made some cringy ghost content, and then later on played with toys to make money, which succeeded.
Yeah,
wow.
So
that sounds like a great arc compared to these fuckers you're talking about.
yeah, I mean, I think that man needs to be in Guantanamo Bay right now. I mean, what an asshole!
Yeah.
What a monster!
The worst part is the three guys I named. those all happened in like it feels like a span of a year that all came out. Like I think the stuff about Miniland came out during like the COVID year. Then the next year was Ryan Haywood, and then I think the next year was Call Me Carson. That got so it was just back to
Yeah.
back to back.
Oh, Ryan
Yeah.
Haywood. Yeah, I found him. I thought I only just found about these people like a week ago. I just
Oh
was
yeah,
like, holy
yeah,
shit,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Right. I could do a whole stream talking about like the Rooster Teeth because that was a big part of my entry to the internet. That really got attached to RVB and Ruby and the podcast and all the personalities there, and Achievement Hunter,
And also,
and then that all
the
fell
really
apart.
also like the really petty beef stuff, right? Like, okay, like actually, AVG and Irate Gamer never really called each other out or anything, you know. I think maybe Irate Gamer at one point said like, oh, he sent like an email that I think Mike Matei put up, and he got pissy about that. That's relatively nothing, right? Meanwhile, you got these other people who do this kind of shit who just make petty YouTube videos against each other, you know? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I like
like,
to follow. I've been following some people for a while, like the Drunken Peasants podcast and the branches of that. Talk about decline though, because they their view counts at this point because they used to be like the biggest fucking podcast on YouTube. I
yeah.
guarantee you, none of their recent streams, like none of their last 20 streams, have done better than this stream just did in terms of
Yeah.
viewers. So
No, it's just that there's like,
What
yeah,
group? What group again?
drunken
Drunken
peasants.
Peasants. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, no, it's like, sorry, I'll close it up because I'm kind of also talking the way you excitedly talk about when you find out about something, and I guess one friend, she's like, the people I know are all about Desperate Housewives, and like, men secretly like this, and I was like, I don't like Desperate. I'm not Desperate Housewives. I mean, like, Real Housewives. I was like, no, I've seen it. I think it's stupid and annoying. But then I had to admit to one of them, was like, but when I found about Twitch streamer drama, I was like, wow, now I'm into this. Because it's God, it's some real cesspool shit, man, and the pickiness that goes, the pettiness that goes on, and yeah, and meanwhile, that's what I guess I'm saying, man, is to you, Luke, is the YouTubers I grew up with. I remember, like, I saw like the Back to the Future review, then the Castlevania review in like 2006. Banger Video Game Nerd. I mean, like, so that was the first one I got into, right? And the worst thing that happened is his quality slipped up because the movie failed, and he had a kid, and that was a priority for him. And even when the quality slipped up, he still did some great shit like Seaman, the Seaman video.
Oh yeah.
You watch that? Yeah, that's fucking amazing. Like, so even at that point, I was like, yeah, he's not as good as he used to be, but every once in a while, he still put a banger out, And I never had to look at James Rolfe and go, hey, this guy's a rapist.
That's true. I mean, there's never been a real scandal for him.
No. Why said one guy said, "Oh, great! The worst thing about Linkara is he wrote a shitty comic when he was younger, and he's kind of annoying and maybe annoying and petty." Man, that sounds like nothing compared to these other people. It's
Yeah,
nothing.
because I guess Rolf's big controversy is that he might have phoned in some videos for a while, or done sort of podcast style episodes where he let other people talk and he just stood there. I mean, I guess that's his scandal.
Yeah, to be fair, even before that, the one thing to be fair though is that he was never that. Oddly enough, he's a chill dude, but it's funny he plays an angry guy. But at the same time, he's mostly a chill dude, but also he was never that good at the off the cuff stuff.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
what I've noticed. Yeah, he's not good in interviews really. Although he did
or
have
like
decent chemistry in a recent one I saw where he did a collaboration with My Retro Life, and they
okay,
had pretty good patter. But for the most part, I mean, I guess to be fair, the guy on that channel is pretty chill, kind of like James. So they, I guess we're simpatico. But for the most part, yeah, James does tend to get bowled over by louder people.
yeah, like James and Mike Mondays. I mean, they were fine. I wasn't like a big watcher of them, but whenever I did see them, I was like, man, James is really toned down. But then also to realize that the amount of performance energy you got to put into some of the shit he was doing, it's gonna fucking drain you too. You're right,
Yeah,
just gonna be like, you know what? I just want to kick my feet up right now.
I mean, to be fair though, like most of the people who have really explosive tempers and go on like epic rants, I mean, that's a mode they activate. That's not their norm. They go from being
Yeah,
quiet to a,
yeah,
volcanic rant. So, to be fair,
mhm.
that kind of checks out a little bit.
Yeah. I still though believe the rant at the end of Dick Tracy's 100% like that wasn't acting. That was an angry, angry man at that moment.
Yeah, because I
The
know I know
audio,
he
the audio
exaggerates
even
it, but apparently when he first started showing that shit to his friends, it was kind of like just a more performative version of what he had been doing when they'd get together to play games sometimes.
yes, exactly. Yeah, yeah. But also, I think the Dick Tracy one as well because it's more personalized too, which is a lot of the ones really like I'm not a giant fan of Earthbound. I've never played Final Fantasy 3/6, but his reviews of those were very good because he got into a lot of details about it, and you could, or like when you did the Castlevania series, that was great. You know. But anyways, sorry, I know we all forgotten a thing about this, and once again, I'm sorry, Luke, that you've had to go through. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, that's really
Don't worry.
fucked. That's really
I'm just one of
fucked.
the I'm just one of the
I mean,
millions and millions of young people that had experience.
no,
Just keep in mind, these guys had like these are guys that had like millions and millions of views, or like the groups they were part of were like millions of viewers. Like this is not some like small scale guys. These were like big names.
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean,
that's
well,
why I want
Luke,
to
look on
say,
the bright side. At least you were just a kid who watched them on the internet, not a kid who met them.
Oh yeah,
yeah, or I'm kind of laughing because I had heard that like that was kind of a cesspool, the internet, and then I really looked at it, and I was like, oh, this isn't just a cesspool. Like this is like the fucking dip from Who Framed Roger Rabbit, you know. So,
yeah.
Yeah,
anyways,
If anything, that those if anything made me a nihilist about humanity, I think that was I think it was those incidents. It's like what's the point in having heroes at this point? They're always going to disappoint you.
or well, I was never a fan of Irate Gamer, but I think it's funny that he just turned to a ghost hunter. So either they turn out to be rapists or they turn out to be ghost hunters.
I guess. I mean, this is one of those rare instances where I'll take the ghost hunter.
Yeah, yeah, no shit, man, no shit. Uh, I did thought I'd we were mentioning like the stuff because we had the Super Nintendo stream, and I thought I'd mention to you right quick, man, just three quick things from the stream that I forgot to mention.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, one of them I found out. Uh, so Yo Noid was a Capcom game, and it was a reskin. So it's a reskin of a previous game that was already a good game. You know, it just so happened that the people at Domino's were smart enough to go to a decent company like Capcom to promote their character instead of a bad one. And then Capcom just said, "Okay, we'll just reskin this game, and it's the Noid instead of the other person it is." We did forget to mention Indiana Jones's Greatest Adventures, which I would have put as A tier. Uh, Very difficult game. In fact, I kind of consider that one harder than the Super Star Wars trilogy.
God
Uh,
damn.
yeah, no, and also more annoying, I would say. Or maybe the execution was off, but overall, though, it's mostly really good, and the presentation's good, and actually, um, the music in that one, I'd say, is in some ways more effective than even the Star Wars trilogy ones. I mean, the music in that one is pitch perfect for Indiana Jones. And last but not least, did you know about Scottie Pippen and NBA Jam? How he's programmed?
I mean, I know he's one of the best characters in the game, but I don't know any specifics. I mean, I usually play the Bulls. I have to play NBA Jam, so played as him a
So
lot. But
so if he plays against the Pistons, his stats go down
really,
because the designer of NBA Jam was a Pistons fan who hated the Bulls.
yeah. I mean, I know some of Pippen's detractors say that he kind of came up short in big game moments. Although, I mean, I know there were games where he came up short, but that's true of every player. And I know there were also games where he came through in the clutch, though. I remember there were games where he'd make like a game-winning steal or whatever. But
No,
yeah,
the guy with NBA Jam, he admitted it. He admitted it. People asked him because they were like, "Hey, we noticed like this," and he's like, "Yeah, I did that." Pippen, his stats go down when he plays against the Pistons. Only the Pistons, though.
Yeah. Oh, somebody mentioned Nick Fuentes in the chat just now, and there was one thing that was hilarious I saw where he and a bunch of other right-wing guys went out to a bar, and they were trying to look cool, and they took a group photo, and somebody captioned it with Grinder, and it looked like a real Grinder photo. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not surprising there, man.
but
Yeah.
also
Don't
like
forget they were blasting. They were blasting
yeah, they're
of
like
all things that one.
yeah, the Kanye West song about Hitler.
Yeah, which is
God.
actually not about Hitler. It's more about how he's about how he's lost custody of his children, and just that the verse is just him chanting Heil Hitler.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
and they asked for it
I'll
like
be right
multiple
back.
times at this club too, and the club
Yeah,
played it
that
because
it
they were
was.
throwing money around.
Yeah, yeah, and I remember one tweet about it. Just someone said, "I wonder what Hitler would feel if he saw this and about the state of his movement if he saw all these minorities just chanting his name to a fucking rap song written by a black man."
He'd be confused to say the least. Now, if we want to bring back reaction videos and do some time travel, that would be one hell of a reaction video.
I
Especially,
I,
I think
I
Hitler
felt
knew some English,
I,
right? I mean, he knew some English, didn't he?
probably a bit. I just want to point out just the insanity because this is a 2020.
Back. Sorry, I had to go grab some water real quick. The yeah, no, I'd heard about that and about how awkward it looked too. Meanwhile, I'm sorry, I didn't know Kanye West had a song where he just goes Heil Hitler in the back a bunch.
Yeah, yeah, it's he drops the N word. It's they don't. Like I think the lyrics to the chorus are they don't understand in the things I say on Twitter. All my N words Nazis N word Heil Hitler.
Yeah, and then of course these dorks were, I think, singing along with that part of it and doing the Heil Hitler part like out
Yeah.
loud. And they were also trying to pick up girls. And there's one part where one of the other guys turns to Nick and he says, "I'm gonna grab a girl and bring her over here for you." And Nick is like, "No, thank you."
Yeah, I think one person said about that like it looks he obviously also doesn't want to be in a bar or something,
Yeah,
Which,
he looks super out of place and uncomfortable.
I mean, I mean, I looked at. I don't know what kind of bar this was, but I mean, I guess what it sounds like to me is more like a club.
Yeah, it was more of a club. I think you're right. And there were, I don't know if they'd count as strippers or not, but I'm pretty sure they were strippers.
I would look uncomfortable there. I don't like clubs. Yeah, yeah. I could sympathize with that one, but also, why the fuck would you film this stuff?
Yeah, they filmed
know?
it and released it to all their fans because I guess they thought they looked cool. And of course, they had a group photo and somebody labeled it as a grinder photo, and it
Yeah, I
was
heard
fucking
that one.
perfect, man. But yeah, so I guess one thing I can say about 2025 is it started off as a great year for right wing commentators and ended as a
Mhm.
horror show. Because right now, I mean, fuck, dude. How do you defend a lot of the shit that is happening if you're one of these guys? I mean, their job right now is impossible.
Well, if you have no, that's the thing is if you're one of those, yes. Um, I don't think it's been a bad year for those who are more critical of Trump. I don't think Tucker Carlson's had that bad of a year outside of inviting people on who talk about demons,
Yeah.
you know? But I mean, he just did one with what Zink Uger
Yeah.
just now.
I mean, one person who actually I think kind of low key died and didn't get reported among the dead celebrities in 2025. At least his career should have been among the dead. Alex Jones. That motherfucker is
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
so smoked.
Oh no, they're that's being talked about a lot, and that goes back to Epstein because he's soft pedaling it. So people think he's now bought and compromised.
Yeah. Yeah, and people pointing out that for years he's been talking about like, oh, the demonic pedophiles running this country, and the moment that it's proved that he's proved right, he says nothing.
Yeah.
He had
No, it's
one thing.
crazy.
However, he's been no. In one regard, he's consistent though. He has always soft pedaled Israel. He's never denied that Israel has power and influence. Okay, but when people talk about it, he gets uncomfortable and changes the subject. He's been doing this for years.
Yeah, because he is politically astute enough to know that that is not a winning subject, and it's one that can call down some consequences.
That is possibly it or compromised. I don't know, but I would actually say that that has been a big reason for his decline. And yeah, Alex Jones is now the one that looks like tame, distracted, and is increasingly irrelevant, which that has not been the case for a long time, right?
Yeah. No, I mean
Yep.
Alex Jones. It's it is crazy. He put all his cards or all his eggs in the basket of I'm going to go all in on demonic pedophiles as being something that's real. And yeah, then it actually panned out after what 25 years or however long he's been doing this. 30 years actually, because I think he started in the mid 90s. So after 30 years, it finally comes true. And then he bungles it completely.
Yeah, he also might have been spooked from the degree to which he was gone after in the courts too. To be honest, I never really liked Alex Jones even as a presenter, so I never really watched enough of him because he would. Well, okay, if he was like on somebody else's thing, like there's that one where it's him, Tim Dillon, and Joe Rogan. I did watch that. That was great. Fucking loved it. Now that was theater. Okay, all right, that's entertainment. But if when it's just like him on his show, I just couldn't do it. Yeah, I might like I'd watch like a minute or two and I'd be like, I'm out. I can't do this.
Yeah, I mean,
You know.
some of the little clips, like his outros where he'd put on a fucking reptile mask or whatever, those were funny. But
Yeah.
yeah, the show itself was unwatchable, and it would break like every 2 minutes, like, "Hey guys, let's talk about gold, or let's talk about natural alpha male supplements that you can only buy at my store."
You know what I also like, dude. I think you said this back in the day. Doesn't he kind of remind you of Ghost from Sewer Shark?
Yes, absolutely. Oh, he's got a lot of ghost energy going on.
Fucking A, man. Finally, Ghost from Sewer Shark. Oh, by the way, people have taken Night Trap and cut it to make it a movie because it is
Yeah,
just you watching a movie, but cutting from camera to camera. So they got some cuts on YouTube where they just took Night Trap and made it into what it was always meant to be, a shitty '80s horror movie.
yeah, that's good because I mean that's better than trying to play the game, honestly.
Yeah, I mean it's still definitely a cult game of sorts, you know.
I mean, to the
I still
extent that
I
you can control it.
right, Night Trap's like Echo the Dolphin also where like I have my problems with the game, but I still like it. Also, I guess some of the creativity and ridiculousness of it just draws me in. For one thing's for damn sure, it's better than like, Mad Dog McCree or oh shit, man, Corpse Killer.
Yeah, I'm pretty fond of Corpse Killer.
Hey, man, Rolf finally reviewed the game. He killed me, dude.
No, one of my favorite FMV games, and I guess we'll eventually do a stream about that, but one of my favorites of all time is Slam City with Scottie Pippen, which
Oh
is
yeah.
full motion video basketball one on one. And that game has some fucking lines in it. Like, if I was trying to explain to Luke what it's like, what culture was like in the 90s, I just told him to go play that fucking game. That would be my advice. That's all you need to
Which
know.
one?
It's called Slam City with Scottie Pippen. It came out on Sega CD and I think 3DO. There's also a 32X enhanced version, but that I had as a kid. But there's a lot of shit talking and bets and stuff like that. There's one sleazy guy, if you lose, he bets against you, and he'll come up to you after the game and he'll go, $50 for the rent.
Oh god.
and basically your girlfriend in the game, if you lose, she more or less tells you that she's not gonna fuck you, but if you do win, it's implied that you get laid that night.
Amazing.
Yeah,
All right,
so
I'll consider getting an emulator download on my laptop and see if I could run that.
yeah, because the ROM can be a little hard to find. There is footage of the game. I've had trouble relocating a ROM for it, but
Yeah.
It's definitely it is playable. I mean, it's not, I won't call it a great game, but it actually is playable, unlike a lot of those FMV games.
Dude, I'm sorry. Speaking of ROMs, I was looking for mine. I might have lost them. They might be. I might have lost them somehow.
Well, most of them are still available, but a few of them are hard to find now, like Slam City. So,
Okay. All right. So, okay. So ROMs and emulators, because I mean, I just found this out. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go look, see if I can still find. Because it's not just that. Like those files also had saved games. Screensavers. I did.
yeah.
So,
Well,
all
I
right.
mean, if you want, I can help you out with that a little later with something else, but we'll talk
Okay.
about that
Yeah.
off
Yeah.
air.
I think it might be on one of my old external hard drives, and I just want to get on there because one game I really wanted to play is Commodore 64 Balance of Power. Is a Cold War game. Um, and it's a Cold War game where it's like really upper echelon, like deciding how much money you put into something. Do you help other rebels in this country? Do you get involved? It's the kind of game where you could within a few years find yourself committing 500,000 troops to the Philippines.
Wow.
Yeah, so and of course if things get too out of hand, nuclear war starts. And I think the screen actually scolds you for it and says, "Well, you thought you'd see an image of a mushroom cloud going off. Well, you don't. Instead, you've killed billions. Congrats for losing." Like that kind of shit.
Wow.
Like apparently it's got a great game over screen. So I was kind of wanting to get a Commodore 64, a Commodore 64 emulator and try that out.
Well, so I guess it's getting to be that time where I'm almost ready to do the a few archaeology things and then skip over to super chats because we've got about 20 super chats, so it might take a little while to get through those.
Oh wow, yeah, we got to do that. And did you want to mention anything before we get to that? Anything culture related, movies, TV shows?
Um, I don't have
I
much.
did.
You can
Yeah.
talk about that. I'm actually going to take a very brief break and I'll be back in just a minute if you want to talk about some of that.
Yeah, okay. I don't have terribly much to say, but okay, I'll do a few things on it. I would probably say for me, well, this was probably the year where I went to the movie theater the least, at least for anything new. I did go see Barry Lyndon. And I watched a lot of movies at home and did a lot of the movie showings with my brother. Me and him did those with like the bad movies and stuff. But I didn't really get involved in anything, and I didn't see too many people who were that excited to want to see anything. Anything on your end, Luke?
Regarding to what?
Well, I mean, how many times you go to the theater? I can only think of 3 or 4 times for me this year. I mean,
Um,
last.
I mean, I went twice to see the Superman movie and twice to see the Chainsaw Man film. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, the Superman I went to first with a friend of mine, and the other time with family members. Chainsaw Man I went to see twice myself. That's the only time I've ever seen a movie in theaters by myself twice,
Oh, cool.
which
Uh,
is a glowing recommendation from my part.
I'll have to check that out then. I saw
Yeah.
Superman because a friend of mine wanted to see it. I actually wasn't even planning on it. Glad I did. I really enjoyed it. And that same night, because they were also playing the Jurassic Park one, the Jurassic World one, I was like, ah, fuck it, I'll go watch that one. I like watching dinosaurs, Um, which not a great movie because those Jurassic World movies. I mean, well, I didn't see the third one. I heard that was an abomination. I saw the second one for free. That sucked. The first one I mostly liked, but they're the ones in the '90s are just better, right? Um, but the one with Scarlett Johansson was pretty fun, Oh, and then somebody wanted to watch Weapons, so I went to go see that, and that was fun. I liked that a lot. Um, but no, I guess I mean there were movies making money, but financially every year for Hollywood just seems to get worse and worse, you know. Um, and there doesn't really seem to be any way out for them, you know. Uh, and streaming has been in many ways a bust financially, you know. Uh, in fact, if anything, probably the newest stuff I was most invested in was dinosaur horror on YouTube. You ever watch any of these?
No.
Yeah, no, they're just There was one by a group called Azon Studios, which is called Prehistoric Reemergence. And that's just a fascinating, bizarre series where like holes open up in the earth and the ocean, and animals, prehistoric monsters like megalodons and Tyrannosaurus rexes and Dunkleosauruses, Dunkleosis, which was like this fish that had one hell of a bite, start coming back and just killing people. And it's getting weird. And you're having dinosaurs talking to people now, and they've got stuff where they're like, dinosaurs like, oh yeah, like they're like, there's one of them where the guy like hears a noise upstairs, goes upstairs, and there's just a raptor right there in the gloom looking at him. But the other one too is this guy who does these videos through Blender. It's called Ali Awada, and I just want to mention this one to y'all because if you're a fan of the original Jurassic Park movie and novel, he's doing a whole prequel series from Muldoon's point of view. And I want to say he's done maybe it's 8 or 9 episodes at this point, and they're all good. Like, well done shots, excellent voice work, pretty well written. He's building up suspense. Things are plausible, and characters are not acting stupid. And it's all from Robert Muldoon, the game warden's point of view, and I highly recommend it. This has been my favorite thing I've been watching right now. These This guy's like short 10 to 20 minute Muldoon prequel with some by the way, not only some scary scenes in there, but the whole thing about this series is that raptors are loose in the park, and he's trying to figure out what's going on, and he's got great. If you have to really pay attention to the background, you can see raptors in the background, like looking at Muldoon from a distance or moving in the background. One of them in particular, there's like he's in this like drainage ditch and he's walking around, and I didn't even notice it the 2 times I watched it. And so I pointed out as he crosses the corner, there's a shadow of a raptor going by, and that's the sound that he hears. Anyways, highly recommend it. Very good stuff. So yeah, that's pretty much all I got on that note.
In terms of a 2025 movie I enjoyed, the only really memorable movie I can point to that I know came out this year that I would say you should watch is One Battle After Another. Aside from that, I can't think of too many good movies this year.
I'll watch it eventually. I'm not the biggest Paul Thomas Anderson fan. I don't really think he's made that many good movies since Magnolia. I'll take a look at it. I will say this: this movie, I've heard some criticism against it that are pretty cutting, and I will note that the people who don't like this movie really don't like this movie, which makes me want to see it even more.
What are the politics of people who don't like it, if I may ask?
That varies. I'd say mostly right wingers.
That makes a hell of a lot of sense because this movie's brutal to right wingers. So yeah.
Well, I've also what I also mean is 2 people whose opinions I trust, one of which is very left, didn't like it either. They just thought it was okay, And another person I know, they're more like centrist. They thought it was a left-wing violent power fantasy that's moronic, that tries to be smart. I haven't seen this movie, so I don't know. I'm not excited to see it simply because I'm not a giant Paul Thomas Anderson fan, and the plot doesn't really interest me that much. I'm much more interested in seeing Sinners just because I like vampires.
Oh yeah, that's something I need to see. I did miss that one. I also missed Weapons or whatever it was called.
Yeah,
Weapons is good. Weapons is good. I recommend. Yeah, I can recommend that one. That's a good one, and it does some nice little surprising narrative tricks. But I generally find like the good stuff for the last 10 years right at this point is horror movies. I mean, 2024. I really like Nosferatu.
Yeah, that was fucking good.
That was excellent, man. And that's funny too, because like all 3 of the Nosferatu movies, I'd rate a 9 or better.
Yeah.
At this point, guys, you can't go wrong seeing a Nosferatu movie.
Yeah. And even when he shows up in SpongeBob, it's a 10 out of 10 episode usually.
Oh, I love it, dude. I love when he shows up in SpongeBob. It's so good. Nosferatu. So, so anyways, I just yeah, so sorry. So anyways, that was I mean, I'll check it out eventually though, Probably try to watch some yeah, I think I watched so many old movies and old bad movies. I just probably spend this year trying to catch up on good stuff. But ever since they got rid of the Netflix uh mail-in disc thing for me, it's been a pain because I don't subscribe to any streaming sites, and it doesn't mean it's impossible to find movies, but I don't know. Like for instance, right now I'm more interested in watching Snoopy Come Home from the 1970s.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, because probably the best new movie I saw last year was A Boy Named Charlie Brown. Highly recommend that if you like peanuts.
Mm.
I'll give it a
Okay.
watch.
Yeah, it's on I believe it's on Canopy, okay?
Okay, okay, I've never heard of that.
Oh, you never heard of that? Do you have a library card?
Oh yeah, I remember it now. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. You've got a library card, you're on Canopy. There you go. All right.
All right.
So archaeology, huh?
Yeah, so I'll keep this simple because obviously there are other finds, including a major one in Peru, so a sort of a precursor to the Inca. But I don't know that much about that, so I'm not going to try to do that one right now. What we'll do is start in Egypt. So the Valley of the Kings is where a lot of the New Kingdom pharaohs are buried. And one of the missing links in our knowledge of that was the tomb of Thutmose II. So you have an order. You have Ahmose, then you have his son Amenhotep I, then you have Thutmose I, then Thutmose II. So he is the fourth ruler of the 18th dynasty and the fourth ruler of the New Kingdom. His father, Thutmose I, was actually the first to use the Valley of the Kings, and so this is the second oldest tomb there. We just found it after all these years. And part of the reason why this is a big deal, well, actually, let me back it up. Part of the reason why this is not a bigger deal is because he didn't rule for that long or do that much. So, of these early pharaohs of this period, he's like the least important. So, his sort of like stepsister slash wife, Hatshepsut, will go on to do great things, and then Thutmose's son, Thutmose III, becomes he a lot of times is called the Napoleon of Egypt. So he goes on to be the great conqueror who conquers a lot of the Near East. So Thutmose II is important for material culture, but he was not that significant of a ruler, which I assume also means his tomb's probably mostly intact, which is cool. So a lot of times the rulers who are not that significant are the ones we can learn the most about because they just don't have that kind of clout. So he has been found. Now, moving over to Greece, there is a remain from the Archaic period, the 7th century. And what's unique about it is it's a woman in her 20s who was found at a cemetery, probably not too far outside of Attica. And she is buried with a crown. We have lions on it, and lions represent royal authority. By the way, big cats represent royal power throughout the world. So even in parts of the world without lions, they still use big cats to represent kings. But her crown is on upside down. And so that's led to a lot of speculation as to why it was put that way on her head. And so we know that during the Archaic period, monarchy in the Greek world died out. So one theory is that she was a queen and she was deposed or died in office, and the monarchy might have died with her. So that was how they represented that symbolically in the grave. So that's one theory. But again, we don't really know, and the fall of monarchy in the Greek world might have actually been a little bit before that, but I guess this could have been an area that was slower politically. Anyhow, that was a major find. There's been a lot of speculation about that. And she was also buried not far from a small child. We don't know yet through dating if they would be, say, mother and son or anything like that. But if so, then that's probably her cause of death, because that was the most common cause of death for young women, would be childbirth related things. Now, that was a pretty big find, but another one that I think could be as significant, if not more so, is from the 1st century BCE at Pompeii. So this was covered in ash about a century and a half after it was made, so this was a somewhat old building at the time. But there is the so-called House of the Thiasus at Pompeii. And we found a room with 3 walls decorated in a Dionysiac procession. The 4th one opens up onto a porch. So it has ecstatic dancers and hunters. And that's pretty unusual because actually most Dionysiac scenes don't have a lot of hunting in them. But this one actually has not only hunters looking for animals, but even scenes of animals being skinned and prepared. So that's pretty unique. And yeah, it's just kind of a neat thing that they found there. By the way, apparently it's already available for tourists. So if you go to Pompeii right now, you can go and see this for yourself, which is pretty impressive that they cleaned this out and got it ready so fast. So yeah, that's just a little quick rundown of the world of archaeology. Obviously not anywhere near complete, but I figured, again, it's important to remember that even though stupid people might run the world, there are other people around who actually are good at things and make the world better. So that's my spiel.
Pretty cool, man, especially the Pompeii stuff.
Yeah, pretty neat. And so we're gonna probably learn some stuff about the Pompeii, or about the Dionysiac cult, mystery cult from that, hopefully,
Yeah.
or at least its art.
I, I've been to Pompeii, so at least when I went, there's a lot of stray dogs. I mean, Vesuvius just looms over the place, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, so I'd love to stay on more, but I definitely need to hit the sack. So I'm gonna cut it here. So, see you guys, I guess.
All right. Well, thank you,
Right.
Luke, and good night.
Good night.
No, no, Luke's not going to sleep. You know what Luke's doing? He's gonna go watch some Twitch streamers, you know?
Yeah. Learn about some Twitch drama.
Twitch drama. God, that's so. Oh man. Anyways, so do the. There is some other thing I wanted to talk about, but I can hold off on it. Because I'm a subject of interest to me as well as millennial crack up. You know, which some people say is due to emotional stagnation, and which maybe I'm mentioning only because I was talking, thinking about guys like from that late YouTube era still doing the same thing. But I'm also like, well, they got to pay the bills. You know what I mean?
Right. I
But
mean, what
anyway,
else
so
would
but
they
we can
do? I
hold off.
mean, yeah.
Right, exactly. Exactly, man. It's a complicated topic, so I'll hold off on it because it's something to talk about another time, I guess.
But yeah, I
But
guess it is people who were about our age who became all the early stars of YouTube, you know?
yeah, yeah. And for those who are being highly critical of them for doing the same thing, and I can see the point there, but they're not exactly the same thing. But then looking at that type of YouTube, I mean, it is. It is despite the f bombs and potty humor and some of the infantile commentary, it just felt so much more wholesome than when you look at Twitch streamer drama and you're like, oh my god, it's like it's just backstabbing and sexual assault. It's just horrific. It's horrific.
Yeah.
You know.
No, for sure.
It, it also perhaps that's also because all their stuff was based so much on personality and being popular and doing this sort of thing and being in the bathtub with giant tits and meanwhile I'm like yeah and Rolf and Doug Walker are just talking about like old media. you
Right.
know I mean that actually will keep you more grounded than the pure narcissism of those Twitch stream stuff.
For sure.
Yeah. So you want to do the super chat you said?
Sure. So this is going to take a while and hopefully we won't miss any. All right, Perilous 429 for $15. Thank you, Perilous, which I assume might actually be a reference to the famous Athenian ship of state, but we'll save that for a second. Longtime viewer, but finally began reading Greek history as a genuine hobby. I recommend John Hale's Lords of the Sea for fellow beginners. Also, any plans on ranking Peloponnesian War commanders? Well, first of all, I remember reading Hale's book back when it came out in 2009, and that did help to spark my interest in the Athenian Navy. I revisited it when I was working on my dissertation, and I was actually writing about the Navy. It's a good sort of thought primer, but yes, it doesn't have a lot of detail in it. So you will come away not knowing a whole lot about the Athenian Navy, but understanding that it was an elite institution and that there were some interesting figures in it, such as Formio. But I guess my appreciation of it declined over time because I realized how superficial it was in some ways. But it's not a bad place to start, I guess. As far as Peloponnesian War ranking, absolutely, yeah. That's something I would definitely do. And I don't know of a timeline for that, but yeah, I've thought about that for a long time. I just, I'd have to sit down and put all that together. And I also have to figure out how to organize it because I feel like you could do it in 3 parts: Athenians, Spartans, and others. And I feel like that would probably be a pretty good list, a pretty good trilogy for tier rankings. All right. Next up, we have Scarface Josh 123 for $10 Canadian. Thank you, Josh. Sean, you're one of my favorite historians, but you are too nihilistic. The peace in Western Europe and relative stability of Japan, Korea, and Taiwan has held up because of post-war U.S. leadership.
Okay. I don't, sure thing. Yeah, I'd say held up just because they were useful in the Cold War. And whatever. I'm not too nihilistic. Just, I know.
Um,
I just think the rest of you believe in fairy tales because it makes you feel good about the way things will turn out. But
I
there is no
mean,
happy ending.
I kind of agree with the post, though, especially in regard to Korea and Taiwan, because without American military presence, that would have been a disaster for them. In terms of peace in Western Europe, I think there's something to be said, especially for the Marshall Plan playing a big role in that, and NATO, especially through the Cold War. I mean, at a certain point, obviously, Europe recovered. But, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, to get them there, yeah, requires a lot of U.S. leadership. For Japan, I don't think we helped them as much early on, but so I don't know about that one as much. I also don't think they were under any serious threat of war after World War II. But I mean, I think in general there certainly were a lot of benefits for the rest of the world from the Pax Americana for a while. I mean, that might have dried up now, but for a while, I think that was a real dividend and a real boon to our allies. And yeah, I mean, obviously, we're only helping them because they were helping us against communism. But still, they managed to get a lot of stuff out of it, so they can't really complain too much.
Uh, yeah, I do thank you for the praise for liking me as a historian. Thanks. Just I don't know. Just what was it gonna? I find this. That this is what Ambrose Bierce said. This is my reply to the idea of me being too nihilistic. This is from the Devil's Dictionary. Cynic, noun, a blackguard whose faulty vision sees things as they are, not as they ought to be. Hence the custom on the Scythians of plucking out a cynic's eyes to improve his vision. Nobody likes a cynic. I know this. I know it will always be the way things are, but I just don't see evidence to the contrary.
All right. Next up, we have Napoleon the Great, 4866. Thank you, Napoleon. $2. He says the Patriots are back in the Super Bowl, baby.
See what I mean? Why I'm a cynic, everybody? Can't
Yeah,
stop evil.
I don't have an opinion on anything about the Super Bowl. Who are they playing, by the way?
It's the Rams.
Okay.
Great.
So
I mean, no,
yeah, I
I
don't.
like. Look, dude, I haven't really paid much attention to NFL ever since they gave slaps on the wrist to the Patriots for cheating for years. I really don't pay super close attention. You want to talk football from like 2000 to like 2015-ish, I'm pretty good on that. And there was a period there, it was really, really a good game, very well balanced, but it's goofy. It's goofy now, man.
Yeah.
So
So interesting. I know. Does Bill Belichick still the coach in Boston?
or are they playing the Seahawks? Or are they playing the Rams? Maybe it's the Seahawks. See, that's how
Somebody,
much I keep up with this. See, that's how much I
somebody,
keep up with this shit.
somebody in
Yeah,
chat
it's the
saying the
Seahawks.
Seahawks. Okay. Well,
Yeah, it's Seahawks. Sorry, but that's I just I don't know. Sorry, the Patriots are back in.
yeah. Well, either way, the last time I watched the Super Bowl was I went to a Super Bowl party, and I was mostly just drinking and hanging out. I don't think I watched more than 5 minutes of the game, and that was 10 years ago at least.
I
So
think the last time I watched a football game intently was Rams Saints NFC Championship game, which was stolen from the Saints. I've really not given a shit since then. And I got to be honest, New Orleans has never really recovered as a fan base since then. And I've never seen. I mean, I haven't seen much enthusiasm for football around here since then. Not that there aren't people, but just not like it used to be.
yeah, I mean, I know Danny's a Pelicans fan, despite how that franchise has performed. So
Yeah, he's done that just because he really likes basketball, but he doesn't really go to games much anymore.
yeah.
You know.
Although, I mean, if the team does actually tank, like legitimately, they trade Zion and they just tank again, that would drive prices way down, and that's actually not a bad thing because then you can go watch teams from other places you care about, and you can watch them play cheap. So actually living near a shit team is pretty cool.
Got a point there, man. He got into the Pelicans for a minute there because it looked like they were going somewhere, and then they just fell apart.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that happens with a lot of teams. I mean, most builds ended up flopping, so that's typical.
One thing to be fair with the Pelicans is that they've really gone and done nothing for so long that even the fact that they were showing like signs of life in that way, I can see why he at least got excited. Not people around here. You would not know the Pelicans exist in this town. Okay, you would
Yeah.
not know.
Well,
Like,
I think as a joke before, because I guess the deadline will be tomorrow, the 5th. I think as a joke tomorrow, if you're around Danny, you should tell him that the Pelicans just traded for Giannis, who's the biggest guy on the trade block right now, and just say they pulled it off and just pretend like you heard it and you heard somebody running down the street excited, and just see if Danny believes it.
okay.
Because there's no fucking way the Pelicans have a trade package put together, but it'd be interesting to see if you could convince somebody that it somehow happened. So, dude, I don't know who the fuck they traded for him, but I know that he's coming. The Greek Freak is on his way.
All right, man. All right. I'll see what I can do.
Yeah.
I'll
All
see
right.
what I can do, man.
Next up, we have Philip Plus for $4.99. Thank you, Philip. And he says, the most shocking thing to me is that right-leaning people are apathetic to Trump's corruption. As long as we get some benefit, who cares if he enriches himself?
That's funny because they're not even getting a benefit out of it.
Yeah, because there is no benefit except for Trump and his family. Maybe, I mean, obviously a lot of his donors, like Elon Musk has made a fuck ton of money, Bezos, the tech guys. But pretty much unless you're an oil company or a tech bro or a Trump family member, you have not gotten dick out of this presidency.
Yeah, and then hey, Brett, the academic agent, he called that early on. He said, "Well, now that you've all voted," he said something along the lines of, "Now that you've all voted for him, he doesn't need you. You're not important." He kept saying the line over and over again from Willy Wonka. You lose, you get nothing. Good day, sir.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
accurate.
accurate.
Yeah. Prophetic words for academic agent.
That's I gotta not that people don't slip up, but I gotta say with the Trump presidency, he's been on top of it pretty well, man. For the most part, he's been pretty sharp. So credit to hey, look if you're actually getting your predictions right and offering good analysis, I'm gonna listen to you. Simple as that. And he suffers something I suffer, where you're right, and because you're right, they don't give you any fucking credit for it because you're right in a cynical way. But
Yeah.
that's because a cynical, hard-hearted view of these, a cynical, hard look at these things will provide you with more accuracy than it will involving things like ideology, or what you hope would happen or what you wish would happen. It's not the way it works.
Yeah. Or being right at the wrong time. That's another trap people fall into. So, I mean, I
Oh,
remember I was driven mad in the 2016 primary by, because at that point the Democrats were pushing hard for social issues as the main determinant of who's a good candidate.
yeah.
And Bernie came out for gay marriage in the 90s, and then Hillary somehow gets all the credit for coming out a few years before, as if she was really the best embodiment of that issue. So there are times where there are just I think of, I don't know what the term is, but I've realized something about myself, and that's that I really have very little respect for people who follow trends
Mm.
or people who are bandwagoners in like a broad sense. I just don't take them seriously, and I find myself wanting to put my hands around their throats. But
I don't dislike them as much as you, but I'm with you on that. This is a much more harmless version, but the one that really pissed me off was people suddenly becoming Saints fans around here.
yeah,
But when they started winning, but the worst part was them pretending they always had been. I mean, I knew people who got made fun of around here for supporting the Saints. Back like in the '90s, early aughts. You know what I'm saying? Just yeah, and that's a more harmless version of that, but still, I feel you, man.
yeah.
I
Because I
feel you.
remember the thing that annoyed me the most, because there have been a lot of things that have annoyed me. Like anytime something becomes trendy or Ta-Nehisi Coates writes about it, all of a sudden everybody cares for like a minute,
Yeah.
But the thing that pissed me off the most is also from that same time frame, the 2016 era, when identity politics became really big, and a lot of people I knew started pretending that they really cared about their religious or ethnic heritage. People I'd known for years who had never mentioned a goddamn thing about their Italian pride or their Catholic upbringing or whatever. All of a sudden, that's all they could talk about all the time. And it was just so fucking fake and forced. And
That's a good point too, but also I remember because like there was like this thing about not being into that really in the aughts, early teens. Like um, yeah, I guess that would mean like the overall rise in identitarianism, which has not abated. You know, um, which must really annoy you in that regard.
yeah, although I feel like the fervor of it has died off. I mean, people still use the same terminology, but it's not with the same like wild-eyed fervor and attempt to make you think that this person that their whole life revolves around this bullshit. So
Mm.
it's a little more
I think
bearable now.
I think some of it's been directed elsewhere. I guess so. And I think there's a general feeling with Democrats that they don't think it actually works to get you elected. You know.
Right.
Uh, so yeah, no, but that's a good point. I want to say that, man. That was a good point you made about Sanders, that he had backed that way before Hillary. That's something that got lost in the weeds
Yeah, I mean,
or
it's
to the
almost as if
propaganda.
you're too early being right, it's worse than being wrong in the eyes of a lot of people.
Mm.
Or I
Well,
think I
yeah,
fucked that
because
up. If you're too early,
be-
if you're too early being
oh,
right, then in the eyes of some people, that's more suspicious than being wrong.
I don't even think suspicious. You've embarrassed them.
Yeah, you embarrass them, and it doesn't count, and also that makes you a dick. So,
Yeah, yeah. God, yeah, yeah.
so. Okay, next one is another one from Scarface Josh 123. Thank you, Josh. $5 Canadian. He said, I don't get the desire to annex Canada and Greenland. You guys get all the benefits of owning both places without the cost. This benefits US rivals. I could not possibly agree more. We've already figured these problems out in terms of access to resources. We don't get anything by direct annexation. You're correct.
I think in the case of Canada more so than Greenland, and I'm not supporting the Greenland thing by any means. What I mean is that some of this mentality, though, I think, and we didn't really get into this, but I we didn't get into this, but I think that these people believe that the world is going to hell. They already decided they can't stop global warming. The world's going to hell. Things get really hot. We're going to have like a lot of deaths here, a lot of famine, and it's important that the American government, secure every single resource it possibly can to have dominance and control. Which is why I believe we are following the plot from Fallout 2, or at least the background for how the world ends.
Yeah, one other thing that I've been looking into, and I'll probably upload a video on my politics channel about this, is I do think the Trump administration is heavily influenced by the old tech native America plot.
Oh, I just
Which,
found out about this thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of parallels between what they've done, terms they've used, and what that plan was. And also, one of the main architects of it was actually Elon Musk's grandfather,
Yes. Yes.
who, by the way, was a Nazi too, in Canada,
Yes, he was.
who
Yes, he was. That's
failed
correct.
there and then moved to South Africa. So,
Mhm.
all right. But yeah, I mean, we've already figured out how to make really close allies who share all their shit with us. Not to mention that the way the U.S. handles things, especially under Trump, is when we take over, quote unquote, that means that the U.S. government spends money to protect resources that are then used by private companies for their own profits, which is kind of already the arrangement. So yeah, all we do is waste money and make things more inefficient by annexing these areas directly. So yeah. Next up, we have Skazo1, I believe is how you say that, for $5. Thank you, Skazo. Hey guys, love the streams. Sean replied to my request to support your work, asking me for contact info. What's the best way to give you my info?
Which one is that under?
Skyzo1, so SKAIXO1.
Somebody did, while we're on the stream, somebody did Facebook message me saying that they wanted to talk to me. So I sent them my email. I don't know if it's the same person. If not, you can just send a message on the Discord, and Derek will give you my email.
Yeah. All right. Well, next up we have King Edward III, 2003 for $9.99. Thank you, King Edward. Please give me your thoughts on the theory that Trump is intentionally trying to start a civil war or insurgency. So he, before the midterms, I guess he means he can cancel the midterms, something like that. So he can seize absolute power during the chaos. I mean, I think Michael actually brought this up quite a bit when we were talking about ICE. And I mean, I think there's some plausibility to that idea, actually. That Trump wanted a violent reaction so that way he could justify an emergency crackdown and direct takeover or declare martial law or an emergency, declare the authority to supervise elections, stuff like that. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of validity to that theory. What do you think, Sean?
I think it might be a little too far-fetched at this juncture, but for the first time ever, I'm not thinking it sounds ridiculous. You get my drift?
Yeah, I mean, it is a
Uh,
little far fetched, but I mean, at the same time, like when Luke was on, he mentioned, what's the fuck is the point of putting ICE in Minneapolis where it has a pretty low percentage of immigrants as part of the population? What are we doing? How's that solving the problem Trump said he's solving? How does that contribute? So I mean, it
hmm.
obviously isn't about immigration in Minneapolis because that would be a waste of resources, especially in the
I think
winter in Minneapolis of all goddamn things, you know?
Well, I think you assume at that point that, because it's winter, people will be less likely to come out in opposition, which that wasn't the case. I think though, here's my qualification with this. I have doubts personally that Trump is going to try to go authoritarian. I still have my doubts. For one thing, he's just too fucking old. All right. And I think he's not all there. But I do think there are people who back him right now who are banking on an authoritarian figure taking over within the next 10 years. And that they're doing this kind of stuff to do trial runs and tests. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think that's possible. I think you could be right about that, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, because I also think Trump's too old. That being said, I don't think he thinks that.
Uh maybe even if he doesn't, I just how many people in their 70s like sees absolute power or at least like authoritarian power? I just
Well, I mean,
yeah,
having the ego to do something like that at any age, though, means that you can easily delude yourself about your worthiness and your physical health and everything else. So, I
I also
mean,
think that a lot of these people don't really want actually him to be the authoritarian in charge.
well,
Like
no, why would
no one
anybody want him in charge? I mean,
I'm
he's a
not doing
fucking
this.
moron.
Yeah, I just don't some people point to Vance because of his connections to Peter Thiel. And that's not completely a ridiculous idea. Although I do wonder about his temperament on that one. Um, I don't know. There's other things too, and I forgot to mention this earlier. One of the things that will really limit whatever authoritarianism there is in America is the lack of material benefits for people. I've come to the conclusion that Hitler and Stalin can get away with a lot of what they do because under them, when they take over, the people in their respective countries at that moment have an increase in their standard of living.
Yeah.
And that allows you to start doing crazy shit because a person will go, you know what? I mean, it really sucks all this that's going on, right? But hey, at least I'm making more money. And that's not the case around here, though. So I
Right.
think that really undercuts how much they can do.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, Trump's appeal at this point would have to be give up all your rights and most of your money so that I can pretend to be a king and cosplay.
yeah, and that's the other thing too. That's the other one. That's the other big part of this as well to me is that he's just um yeah, I'm sorry. Like I was saying, I don't really think he has enough. I think a bunch of these people don't really actually want him in charge, just using him, and he's willingly going along with it
Yeah,
because why wouldn't he? Because
on,
he does also have an authoritarian impulse as well. To be
honestly, okay,
fair.
I'll make two bold predictions for the next year or two that I think might come true for in terms of Trump actions.
Okay.
One is that in order to try to attract more boomer support and do more Fox News talking points, one thing that he might try to do is bring back debtors' prisons, which obviously I don't think will attract a lot of support, but I think he thinks it will make him look serious and tough, and it might actually somewhat appeal to boomers because they don't have that problem.
Hmm.
Another thing I think might happen is that if he keeps insisting on doing these occupations and trying to interfere in different things, we might actually see a military coup for the first time in American history. He might force the hand of the military.
Hmm.
Especially with all the funky foreign policy things, like threatening the existence of NATO, which, for, I mean, all the senior generals, this is an important thing. It's a source of forward operating bases and extra resources, extra manpower, you name it. So I think if there was going to be a cause for a coup, it would be something of that nature. That or operations that troops might not follow. Like, I mean, if troops were ordered to invade Greenland or Canada right now, I don't think the majority of the troops would be willing to actually do it. Or at least a
Well,
pretty
I
good
think
number of
that
them would refuse.
in some ways, I think a bigger deal would be Iran forcing that. I mean, from what I've read, there's not everybody, of course, but large factions in the military are going like, we need to cool it with Iran. We really don't have the capacity to successfully wage a military campaign like that. You
Yeah.
know?
If he got, I think the military would follow him into Iran, but if they got their asses kicked, then that could also be coup territory at that point. So,
But I somewhat have my doubts about a true military coup, uh, and more of the military following somebody else's orders in such a case. But anyways, what do we got next?
next up we have Emperor Tiger Star for $5. Thank you, Tiger Star. And he said, if we're going through another 30s, 60s, etc., then I really hope the nice times are supposed to come afterwards would just hurry up and get here. Yes, same. Although, actually, I don't think the 60s were that bad. I mean, the 30s sucked pretty bad, but the 60s were pretty cool, from what I've read.
No, no, in the '60s, like our memory of the '60s is so, in many ways, so skewed. I really think the '60s, when the talking to people who lived through it, but also even talking to people who lived through it and then reading books on it, I think the '60s might be the decade we have the most skewed perspective on in the 20th century.
Yeah?
Yeah, because like the whole thing, people like associate with like things like weird rock and roll or like campus radicalism, Vietnam protests. Most people I talk to are like, "Yeah, I didn't see any of that stuff. I didn't care. I was busy working."
Right. Just like with the 50s, you hear people talk about there was the Red Scare and conformism and all that, but there were a lot of people who actually made a lot of fucking money for the first time ever as regular people in the 50s because they had unions and
Yeah,
other things. So,
yeah, and the actual like red scare really is only at least as a domestic phenomenon is relatively brief. Um, yeah, so I mean, a lot of this also depends on like what was your race, class, gender, ethnicity, all these things. Like they play a big part. And what part of the country were you living in? All these will play a big part in what you will conceive of any of those decades like. I just think the '60s, for some reason, that one just really sticks out to me, where about people how skewed people's view is on it a lot of
right.
times.
No, that's
I,
true.
I mean,
But
I
I
think
think it,
also probably 'cause the '60s was just a very like creative and explosive time as well. But that's one of the reasons I love the show Mad Men. I mean, it's my favorite show ever. But one of the reasons I liked it also is they specifically said we want to give you a view of the '60s you don't see often.
yeah, and I think
You
they
know, like
succeeded at that.
yeah, but it still is the '60s. You still can tell it is. It just isn't the '60s you think of it as. But that was also because, and we've gotten somewhat away from this, but I remember at some point it was in 2010 where somebody said, "Do you realize that all of our views of each decade is just how the boomers experienced it or thought they experienced it?"
Yeah, it's true. And Mad Men is definitely the generation before them are supposed to be, rather
It
than
is,
their
yeah.
point of view.
Yeah, so I do like the breakaway from I like that breakaway from that. So the Emperor Tiger Star, I'm with you, man. And yes, the '30s did indeed suck. Um, but at the same time, I read this essentially this short memoir by a New Orleans woman who grew up in the 1930s, and she rather liked it, and she did not grow up really well off. But
Huh.
she said that one thing that she liked about it was that people's expectations were low and they became very, very family and friend oriented. And there really was a camaraderie of like help out others, help out your neighbors getting through these tough times. Um, you know, and I, g- I mean, she didn't make it all rose colored too either. She said, "Hey, these were rough times, right?" But she was really trying to make this point, the thing that she's like, this wasn't the absolute horror show you might be thinking it was, and that the worst of the depression, the idea of like the true breadlines, the really bad stuff, was really only about a year or two. You
Okay.
know, now make it clear there were still problems afterwards, but yeah, that. But this is written by a woman who was like a young girl in the 1930s, and she became a teenager in the 30s and started going to college like I'm at 39 or 40. Um, and she talks a lot about her mom helping out neighbors and her doing the same thing, and also people just doing odd jobs for each other. I don't know. It was good to get that kind of view in the 30s. My grandpa kind of said the same thing, but to be fair, his father was never unemployed. The factory his father worked at did just fine. Which once again depends on where you're at. Apparently, the Happy Valley, where Penn State is, State College, got the nickname Happy Valley because they were pretty much unaffected by the Depression. you know. And
Right.
to be fair, I witnessed that in the 2008 crash. Arizona and Florida, those places like ground zero. Meanwhile, New Orleans was doing great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know, man. Always keeping that in mind too. But yes, Emperor Tiger Star, we'd like the good times hurry up and get here. Considering all the trends I see, I have serious doubts that's going to occur. Um, they're really squeezing us dry money wise, man. But that also means that once again, they can't really do anything too crazy or aggressive in some cases because, who wants to die for this country? Nobody. Not enough people, at least.
Right. No, that's
So you got to
true.
use the Navy. So that's why the new tactics, man's like I was saying earlier, economic warfare, naval blockades, and special forces raids. That's not a sign of strength. That's actually a sign of weakness.
Yeah, to some extent, I guess it is. Um, all right, our next one is from Analogian for $5. Thank you, Analogian. Or Analogonian, sorry. Analogonian. Like someone who's analog. Um, recommending The Peacock Throne by Waldemar Hansen about the Mughals. An informative, entertaining, erudite, and purple prosed in a good way history. I added that to my list of things to look for because I actually have an interest in the Mughals, so I will be on the lookout for that. Thank you for the recommendation. All right, next up we have Nestor Vargas for $5. Thank you, sir. He says, Happy tax season, gentlemen. How were taxes collected in ancient times? Was there an ancient IRS yet? How would corruption or civil war affect revenue? Well, um, the way that taxes would be collected in, say, Athens is that only fairly wealthy people were required to pay them. So there'd be a register, sort of a registry of people based on their land holdings. And if you owned a certain amount of land, you'd be liable for services. And you'd be called on for special war taxes if the state needed money right then to fund something, or you'd be called upon for special duties like being a ship's captain and footing some of the bill for a year. But there wasn't like an income tax as we think of it. So it wasn't something that was automatic. You pay it for the year and then you're done until next year. It was more you're kind of on call to pay taxes. So some years you might not pay anything, other years you might be called upon to pay 2 or 3 times. It just depended. For Rome, the way they would do it is, at least in the provinces, in the Republic, they would mostly hire a tax farmer. So they'd assess the value of a province, and then a rich person would buy the contract, and they try to lowball it so that way they bought the contract for X amount of money, but when they go to the province, they can collect more than that and make a profit. And so that led to a lot of corruption, obviously. But for the state, it was advantageous because you were able to raise cash right there from local wealthy people. And so you had money on hand without having to go out and collect it. But also that meant that the state also authorized governors to use their legions to help the tax collectors. And technically the tax collectors are private enterprise. In terms of corruption, it was endemic, the tax collection, as you might imagine, in Rome. And there were all kinds of complaints. Rarely did they lead to justice. Sometimes people got punished, but you're not going to get your money back if you got screwed over. You might be able to see the person that screwed you over get prosecuted, but only if they have political enemies back in Rome. As far as civil war, I mean, obviously that plays hell on revenue, but not in a way that helps people, because what happens is a general who retreats to a province to get away will then tax the hell out of the people there to fund his army. And then the next army that comes through in pursuit will then also extract tax money because fuck it, why not? I mean, this province has been paying their enemy; they might as well pay them too. So the point is, as you probably already know, if you're in the ancient world and you're poor, you get fucked over a lot.
Damn. My only fun tax thing to mention is Nader Shah when he conquered the Mughal Empire. That was like
Yeah.
the 1740s, I want to say. First off, like he breaks his treaty and just sacks Delhi. He apparently robs them of so much money that he voids all taxes in the Persian Empire for a year.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's wow. He just said nobody owes the government nothing for a year.
Yeah, I'm in the money. I literally can't store anymore, so
But also, I mean, well, Nader Shah eventually was like killed in his own tent, and of course, the guy died like a Chad fighting, because he was a fucking pure warrior. But um, but it's weird. That's why I got like Nader Shah could also do some of that crazy shit he does, because when he loots, he also says, "Hey, guess what, everybody? You don't pay taxes for a year."
yeah.
As opposed to our current rulers who will then just try to increase your rent and your tax. You know what I'm trying to say here? They just
Yeah.
um, they bleed us. They bleed us too dry to pull off crazy, wacky shit like that. But yeah, good discussion of tax policy, man, and stuff. And yeah, if
Yeah,
you're poor in the
thanks.
ancient world, I always did think you were probably fucked. Anyways, what's up?
All right. Next up, we have Prime 1998 C4M for $5. Thank you, Prime. He said, I've been watching since the presidential tier list stream. Grateful this is still a place for healthy debate and discussion. Rare these days. Well, we're glad to have you on board, Prime. Because, yeah, we enjoy doing this kind of shit, It's a good way to discuss history and hang out, and, yeah. So, it's a good time. And tier lists are always fun too because it's kind of a ridiculous setup in a way, but somehow it always fosters good conversation. So
And that's really the point of them.
yeah.
Uh, yeah, yeah, dead on, man. What do we got next?
Next up, we have Juan Sibley 3832 for $4.99. Thank you, Juan. And he said Americans are going to celebrate our 250th birthday this year. We're behind our fellow major nations in longevity, but we're still wildly impactful. Yes. So we have not been around nearly as long as a lot of other countries, but yet we have left a pretty big imprint. One thing that kind of brings that home is I forgot to mention one cultural achievement this year, but we can link that in. Is that Christopher Rocchio has now completed his 7-book Sun Eater series, which is future science fiction set about 16,000 years or so from now. And in that one, and he started writing this around 2017 or 18, so he predicted this pretty uh, alarmingly. But he predicted that what would happen is that a group called the Maricanii, who are obviously the Americans, invested a fuck ton of money in AI and um, robotics to create computers to run the world and make people's lives better. They did so under a tech bro type. And then things got way out of control. The AI started to exploit people. So then they had to be put down by force. A lot of computers were banned. And now in the distant future, people still have that memory of what happened. And also, they're fighting a carnivorous race called the Cielsen, who literally eat people.
Huh.
Yeah.
Crazy, man.
It's actually a
That's
really
good.
good series. I don't think I did a good job pitching it there. It was actually really, really good. So I
No, I mean,
recommend
like,
it.
I can already tell, I can already smell the influence of Dune on that. Pretty
Oh
cool.
no, the Dune, the aroma of spice is strong with this series. I mean, this
Excellent.
man has read a lot of Dune,
Excellent.
especially in that first book. In the first book, you'll think it's like Dune fan fiction for the first half of the book, and then after that, he starts to get a little bit more of his own voice. But it's absolutely worth reading all 7 volumes. I'm only on the 5th one right now, so I haven't finished yet, but um, highly recommend to anybody who's got an interest in sci-fi. And if you like Dune, you'll love this. So, all right, another one by Juan Sibley for $4.99 again. Thank you, Juan. Our accomplishments and achievements progress ourselves and humanity as a whole. A great portion of the entire world trust us, and that is not minor. Well, I mean, America has had some great achievements, such as the moon landing, and that being said, I know at one point we did have a lot of trust in the world. I don't know how true that is right now, though, and I don't know if it can be reclaimed. Because clearly America's going through some shit where we keep electing people who more or less promise to put America first, which, if you're a foreigner and you think about it, if you hear somebody say America first, and then you see what Trump tries to do with Greenland and things of that nature, I mean, effectively you have an American imperial party, and that, or at least that's the perspective of someone from abroad. You have
Yeah.
people voting for this guy who says, "I'm gonna fuck over the rest of the world for you." So I think that trust has been breached, and I don't know if we can repair it or not.
I don't think a country should ever trust a major power.
Well, that's
So,
probably a wise policy, but most people aren't that wise. So
yeah. So that's, if most of the world still trusts us, then most of the world's full of morons. There we go.
now I think people should be wiser and trust companies and brands, because those will
Yeah.
never fuck you over ever.
Never, ever. What was the line Stanley Kubrick, though, said? He said, the great countries act like bullies and the small nations act like whores.
Yeah. No, true. There's something to that. Juan again for another one, 499. Thank you, Juan. He says, I've been able to attain my own American dream after growing up poor. I still believe we can find our way and become that shining city we can be. Well, I'm glad to hear that. That you were
I think
able
that's the
to.
problem, though, is you believe in the shining city idea. I believe I didn't mention that. I wanted to earlier when me and Michael were disagreeing, but I believe that shining city on the hill thing is one of the reasons why we're such a poisonous country. It leads us to have these arrogant delusions about ourselves. I know we've had a big effect on the world, but Bismarck's right. We're a nation of morons surrounded by fish. We never really learn anything because we don't have to. We have our fuck ups don't really impact the people in charge. And it isn't like if we lose a war that, we'll get conquered. I mean, ask European countries, Germany and France and to a lesser degree Britain, they fucked around and found out. America doesn't have to worry about that.
Did Bismarck really
I'm
say
not
that?
actually I look America. I'm not really particularly impressed by. We're on this country exists on very easy mode, very 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 easy mode. Did Bismarck say that? I believe so. I read that years ago. I can try to find the exact quote and make sure it's accurate because people will misquote other people. Uh, Even if it's not Bismarck, somebody else had to say it, and they're dead the fuck on right.
Yeah.
A nation of morons surrounded by fish.
Oh, that's a great quote.
Yeah, well,
Um,
so is the other one that supposedly Joan Didion said, but maybe it wasn't her, that America's an experiment letting sociopaths run a society.
yeah. So I mean, with the Shining City idea, I mean, I think that goes back to the Pilgrim heritage and the idea of building a kind of utopian society in a way. And I wonder
Yeah.
if that idea has been a bit misappropriated because obviously even they fucked that up royally from the outset. Because if you think about it, like effectively the Reformation in a way, once they got past the killing phases of it, it was just ostracism. In many ways, that was the extreme cancel culture of that era of the 17th century. And then they
Yeah.
brought it over here. You get to
Mm.
Massachusetts where it's all pilgrim, and then they tell some people who aren't pure enough to go to Rhode Island. If you can't make it in Rhode Island, and you're not Catholic, so you can't go to Maryland, then you have to go to Pennsylvania and put up with the bullshit of the Penn family. So I mean,
Or, or you just go to New Hampshire. You can go to New Hampshire.
yeah, and freeze your
Um,
ass off.
yeah, I, yeah, the thing we mentioned, the cancel culture, I mean, that was an argument made by Pollyward Gottfried, that the particular strain of um, the particular strain of American leftism goes back to the Puritans, and that's something Yarvin made his bones on as well. Um, and I do think there's a lot of truth in that. And you're right. I mean, it's set up by idealists, but that's also why Massachusetts is surrounded by states that were founded by people who didn't like Massachusetts.
Yeah, true.
That's always my argument against Massachusetts. I'm like, you realize Maine, New Hampshire, Connecticut, and Rhode Island are founded by people who are like, I'm getting the hell out of Massachusetts.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's not so much that they seceded from the state as that they were pushed out because they were not pure enough in their beliefs and doctrines, and then
No,
they
that
were
would
forced
no
out.
Connecticut and Rhode Island, and I don't know enough about their founding to know the real intricacies of it. But from what I can tell, they follow what you're talking about. New Hampshire was originally founded by people who were coming over to Massachusetts, didn't want to live under the kind of rule the Puritans had, so they just went north, and a lot of them were fishermen. And in the case of Maine, Maine did secede from
Yeah,
Massachusetts.
you're right, they did. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, Connecticut and Rhode Island, the narrative is those are people who were pushed out. But New Hampshire and Maine, I would say, are actual secession. Well, Maine is true secession. New Hampshire is founded by people who wanted to get away from that and do their own thing.
Yeah. Because of Pennsylvania's kind of Pennsylvania was kind of like the safety school of colonialism in America. I think that their new motto instead of the Keystone State should be the last resort.
Why is that exactly?
Well, I mean, like basically, if you can't make it in any other colony, you can be accepted there because they won't kick you out for ideas. They'll just exploit you economically because the Penn family runs everything.
Ah, okay. I know in I know Pennsylvania politics. God, this is how rusty I am on the Revolution in that era. But Pennsylvania politics gets real messy in right before, during, and after the American Revolution.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say the Penn family got broken decades before the Revolution, but
They did, they did,
yeah,
but I believe there was kind of a Quaker uh, cabal that ran the place, and part of the revolution was breaking that cabal. But also, um, Philadelphia, elements of Philadelphia really started to embrace more radical ideas in the American Revolution. And I want to say Pennsylvania is the first state to both abolish slavery and expand the voting franchise more than the other states.
that sounds correct.
And also, if I'm not mistaken, that's what gets Benedict Arnold in some trouble, is because he's pursuing something more like a moderate policy in Philadelphia, and they go after him. And Benedict Arnold, I mean, he's a really good combat general, but I mean, he's got the diplomatic skills of a chimpanzee.
Right, because he goes from being a radical in Connecticut, where he was an organizer for Sons of Liberty, to trying to reconcile patriots and loyalists and trying to show some civility to the loyalists, which seems like a fairly politically smart thing to do if you're the governor. But instead, it backfires because then, of course, the patriots all say he's a traitor. And maybe they were
Yeah.
just early, maybe they were right the whole time, but they were just early.
Yeah, or they drove him out. Man, I need to read more about that. I also need to read about the Philadelphia Associators, which was both a militia unit and a radical political organization in Pennsylvania. So it's
Yeah.
sorry. So, anyways, what's the next one?
All right, next one is final one from Juan. He's $5 again. Thank you, Juan. With all that said, your channel has been one of my favorites since COVID. Thank you and all your guests over time for your hard work. God bless you. Well, thank you, Juan. We very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next one is from Miguel Perez X ZX2WG. $10. Thank you, Miguel. He says this question is for Thersites. Do you think that Israel is doing something similar to what the Kingdom of Numidia was doing by bribing government officials and pressuring allied countries to go to war for them? Yes, actually. So, just for context, for those of you who don't know, the Juggerthine War was fought between Rome and its former ally Numidia. And one of the causes of the war is that Rome and Numidia had been allies for a long time. The outgoing king passed the throne in 3 to his 2 sons and to his nephew Jugurtha. Jugurtha wanted to take over the whole country illegally, and so the way he got away with that is he had friends back in Rome that he had been on military campaigns with, and he just spread around money in Rome and got them to turn a blind eye while he steadily killed his cousins and took over. And Rome was eventually shamed into acting because they were reminded of their oaths they had taken to make sure that the sons of this great friend of the Roman Republic, this guy who'd been on the throne for decades, that they were taken care of, and the bribery and corruption was exposed. And so the Romans then intervened militarily, but then also a lot of the guys who landed initially were still on the take, so the Roman armies performed poorly. And in many ways, what happened there ended up being kind of like the Roman Vietnam in terms of it being kind of an embarrassment for a major power stumbling against a minor power. But anyhow, I do think there is a kind, I can see the connection there where the US is the Roman Republic and Israel's kind of like Numidia, because it's not as if they actually own America, but they do have enough politicians in their pocket so that they can do that. So yeah,
Yeah,
that actually works, I think.
I've thought about that one as well, and I think the main effect is that is something that's really undermined um, uh, faith in Roman leadership and institutions, that so many of them were being bought off. I think it's a similar thing. That's really what's going on here, because it's really hard for people to really like believe in their government or their elites, or at least follow them into doing something like, say, invading Iran, like really invading Iran, not just like a few bombing runs. If you think your leaders are on the take,
Right. I mean, at this point, if I was, I mean, I'm too old to be drafted now, but if I were drafted, I would not be willing to give the sweat of my balls for this country.
not right now.
Yeah.
Or as Tim Dillon said so well, what Afghanistan has taught you is that you will die in vain.
Yeah. No, but I guess that was even true for me even back during the Bush era. I mean, I've felt that way my entire adult life, pretty much. I just don't think there's. Anyway, I don't think America stands for enough to be worth risking life and limb over. Frankly.
It certainly doesn't give you many reasons to, like I
Yeah.
said, it's just hard to get people to be willing to go die for a country. It does so little for them.
Yeah. Why die for a country that wouldn't die for me?
Or do
But
much of anything for you,
yeah, or
right?
fucking yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, man. Anyway, what's we got next?
All right. Next up is King Edward III, 2003 again for $1.99. Thank
Cool.
you, King Edward. And he says, "Will you ever cover the Incas or Aztecs?" Yes, I probably will at some point in a lecture form, but that would be a bit more of an overview because that's not a specialty topic for me. But I do know enough to put together like a lecture because I've had to do that before for class. Um, I don't know if I could really do much in depth with that unless I found some good reading material. So that might happen at some point, but it's not quite a priority at this juncture.
That'd be cool. I'd like to see that.
All right. Daniel G8472. Thank you, Daniel. $10 Canadian. He says, "As a Canadian, I am already dreading the Alberta independence referendum this year. Only has 20 to 30% support, but the Trump administration is already meddling and planning on calling it a fraudulent election."
Mm.
Really? Well, oh, is he not trying to claim? Oh God, what if he tries to claim that the vote did take, and that Alberta actually wanted to join the U.S. and he uses that as some sort of bullshit pretext to try to intervene?
Mm.
Um, I I don't think he's quite that brazen though. That would be overreach even for him.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But then again, I mean, he's doesn't really have a hell of a lot of shame, so fuck, I guess it's possible he might try to do some shit like that. I don't know, man. I can assure you though that the vast majority of Americans would not approve of that. I mean, I think
Yeah, yeah.
most Americans are deeply
It's,
disgusted by the aggression he's shown to Canada and Denmark.
yeah, it's interesting to note that the our appetite for the popular appetite for foreign intervention is still not there, even this long after the height of anti-war feeling. Uh,
Yeah.
and and compare that to Vietnam. The I mean, they called the Vietnam syndrome at the time, and there were other things constraining it. But I would say Americans became more willing to intervene more rapidly after Vietnam than they had from Iraq.
Yeah. Well, partly that is because the older generation that was still around, the greatest generation, I mean, they never lost their stomach for things like that, and they still had a pretty big voting block into what the early 90s at least. Or I think it was up to about 2000, right?
Uh, um, as a voting bloc, I think the last time they were really considered was 2004.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, they're all practically gone now. Uh, Sad to say. But yeah, I think there's. I don't know if I want to say. I don't know how much I want to put that on Greatest Generation. I I suspect it also due to the fact that Americans were still doing very well, and national pride was still pretty strong overall.
Yeah.
Um, and also, once again, America's doing well. It's just it's hard to get such a population that's so demoralized and has seen and is and has seen their fortune decline so much. And also keeping in mind, you mean, like I always go back to Buckley versus Vallejo. That's where all your problems start. That was 1978.
Yep.
You know, um, faith in like institutions and leaders. Yeah, there was a lot of mistrust through 80s and 90s and aughts, but not like there is now. like like
Yeah.
I mean, we've crossed. Look, the kind of territory we've crossed into is where large sections of this country think Israel runs the government.
Yeah, I guess the question though, because remember, like, I mean, I've talked about this before. I mean, my personal theory is still that ultimately Nixon's Watergate scandal caused Americans to think the government's corrupt and it sucks, and the person who ultimately benefited from that was Reagan. So in the end, the guy
Yeah,
who best capitalized on that was another Republican. So I wonder, because I mean, obviously Trump is really, I mean, because our trust in government was low, is how we got Trump in the first place. But I think he's going to do a fuck of a lot more damage to that. So the question is, who's going to take advantage of that lack of faith in our system that Trump will generate? I mean, who's going to actually pick up the torch here and do something that will restore some measure of respect or really self-respect at this point? I mean, it's hard to have self-respect when you look at the government supposed to represent you, and it is what it is right now, you know.
mm.
So the question is, who can actually restore some sanity, competence, some direction of a future? So yeah, who can undo Trump and also solve the problems that got him elected too? Yeah, no big deal. It'll be super easy, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Well, I still contend that the last chance to really do that was Obama. That was the last time there was a broad appetite for that and a desire for it, and we hadn't entered a realm of this amount of partisanship and distrust. You know, there was at least briefly with 2008 some trust in institutions and that institutions could fix themselves. Maybe we could right the ship. I mean, there was a kind of optimism around that era. It didn't last particularly long, okay? all things considered. But I mean, that there was a kind of optimism, and I can make the case there was probably, we can make the case that maybe that was one of the things that also helped fuel the resistance against Trump, hashtag resistance that fueled that in his first term was an optimistic belief that we just need to put the right people in, and then they get Biden in there, and well, that's another reason why I think that the Biden administration is much more disastrous than people give it credit for. We are only here because Biden fucked up.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, fuck, dude. We could have had. We didn't even have to have like a great president. We could have had. I mean, as much as it hurts me to say this, we could have had fucking Pete Buttigieg, and he probably would have held on and not given the country back to Trump, because at least he can fog a mirror and pretend like he's doing something productive, which is something you can't say for Biden or Harris.
Yeah, as low opinions have Pete. It is kind of funny, you're saying that. I'm thinking of like the Democrats who were doing who were going for the 2020 nomination, and yeah, Harris, Biden were easily in the top 3 or 5 for like what I thought were the absolute worst. I don't, of course, I didn't like Pete, but I wouldn't put him in the top 5 in that
Right.
group.
Because I know
And I'm
the one you hated the most was Kirsten Gillibrand.
Gillibrand.
Yeah,
I still hate that person. I still fucking hate that person.
So for everybody who doesn't know, because I guess you weren't there, but I visited Sean in 2019 when that primary was shaking up, and Sean got so fucking worked up over how Kirsten Gillibrand was going to take over the country and fuck everything up that he actually kicked a metal fire hydrant. No, you were.
I didn't say take over the country and fuck everything up. It just at that point she's doing pretty well for herself,
Yeah.
And she was like the media darling at that moment. And I was quite drunk, and yes, I was quite fucking pissed. But I guess there's another thing too. I'm still pissed thinking about her in this regard. That somebody like that got that even that far.
Yeah, I mean,
think about that. Oh my god.
Right, but you know what? For all her faults, she would have still been better than Biden in the long run.
That is, I think, in hindsight, you're correct.
Yeah, I mean, so would fucking Klobuchar talking about blizzards in her hair or whatever and throwing shit at her staff.
I think in the 2020 group, the 4 who I was like most like, oh God, please no. Harris, Biden, Gillibrand, Booker. And in the case of Booker, only because I know 2 people who know him who have both said he is one of the dumbest people they've ever met in their life.
Yeah, Booker's bad. I would still take Booker over fucking Bloomberg, though. Bloomberg might actually have been Actually, Bloomberg was the one worse than Harris or Biden.
Okay, I forgot about Bloomberg because I was thinking about ones who were in debates.
He got into some. Remember, he bought his way in.
He got into some? Didn't he only run for like a month or something?
Yeah, he bought his way in, and he also demanded that all the other candidates leave so that way he could beat Bernie. And of course they didn't leave, but I mean he more or less just stepped in. He's like, "Look, I'm the savior of the party. I am Captain Charisma here. Bow down to my wealth. It takes a billionaire from New York to build a billionaire from New York, but I'm a better billionaire."
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a sickening campaign, and he also literally bought a bunch of staffers. So a lot of people signed up to work for him because he'd pay twice as much as anybody else. And he signed a guaranteed contract with them where they got paid through November, even if he lost the nomination. So a lot of people signed up for him and got paid all the way through November for doing fuck all.
I didn't know. I knew he paid more to get more people, but fuck, all the way to November, huh? Yeah, okay. Thank you for reminding me about Bloomberg. I forgot him, which is not surprising since he was only in the race for a month. I would rate him the worst out of all of those.
Yeah, actually, like, fucking, I hate to pile on him. Actually, I don't, because fuck him, but he might have legitimately been worse than Trump in 2020. I mean, that's what we're talking about with Bloomberg. I mean, Bloomberg was that fucking bad.
It's pretty bad.
So I mean, like, if he had been nominated, I would have... I mean, I usually vote third party anyway a lot of times, but there's no fucking way I was voting for Bloomberg. So...
I'm also thinking about just how many candidates they had that they put up, right?
Yeah.
And I say it because remember the Republican 2016 one? I mean, there was a lot of people.
Oh, there
Remember they had the
was.
kids table?
Yes, that
Remember
was
that the
great.
fucking yeah, yeah. So I think like who do the Democrats have right now? I know Harris is gearing up to try again.
Um, I mean, Gavin Newsom of California, the governor, has been rumored. Um, there have been rumors about AOC. I don't know if those are true or not. There have been rumors about Booker again. Uh, I don't know exactly who's going to run.
Right, Booker. Yeah. No, I just like I mean, a field can of course be too crowded, and I want to say I remember I watched of course your Herman Cain video, and by the way, I want to say I really like that you point out that the the narrative that 2012 is foregone and Obama was definitely going to win. I thank you for mentioning that that's not true because that was not the feeling I got from Republicans, you know.
Yeah,
Um, and that sure a few big names didn't run in 2012 because I guess they decided not to, but uh, Republican candidate field of 2012 was not was not when I say not an unserious one, I mean that wasn't just a bunch of fringe wackos, is what I'm saying.
right. I mean, because the way you look at how Fox was attacking um, Obama 24/7. I mean, they all wanted to be the one to go out and beat the Muslim guy. So
Yeah.
most of the heavy hitters wanted to go out there and be the savior of the party.
Well, I think the one thing people will sometimes say is, well, why didn't Chris Christie or anybody else run? Well, he only been governor at that point for a year.
Right.
There was a lot of the rising stars had only just come in, So a lot of the ones who were running, except for maybe like Michelle Bachmann, were people who had been around for a minute. This idea that you can just like be in office for a year or two and then run wasn't the norm back then.
Right. And I mean, that
Even the
was one of
fact
their
that
complaints about Obama too. So it would have been,
exactly,
you know, hypocritical to do that at the time.
and then you had, I mean, well, Ron Paul, he said, was always perennially running, but like, Mitt Romney and Newt Gingrich had been longtime Republican operators looking for a chance to go for the White House.
Oh yeah. And I
You know,
mean, Newt was
uh,
making his comeback, and there was a whole crowded field of some pretty eccentric people. And it's amazing. It's unfortunate that 2012 has been forgotten as much as it has because it actually was entertaining. I remember me and Michael watched a lot of those debates and laughed our asses off.
oh, they were so sad, man. Remember one of my favorite like political compilations ever was just how many times I said tax and Reagan.
Yes.
That was just fucking good, man. I think the other one too with that was I think one of the things and you mentioned this too in the Herman Cain video was that Obama had did not win more votes being reelected, which is almost unheard of. That really should have been indication that he was going to have problems in the second term, and that Democrats should have been more wary going even into 2016.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Well, how many more do we have? My tab just crashed.
Several. So I got one here
Okay,
from Urhi
let's burrow
Tesha
through them then.
for I think that's Turkish currency 260. Thank you, sir. He said, Sean, Michael, Mr. Thersites, thanks for the wonderful stream. Since you've traced American expansionism to Jamestown, what do you think drives this constant push for conquest? And has that driver changed throughout history?
I don't really think it's ever changed. I think Michael though is right when he pointed out Michael's right when he pointed out things like isolationism being a trend, but one of the ones that really stunned me was looking at Franklin Pierce and especially James Buchanan. James Buchanan's foreign policy being as aggressive as it was, he just simply wasn't able to pull it off because of domestic issues.
Right.
You know, I think I think what made it happen is that the Americans landed. There were not because of the diseases. There weren't enough indigenous to stop them, and people came here and they wanted to get the land. And so generation after generation pushed the natives back further and further. There were periods where it was more rapid or less rapid. There were periods where people wanted more integration. But if you think about it, the ones who were always more aggressive, the ones who always wanted to push harder, the ones who wanted the firmer line against the natives, although the true genocidal ones didn't win the debate. But think about it, the more aggressive won over time. What did Red Cloud say? The white man made many promises, the only one they kept, that they would take the land.
Yeah.
Uh, I think that's why I think it's baked in the cake of Jamestown is they land, they take the land that they have, they almost immediately get into trouble with natives, and there's violence. Although the really decisive one, if I'm saying Jamestown in some ways to be over dramatic, if you want to tell what's really decisive, is the Pequot War. But the Puritans did not want to do that, or at least when they first landed, they didn't want to, and they end up not only doing it but fighting one of the most brutal wars Americans have ever fought. And after that, we never got away from them. We never have. We have periods where we're kind of isolationist periods. You know, like one guy wrote the book Tragic American Diplomacy, the last president, and then that book was published in like the 70s, I want to say, but I think he says the last president who was serious about non-intervention and peace was Herbert Hoover,
Yeah.
by his estimation. And yeah, look, Trump, if he screws up something, there will be another period of that détente thing where Americans act a little more realistic about foreign policy, a little more of that Nixon Obama thing about restoring restraint. But that always goes away. And it isn't like when we get the land, we give it away or something. Whatever we take, we try to keep, or at least make sure it's still in our orbit.
Right.
The one thing is true, though. Americans are wary about calling occupation or empire or anything else by any other name. But make no mistake about it, America has been an empire, I would say, from the beginning, but unescapably so since 1898.
Yeah.
We got our
Well,
own territories.
right.
Or at least we joined the club of that era, But
Well, I think you could even date it back in terms of the point of no return before that. Because I guess at one point
oh no,
Americans said they weren't imperial because they only did it in America, and they used the Monroe Doctrine to say, see, that doesn't count. But then, of course, you have Commodore Perry sailing into Japan and forcing the Japanese to do trade with America.
or like the War of 1812. I mean, the
Yeah,
main reason we fight that war is to conquer Canada.
right.
That is the main reason we fought that war. So yeah, and as Michael was talking about how the revolution happened because of the British soldier thing, which he's right, major issue in the war. That's why one of the amendments is about quartering soldiers. But I had to joke and be like, well, I think one of the big causes is was the British did want to restrict westward expansion.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Oh no, most certainly is. The protests against the proclamation of 1763 are extensive, extensive.
Yeah, not to
Um,
mention that the Native Americans clearly preferred the British if you look at who they fought for during the war. So
Effectively, I think there are only a handful of tribes I know that backed the Americans. Although one of the most brilliant things the Americans did in the war was breaking up the Iroquois Confederacy. Philip Schuyler played a big part in that. Who was the American general in New York?
yeah,
He played a major role in that one. Breaking up the Iroquois Confederacy, though, was a that paid a lot of dividends. Even though most of the Confederacy backed the British, I think we detached one, maybe two tribes off to our side. And yeah, so that now did also being based upon conquest doesn't mean we're always like genocidal maniacs or anything, or that maneuvers we make are as clumsy as Trump's. Okay, but the general trend is conquest and warfare. It's been measured that if you include the indigenous, America's almost, if you include indigenous and our little military adventures we do all over the world, we're at war almost every year of our existence.
yeah. I mean, that's probably accurate. I would say.
Yeah, so peaceful we are not.
All right.
Yeah.
Um, Next up, we have Emperor Tiger Star again. Thank you, Emperor Tiger Star, $5. He says, classic 4chan conspiracism. Get 80% of the conspiracy correct, blame the wrong people, and we're actually a psyop the entire time.
Because of the Epstein doing shit posting on 4chan.
Yeah.
I mean, like think about the nature of 4chan made that the easiest thing to psyop ever, right?
Yeah.
You
I
know,
mean, I'm convinced that a lot of conspiracy theories are very easy to spread. I'm actually, one of the things I'm doing in the background is that I actually am trying to spread my own conspiracy theories. That way I can talk about it later when I succeed at doing it. So hopefully I'll have something to report on that in the future. But for now, just know that I'm working on it. All right. Next up, we have
exciting.
Robert H. 1971 for $4.99. Thank you, Robert. He said, I don't know which picture to use for 2025, but this $5 is going towards Eyes Wide Shut ritual scene as the thumbnail for 2026. C'est la vie.
Good call.
Yeah.
These, yeah, because this Epstein thing won't go away, man. And his latest dump's pretty rough.
Yep, it is. And I've never been a fan of talking about weird crimes, whether it's true crimes like serial killers or whatever, or whether it's this Epstein shit. I'm so goddamn sick of hearing about pedophiles. I
Yeah.
remember a time when you couldn't, like, that's not a conversation that would ever come up. And I want to go back to that because I'm sick of hearing about goddamn pedophiles.
Very. I think like we hear about it so much now that you're right. We used to not hear about this all the time, but um, the system's cracking up, man, and so some of the worst aspects are coming to the fore.
Yeah. So I mean, it used to just be the
Yeah.
weird people and people who watch too much crime TV who talked about this kind of dumb shit all the time. But yeah, I'm quite done with it. But
Telling some people I know who were Trump friendly who were like, "Is this Epstein thing?" And like done with it. I'm like, "Don't be, man. It's not going away." Um,
yeah.
this is the rot that won't go. Anyways, what's next?
Michael R3583 for $5. Thank you, Michael R. He says, "Great show. Do you see similarities between how ICE is being treated and how returning Vietnam vets were treated? Same reasons. Will there be regret?" I mean, I think first of all, it must be said that the idea that Vietnam vets were treated like shit, I think that's been massively mythologized. I think most Americans never actually looked down upon or spat on Vietnam vets.
I
In
think
terms,
what the general thing I heard was less about being spat upon and more about uh, a feeling, not even feeling, just being ignored.
yeah, well, I mean,
You know.
ICE is not being ignored. That's not a problem they have to worry about.
Also, those guys were drafted. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah. No. The Vietnam vet thing. I mean, they were mistreated, but the mistreatment was of different types of mistreatment too. Some of it was just like lack of support from their own goddamn government as well. You know.
yeah,
Um, it's kind of a good example of that mistreatment is, yeah, depiction like in First Blood, because First Blood isn't like he's not getting kicked around by hippies. He's getting kicked around by a cop who's like, hey, you just look like you're bad news. Get out of here.
right.
You know, just
Yeah,
getting just getting kind of treated like general shit. You know what I mean? And of course, the beginning of the movie, what is he? He goes to meet his friend, what Delmore Larry, I think was his name, and he finds out he just died of cancer from Agent Orange. Depressing shit like that.
right.
Um, And yeah, there was some like spaying upon vet baby killer stuff. There was some of that. It got overplayed. But I think it got overplayed because it's one of those things where it's like you have a few like dramatic examples of that kind of stupidity, and that's really just going to stick out to people because of how pig ignorant it was.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah.
most Americans were not out there. Even anti-war Americans were not out there shitting on veterans and fucking
Yeah.
with them because I mean, at that point, like so many people either were veterans themselves or their parents had fought in World War II or whatever, so they're not going to do that goddamn shit. That just wasn't in
Yeah,
the cards.
and there's even like, I mean, we also have to remember too that the FBI would infiltrate these groups to put idiots in there to do stupid things,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, like, and we say this, I mean, like, there's enough evidence to indicate that also that some of that also happened on January 6th as well, you know. So, Black Panthers, I'm sure that there's a good chance that some of the dumber antics done by anti-war protesters, if not done because of drugs or some misunderstood reading of Maoism, also could have just easily been agent provocateurs. That's an
Yeah.
old tactic, you know. Uh, but yeah, I don't think there's an equivalent here. For one thing, they joined ICE voluntarily. Those Vietnam guys were drafted.
Right. And some of the people who joined ICE did it for the money because there were nice signing bonuses, but most of
Yeah,
them did it because they really hate Mexicans.
I I would want to look. I don't know enough about the motivations, but of course there's going to be some like that. Another thing too is anytime you're rapidly expanding a police and or military force, um, you're going to have this happen. Like
Yeah.
this is what occurs. Uh, wonderful example of that in New Orleans history was when they said you to join the New Orleans Police Department, you had to be living in Orleans Parish, and that had the effect where they had to lower a lot of the standards for hiring, which meant we then had cops murdering people here. And I'm not talking about what other people are thinking of. No, I mean like these cops work for the gangs and just kill witnesses. This is like in the early '90s, and a lot of that had to do with a rapid turnover within the police department brought in by this policy.
Right.
So
Or I mean,
so yeah,
the rapid expansion of the ATF in the Clinton years, where they just started recruiting bootleggers, and then wondered why all their standoffs became shootouts.
yeah, good point there, man. Yeah, there you go. There's another one for you, man. So yeah, yeah, ice. This ain't the same thing.
Right. No, I agree. I don't think there's a similarity. And
Honestly, God, this wouldn't even be the same thing with like hell, like the armies of World War II. Those are all draft armies,
right.
you know.
And in terms of if anybody's gonna regret it, it'll probably be the ice guys themselves who will be the ones with regrets. Although, I mean,
If things don't pan out.
if we're being cynical, actually, I don't think they'll regret it. They'll just not talk about it anymore, and they'll keep the money they made. Like I don't think they're gonna. I don't know if a lot of them will have a moral dilemma over this. I think it'll be more that they just want to back away from it before it goes tits up too much. So
Or live in a part of the country where they like that you did that.
yeah, but I think the solution will most likely be that the people who were in it, especially the ones who didn't actually get involved in any major controversies, I think they're just gonna try to not talk about it and pretend it
Okay.
didn't happen.
All
Um,
right. Which one's next?
we have Scarface Josh again for $2 Canadian. Thank you, Josh. What are your thoughts on Noam Chomsky and Epstein? Oh boy.
Well, I
Um,
haven't looked into the details of this yet, but it's looking bad.
yeah, so I mean Chomsky, there was a picture with Epstein and Chomsky, and when Chomsky was asked about it, he blew the fuck up and he said it's none of your
Yeah.
business. And that might be
Yeah, I remember
partly
that.
informed by the fact that, at this point he's in his mid to late 90s and he I mean, I've noticed for years that the quality of his thinking has gotten stagnant, ever since he hit about 90, it's just kind of been the same stuff over and over. There's not really anything new. So it might just be that his mental faculties are not great and that he's just irritable. But it could be that he did some fucked up shit. I don't know.
Yes, yes, and also that looked. I remember that happening. That looked pretty bad. Uh, but the thing is, like, I was earlier mentioning about like Mick Jagger I don't know if there's anything else with that except for the fact that photos prove that he was around Epstein. Now,
Right.
you could be around somebody, doesn't mean you're like involved in the worst shit. So Chomsky was like, I don't know what exactly is going on there, you
Well, the
know?
thing is, too, I mean, Epstein did
I don't
raise
think they're,
money for various things and gave money to academics and shit. Like, there's a
yeah.
guy on YouTube who's very controversial, and he was a neuroscience student at Duke, and he got an Epstein-funded grant at one point. Now, he turned out to be a total piece of shit who not only is a white supremacist, but he also pretty much murdered his wife, and everybody knows it, but nobody can prove it. Anyway, that's the thing that gets thrown up to him a lot is that he got money from Epstein, but most likely that money was actually semi-legit in terms of he had a research project and Epstein was willing to fund that, partly because it makes Epstein look legit and makes people ask fewer questions about hanging out with him. So it's kind of
Well,
like Epstein's cover.
we said it was about, was it, you said he was into genetics, you said?
Uh, Mostly neuroscience and also genetics,
Okay.
yeah. And
No, Epstein, remember, Epstein's a Jewish supremacist. Like his emails indicate that, he was like, the more Jewish blood you have, the smarter you are.
yeah,
And I think even Dershowitz said at one point, who Dershowitz is really tied in this shit too, but even Dershowitz
yeah,
apparently said at one point, like when Epstein was talking about genetics, he's like, "Yeah, I get weirded out, man." So
yeah,
that should probably keep that in mind. Now, that's the thing about that is that I don't know, but what I did before this started, I wasn't able to find out, but apparently there's some bad stuff in this dump involving Chomsky, or at least some stuff that makes him look not good.
right,
Not necessarily like, murder or something, but not good. Okay.
right. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
But
that's
I don't know what it is
distressing.
yet.
Yeah, I'm not happy about the fact Chomsky's in this. That's all I'll say for now. But I mean, I guess we got to face what we got to face.
I've never really been that big of a Chomsky fan because it's been said that he, like you said, his faculties have been declining, and I I don't really think he's been on on top of it or even given that good of advice in a long time, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
You
not
know?
that big of a fan of his interviews in general, but
Yeah.
I mean, I do like the idea he had about how the media works, manufacturing
Well,
consent. I mean, that idea was brilliant, and I think it
that was
justifies his whole
1983.
career. Yeah, it's been a long time, but I mean, he nailed it in terms of how you get a media that goes the corporate line. You just recruit people who either agree with that shit or are too dumb to notice, and that's how you do it. That you promote the people who carry your water for you. You don't bribe people. You just find people who agree with you anyway, and then pay them well to keep them motivated. So yeah, he fucking nailed it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Some people, I've heard people say like, "Look, we've been propping up a guy who hasn't really had an interesting idea since Reagan."
Well, the thing is about Chomsky, I mean, he was very good about responding to emails from randos. I mean, I know there have been several YouTubers who've talked about how even before they had any following, when they were just college kids, they would randomly shoot him an email and he'd respond pretty much the same day. And he's got all kinds of other shit
Wow.
going on. He was it MIT or what was it? But anyway, I mean, yeah. So he's a very personable guy, or was, and did his utmost to reach out to people. And so yeah, I kind of respect that about him, which is why I find all this that much more surprising. Uh, so I'm hoping it was
Well, I
just
mean,
that.
the
Go
one
ahead.
I'm curious to see is what will happen with Woody Allen because they said he used to go to dinner at Epstein's in New York, and then Woody Allen described it as Dracula's castle.
Dude, okay, that's not good.
Yeah. But he was joking. He's like, yeah, he's like this weird, mysterious guy who always has women around. And I'm like, well, Woody's right. That is like fucking Dracula.
Yeah.
But so I'm wondering if anything else shows up with him on. But anyway, what do we got next?
Next up, we have Mark Benevento 6020 for $50. Thank you, Mark. Let's be honest, we're all jaded. This level of politics is so above our reach that it's more of a show to us than anything else. Corporations and the wealthy run this country, we're the peasants. No one will go to jail for Epstein. Enjoy the slop.
Yeah, yeah. the only implications it has is sorry, they're not going to nobody's going to jail for this stuff. Nobody's getting penalized. They want the house of cards to fall, but it sure makes it hard for them to make us do certain things for them.
I mean, I
Like I said,
don't fully agree that no one will go to jail. I just think I would amend that to none of the major offenders will go to jail, but some of the minor pissants might get prosecuted just because they're politicians who want to score points and make a name for themselves. But I mean, otherwise, yeah, it's. I mean, you're right. We can't really influence any of this shit at the moment, and there's not really a way to do that. Um,
Huh.
so unfortunately, that part of it I can't really disagree with.
yeah.
Next
Alright.
up, we have Napoleon the Great for $5. Thank you, Napoleon. He said, Trump's foreign policy reminds me of the pre-1914 Kaiser. Aimless, just doing shit to do shit, and not noticing that this is creating enemies.
I think that's an insult to the Kaiser.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, the Kaiser did some ill-advised things at times, but he wasn't a total idiot.
Yeah, the Kaiser definitely was erratic. Also, if there should also be kept in mind too that it wasn't the Kaiser driving some of it wasn't the Kaiser, of course, wasn't the only driving force in foreign policy, and most certainly, uh, Germany's generals were all raring for war. I mean, God, I think it was von Falkenhayn said, "We'll be ready in 1914."
Yeah.
We just need to find the excuse at that point. I mean, so, um, but no, I mean, the Kaiser made his share of mistakes too, but um, that Germany was going to go fight a war in 1914, I think is pretty inevitable. I, I I'm very sympathetic to the German war guilt idea for the First World War.
Yeah, so it's funny. I've been listening to an audiobook about the scramble for European influence in East Asia, and at one point, Wilhelm and Tsar Nicholas were negotiating something for a port, and
Yeah.
the Tsar fucked up as he normally did and offered something that he wasn't supposed to. And then he admitted to Grand Duke Nikolai, he's like, yeah, I fucked that up. And Nikolai said, well, you didn't put it in writing yet, so just renege on it and fuck him over. And Nicholas's response was, well, I can't break my word to Willie. So we'll have to do this thing that's going to fuck us over in the Far East and helps Germany and fucks Russia. Because I gave my word, and that's that.
That sounds like Nicholas, loyal to a fault in many ways.
Yeah, loyal to a fault to his weird cousin who liked to change uniforms and play dress up.
Oh
Which,
yeah.
by the way, Wilhelm was somebody who had all kinds of military style costumes and changed clothes more than most women who have that kind of money would. So he'd kind of be like the
Oh,
host who would show up, he would host a party and have like 8 outfits over the course of the night. That's Wilhelm.
so he's Rodman in Double Team. Got it.
Yeah. All right. Wee Little Lunsford. Great name. $10. Thank you, Wee Little Lunsford. Hats off to my favorite YouTube channel. Thanks for making long night drives much more bearable. William Jennings Bryan for life.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. Free silver. All right. Next up, we have Oscar Palacios for 7964, $5. Thank you, Oscar. He said, I voted for Supreme Leader Trump. ICE I support. The outcome, but this brutish way is no bueno. Go for the corpos who impoverish illegals and the criminals. Well, I think that's another thing we brought up earlier when Michael was still here, how if Trump was remotely serious, he would pursue some of the companies that do the hiring and find people that way rather than just kind of randomly going to Home Depots and looking around the parking lots or going into people's houses to look for people. But yeah, I mean, I guess it'll be interesting to see how that pans out, whether people will have the response Oscar's having in terms of generally supporting the idea or whether they'll sour on it entirely because of just the horrible execution. But also, the thing, too, that Trump is failing to deliver on is he keeps promising that, once again, we're in this weird-ass political climate where he convinced everybody that there are a bunch of immigrant murderers, rapists, and pedophiles. And he so far has not produced a hell of a lot of them. So he's been spending money like crazy, getting people shot in the streets, causing all kinds of turmoil. And so far, we're not seeing murderers, rapists, or pedophiles being brought up and shown as successes of these raids. So I just want to remind people that there were expectations put in place, and those expectations are not happening. So, all right. Daniela Zorro, or maybe it's, yeah, Daniel Lazaro. Sorry, Daniel Lazaro 3591 for $5. Thank you, Daniel. Read Critique of Culture, or excuse me, read Culture of Critique. Arm yourself with knowledge. Well, thank you. I don't think I've encountered that book.
That's a book written about Jewish culture. And the guy who wrote that book, I'm forgetting his name, that book, Culture of Critique, does get some praise. But that his later books start treading off into the more anti-Semitic world, I guess you'd say.
Oh, okay.
In other words, like the initial book is about Jewish cult, and I haven't read this thing, but I believe that book is about Jewish culture being a culture of critique, and therefore being a culture that critiques the very culture they're inside of, the civilization they're inside of, and that this creates a kind of antagonisms both within Jewish communities and Jews in relation to the civilization that they're in. That's the nutshell. I think that's what the book says. I've never read it. I think after that book is when people start going, "Oh shit, screw this," But that one does get some praise, I've heard, but I've never read it.
Right. Because, I mean, I'm interested in how in the ancient world the Greeks and Jews used to debate each other nonstop in places like Alexandria. But, yeah, I think it is interesting how there is, I guess, a culture of critique among Jewish people to this day.
No, it
But,
most certainly is. I mean,
yeah.
no. There most certainly is. How you feel about said culture, if you think that such a thing is maybe bad or maybe it's too much or something, I'd leave that up to you.
Yeah, I mean, I
Me as
personally
some
think that sounds awesome. I mean, I would fucking love to be a part of that shit. Are you kidding?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying is that, like I hear that and I go, that doesn't sound so bad to me. Okay, here it is. Kevin B. McDonald, The Culture of Critique, an evolutionary analysis of Jewish involvement in 20th century intellectual and political movements. Um, so, okay. And let me see. Culture of Critique. When was that one written? So I'm just trying to get a handle on this because I haven't, I don't. Okay, that was 2002. All right, and then he also wrote "A People That Shall Dwell Alone: Judaism as a Group Evolutionary Strategy with Diaspora Peoples, Separationist Discontents Towards an Evolutionary Theory of Anti-Semitism, Individualism in the Western Liberal Tradition." Okay, never mind. Understanding Jewish Influence. Okay, I think that's around the time people started going like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah,
I
so
think another one. Yeah. Also, Stalin's Williams Executioners: Jews as a Hostile Elite in the USSR. That's from 2005. Um, that is about Jews being overrepresented, I believe, um, in the Bolshevik Party, and then also in attack and in being used in. Now, I'm saying not the NKVD, but like their predecessor. But the thing about that is, and also I'm not a Russian Revolution expert, but from what I remember reading, is that the general thing that the Soviets would do is you would make sure that whoever your commissars or whoever your people are going to be doing the kind of killing would come from a different group. So you don't send like Ukrainians to kill Ukrainians, send people from Kazakhstan, right? Or send people who are Jews to this village or something, people who would be antagonistic towards that group. You know what I
Right.
mean? But now I'm saying that, man, it's way the hell out of my wheelhouse, And I've never read any Kevin McDonald. I've only heard about him.
Yeah, this is my first encounter altogether, so I can't really say anything. But
Yeah, I think he's considered somebody who started off as an interesting scholar and went off the deep end after 9/11 roughly or something, you know. But that's just one thing I've heard. So, don't know, never read him, can't say anything else. Just
fair
try to give
enough.
some context. I've heard of him before, why I've heard of him.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we have Alterdings for €5. Thank you, Alterdings. Just got out of bed. We'll catch up on the stream later. Cheers from Austria. Well, good morning, sir, and thank you for the donation. Hope this is something that you will find interesting later in the day. And we have another one from Wu Ye 2 for €5. Thank you, Wu Ye. Just woke up in Germany. Looking forward to listening. Thanks, guys. So I just realized something, Sean.
What?
So people in Germany and Austria now, they can look at American fucked up political culture as entertainment. So this is like their freak show. And I mean, I'm pretty sure, I don't know this for certain, but I'm pretty sure in Germany, English is more or less required, or at least very heavily encouraged. So almost all Germans know English relatively well. So this is a freak show that they are trained to appreciate and to be able to observe and laugh from a comfortable distance.
Well, yeah. But we got any more, man?
That is it. We're out of super chats.
Sorry, I suddenly trailed off. It's like I very, very suddenly got tired. I think having to plunge. I think having to go through the depths of my mind to remember who's Kevin, what's culture critique again. I think wore me out.
Yeah, man, fuck, dude, I couldn't even I remember Michael brought up something that was a huge story that I had almost totally blanked on. So this
Yeah,
whole I guess I didn't sleep too well last night, and then just thinking about 2025 just in general is fucking exhausting.
it
Just
is, man. It's very. So, anyways, thank you. It's been interesting and all, and hopefully we don't do another one of these for a year.
yeah, hopefully it'll be at least 11 months before we have to talk about some shit like this again. I mean, it was great in terms of donations, but that does not mean that it was anything other than a slog in some ways, because goddamn.
Yeah.
But I appreciate all you
Thank
who came
y'all.
out. Thank you, Sean.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody who watched and sat through this. And I mean, I guess we're all suffering together, everybody. So I guess we're all just fucked in the same boat, filled with water in the North Atlantic, waiting for the next fucking steamship to come through and rescue us from the wreck of the Titanic. I guess that's where we're all at now. Oh, we
Yeah,
got one more at the last minute.
don't worry, we'll do the next piece of wreckage we might be Cold Harbor, or if you do want to go diving into the video game one where we talk about the late '90s stuff, with PlayStation, N64, and the PC.
Yeah, we also still haven't done the Joe Biden deep dive.
Uh, I think I could maybe do that in May or so.
Yeah. It feels like that's
Um,
been 10 years ago.
it does, it does, it does. But yeah, that's one, and then the Overland campaign, and if you do want to do the video game one, I'm still kind of on my kick, like looking at old stuff and thinking back on the era.
Yeah, no, I
You know?
understand. That could be an option. I guess we also have Overland Part 2,
Yeah.
Biden. So we got all kinds of stuff. And I guess, is Mardi Gras over now, or how's that? What's the
Nope.
status of
Still
that?
going on.
Okay.
Still going on. Uh,
All right.
yeah, I effectively can't do anything for the next 2-3 weeks.
Okay, so in that case, what I'll probably do, everybody, is I will put together some stuff and try to finish up my Romance of the Three Kingdoms stuff in the next couple weeks while Sean's out. So we'll do that maybe. And last super chat of the evening, it comes from Charles9363 for HK $10. Thank you, Charles. Or I guess it technically is Charles, because there's not an A. Just donating to keep y'all awake a little longer. Well, thank you, Charles. I appreciate it.
All right, man. I'm gonna get out of here. Y'all have a good night. All right.
All right, everybody. Good night. Good luck. And if we're all still around, we'll see you next year for this stream. Otherwise, we got other shit coming up in the future as well. So good night, good luck. For some of you, good morning, I guess. And to all, a good night / good morning.
Yeah.
All right.
All right,
so
man. You have a good one. Okay. I'm gonna